Here we be. Okay, hello. So, oh, I didn't put it on screen. I didn't put chat on screen. My bad. So, it's Zibai Day. Now, I made an oopsie. In that, despite the fact that I know this is basically the same as Zibai, this is actually, in case you weren't aware, the mannequin skin. I know it looks, I know the mannequin skin looks exactly the same as Zibai, though. But she's not out on NA yet. I will be wishing on the banner. I actually want E-Lua. I know E-Lua is mostly just a Z-bar support, don't worry. I just like getting the 4 stars. And I also like making Dookie 4 stars work as weird characters anyways. And like he's I don't know. He has an interesting kit that could have been really fun, but it's not fun. Anyways, this is not E-Lua stream. Well, okay, we're probably gonna have an E-Lua rant later. Don't worry about it. Anyways, I need to put chat on screen. So, I need Genshin escapism today. The world is too wild. Yeah, I mean, I feel you. I live in Minneapolis, yo. I live in Minneapolis. It's been an interesting time. Trying to hope and do things to hope that the world can be a better place. Anyways, I feel you. Let me arrange my fox. So, there we go. Okay. Mine is level 100. Yeah, if I if I want to make a video on getting the true most out of E-Lua, I can go log onto Sylveon's account. Umamusume, yeah, Umamusume stream. So, anyways, I did an oopsie in that the plan. I did like a post on Discord of like, hey, anyone want to reach out? I gotta go check my DMs quick because I just asked people on Twitch to DM me. I think I'd probably have someone that is willing to let me test, but I had originally arranged an account, and I like the horses sideways here, by the way. Is that just because of the terrain, or is that just because they're always sideways? No, that was because of the terrain. Okay, that's really funny. The fact that this terrain is slightly to the side, and it made the horse's head tilt. Sorry. Anyways, the Zibai is... she's not out on NA yet, and I forgot to ask the person who reached out to me initially whether or not they had an NA or an EU account, which is my oopsie, because I didn't tell them I was planning to stream and that I needed an EU account. My bad. Completely my bad. Other thing, which I think is less my bad, like I technically didn't ask for this, so maybe it is my bad too, but I kind of figured in the implication of me being like, hey, I'm looking for someone to go and test Zibai on your account. Pretty please and thank you. I'd appreciate that. That therein in the implication means you would have a leveled Zibai and therefore means pre-farming. And the person that reached out to me didn't pre-farm. So I might still log on to the person's account that reached out to me, but it might be for like an edited Zibai video, not for this stream. Because they didn't pre-farm, and they also are in North America, so we're gonna go see if we can find an EU account. Sent a Discord DM with a fully built Zibai and a couple screenshots, for example. Awesome. Thank you. So we're gonna check my DMs in a second, but we're not semi-purposeful stall. I got an important thing. If you watch my streams, I've been yapping lately about getting Columbina on Albeid set. And, well, that's 4 elixirs. I rarely make goblets. With elixirs. But the way my Albeid pieces have worked out is such that... Also, I got this... I guess I should go spend my resin first, shouldn't I? I got this yesterday. I also have this still. Like, my feather and flower options aren't great. Like, I have okay feather and flower options. Just not for... I don't want to go in detail what I'm looking for exactly in Columbina. I was originally going to do timepiece because I could make 2 timepieces and I have like really good off-piece goblets. Like I can just yoink my basically perfect goblet for Columbina on Albeid set if I use this artifact, this goblet. So it's like, okay, just use that and craft a timepiece, right? Except I leveled some off-piece timepieces and I got like pretty, I mean not perfect because a little bit low roll values, but like, you know, I'd like to use this artifact. Or... depending on how other pieces roll, I could use this instead. Like, I have really strong options for, like, different... Like I have the full spread of different kinds of stats I would potentially want with an HP timepiece, right? If for some reason I wanted more EM over crit, well, I mean, probably not, but, you know, you get the point. So I would like to use this artifact in particular, and that kind of necessitates onset goblet. I already have a good circlet as well, though, and you might be like, HP circlet, that's clearly bad. Well, it's actually better than crit damage based on the numbers I ran. The awkward thing is with her sig weapon giving a fat stack of crit damage and using a non-crit rate circlet, it makes it a little bit annoying to build her. Like, I need an overly heavy amount of crit rate stats, which right now, like, not a ton because she gets free crit, right? She starts at like 40% base crit rate. She's not that hard to build as far as crit rate goes, but I have this artifact. I have a lot of artifacts that don't have much crit rate right now on Albade, which is not ideal. I might reroll this in the future to get more crit rolls. Like, I like that this didn't have any bad rolls. I'm glad I got it, but at the same time, would like more crit. So anyways, this goblet is a risk I'm taking in that, and you see I leveled up onset goblets like these ones. If this rolled entirely crit rate, could have been good. So, Jokester, subscribe with tier 1 for 6 months in a row. Thank you, thank you. Is Zibai worth it? I mean, okay, so while we do our artifact farming here, before we log into an account and actually test things, so I have played Zibai on Crater server. There's things I didn't have an opportunity to test there that I want to test today. If you want my overall simplified opinions, also my YouTube chat's not refreshing. If you want my overall simplified opinion on whether or not I think Zibai is worth it, I think she is a very... I think she's like the best balanced, self-contained main DPS they've released in a while as far as her overall performance goes. But she's, I think for the vast majority of players, is going to be very simple and like very simple to play. I don't think she has like the right level of like impact to her animations. Like Flynn's is a more satisfying character to play with his animations and sound effects, I would say, than Zibai. And I think that's a significant factor for a lot of people. You will be able to see the impact and how you like that aspect in her trial, at least, even as meh as character trials are, right? Even with the Nay, if you like the Nay, you like the Nay. That might be a selling point to you. It wasn't that much of a selling point to me. It was funny, but not like, I don't know. She's not the same as Flynn's as the level of, this is satisfying to me. And she theoretically has some gameplay optimization that's a little bit more significant than like Flynn's gameplay optimization, but the big thing is like her team building I think is more satisfying to me on a main DPS level, in that she has interesting options from like low investment options up into her high performing options that like appropriately scale, right? It's not like a Flynn's without Enefa feeling like he lacks in team options, or to be clear, I think Flynn's doesn't need a Nefa, or like Nefer without Lauma kind of thing. It doesn't feel massively worse. I think that's a good thing. She seems to be very clearly, to me, balanced around not having like a specialized 5-star support. The Columbina is best in slot on her team, but like not 100% needed, right? Oh yeah, new emote. Aggro made me a version of his like lizard coquette emote, but with the rainbow fox, which is amazing. So yeah, I'm gonna put that as a new default one for everyone on Twitch. I also put it for YouTube members. You might want to be like, why not defaulting YouTube? Because YouTube doesn't have any default emotes. Sorry, it's only membership emotes. So, anyways, you're gonna stall till she's released? No, we're gonna go test on someone's account. Both. Yeah, there you go. So my overall thoughts is like she's a pretty compelling DPS that scales appropriately. Like I think the vast majority of accounts I would log into wouldn't have much issue being able to have a pretty compelling performing team from Zibai, and like she's going to be relatively easy to build with the 3-star weapon Harbinger of Dawn, which I think is a pretty significant selling point for her. Now, the only problem with Harbinger of Dawn is, like, I think the average player probably wants some extra defensive utility. I would be perfectly fine with, like, just Columbina healing alone from, not this, from Prototype Amber. I think I'd be completely fine with, personally. There is some weirdness, though, in that, like, it is theoretically DPS optimal to run Columbina on Albade on a Zibai team with bursting every other rotation. Like it is a not insignificant DPS increase to play like Columbina C6, E-Lua. Like I think her best team is technically, did I say Columbina C6? Sorry, E-Lua C6, Goro C6, Columbina C0, and then Zibai C0 and Harbinger of Dawn. And Goro does a little bit of healing from C4, and then Columbina can have Proto Amber, right? But if you're using Proto Ember, you should burst every rotation, to be clear. But if you just build her on Owlbait and maximize her crit stats and then just forgo ER, having to build ER, because Columbina does good damage, right? Then the team's damage can be meaningfully higher, but that means less healing, and you gotta like be more of a gamer if you're using Harbinger of Dawn, right? But even then, like some players would struggle to stay over 90% HP just in general with Harbinger of Dawn. Just in case anyone's not aware what the weapon we're talking about, which is really, really, really good on Zibai, is this 3-star weapon. You get copies of it. You'll probably get 5 copies of it when wishing for Zibai. And it's cheap to level up, and it gives a whack ton of crit value. Like, this thing is better on Zibai than this is. To be clear, the passive for this does nothing for Zibai, but it's just a big fat crit stat stick. But, like, that's what Harbinger of Dawn is, right? This is worse than Harbinger of Dawn. Like, the only weapons you should really consider on her are Harbinger of Dawn. If you have no other 5-star stat stick option, you can consider this one. Yeah, Flute of Epsizital, I believe. It's pretty good. But worse than Harbinger of Dawn, but maybe there's a team context that you have in your account that basically necessitates it, or you just don't want to deal with having to play better against a particular enemy, because some enemies can be a lot harder to dodge damage on than other enemies, right? So, just keep that in mind. And then like Light of Foliar and maybe a Peak Patrol, and I believe Herseg, obviously, and then I believe Uraku are better than... I'm not sure about Peak Patrol, but Uraku and I believe Light of Foliar are better than Harbinger of Dawn, but like barely. They're basically the same performance, but you don't have to deal with the 90% HP thing, is what I would say. And this also makes her so much easier to build. So anyways, like I think that's a really appealing thing about her, and it's part of why I think she can perform so well and not being balanced around a really powerful off-field 5-star support they released. Means her like lower performing teams with a good build and everything are going to perform quite well, like better than I would say Flynn's and Nefer's low investment teams kind of thing. And her higher performing teams can perform just as well as them too, on a damage performance level, and that's good, right? So yeah, over 100 CV turns out to be good for a death scaler. Yeah, exactly. She's purely death scaling. Well, not purely. She gets value from EM, which is cool. A geo unit that gets value from EM is interesting. I think that will actually give her interesting team flexibility in the future. By the way, there are some nuances and some stuff I want to test today and showcase on how I don't think Zibai is like you want Ascendant Gleam. I think it's not technically super necessary if I recall, but you definitely want it just because the artifact sets are good. Like, there's no reason not to use Ascendant Gleam on her. I'd be surprised if you ever don't want to. But the options for enabling Ascendant Gleam are actually pretty good for her. I know Columbina and E-Lua being the main options, obviously. Enefa exists too, though, as an enabler for her, if wanted. And the funny thing is, I actually don't think Hydro is that important for her. This is probably my biggest hot take with Zibai. But I haven't tested this. I had a chatter that made me have the idea only recently. And when I was running the numbers on it, I honestly think like she has surprisingly high amount of team versatility, far more than expected initially. And at a baseline, just following her normal Hydro Geo format, to be clear, she is the default thing you should do. But the fact that she can work even without Hydro, I think is a pretty compelling aspect too. And this is all me saying the things that are like all pretty positive. It's like I think she is actually a pretty good character and well-balanced character. It's kind of my overall vibe. I think she's a cool addition to the game. The biggest problem she has is that I think she's boring to play. I don't think her animations are that like visually stimulating, which I think is a major factor for a lot of people. She doesn't have any meaningful exploration, quality of life things, despite being a horse. She doesn't, and then Geo DPSs are just generally speaking, they don't have anything special about them inherently. Like there's nothing special about, even with Lunar Crystallize existing, right? there's not enough enemies in the game. There's not been enough things designed to incentivize Geo in the game that don't have other methods of dealing with them. Like if you take, I'm sure some people might be like, but what about things like where is it? This thing, yeah, the Legatus Golem. This incentivizes Geo, and it does. But you can also just use like claymores in general and blunt damage or plunges. Like, there's actually a lot of methods for dealing with Geo shields. That means Geo is not needed to deal with Geo shields. Now, I think there's a new enemy that's going to be coming out that heavily incentivizes not Geo, but Lunar Crystallize specifically. So we'll see how good Columbine on her own is at dealing with that. But the point is like, a Pyro DPS has like Arlecchino, whatever, Moika, has the ability to adapt around a lot of things. Electro has the ability to oftentimes adapt around a lot of things. Even a relatively restrictive Electro character like Flynn's can be pretty good in varying content he isn't like made for. Zibai should be good too, don't get me wrong. I just don't have as much confidence that a Geo DPS will be as adaptable for different kinds of content is all. And there is not a lot of super compelling buffing options. Like the most compelling buffing options are like, you know, Goro C6 and then some non-cry characters for teammates with her, right? Like Columbina, Anefa, Ino C6, Goro, and E-Lua are like her most compelling options. And then you get into like Shalonen, Zhongli type stuff. And there's weirder things that we can get into as well. Durin, potential synergy, can buff her. A little bit of red shred and damage off field, right? And then weird options like Yun Jin are kind of interesting. But like, at a baseline, it's not like... It's not that... It's just a problem there's not really that many supports that exist that can buff Geo. And like we don't have any real death percent buffer, for example. We don't have a death percent Bennett in the game. Maybe they intended that to be Goro, but Goro is mostly just relevant for C6 because of crit buffing, not because of his tiny little death. I mean, it's not tiny. It's not very much, though. I think it's the equivalent of like, what, 30% defense or something? Ish? 40%? I can go run the numbers on it, but like his baseline kit skill, like defense buff is not that significant. So, yeah. Just got a Nefa. Do I use EM Sands if you have sauce on her? Yes. As long as you're maintaining stacks. To be clear, attack Sands, attack Goblet are fine. Like, I did a whole bunch of testing with, in particular, attack Goblet versus my EM Goblet. And I have really good EM Goblet and a good EM Sands. And, like, because my EM Sands is ridiculous. This is ridiculous, obviously. It was... But so is my attack time piece. Like, I use rerollers to get this piece. And these are similar crit value overall, right? Like I had a good build either way, but Staff of Scarlet Sands gives so much crit rate, to be clear, that it gains a lot more power level having a Sands that has 6 crit damage rolls compared to a more balanced piece that you need for a non-44 crit rate weapon. But you got to make sure you keep up the passive. If you don't keep up the passive, you're getting lower value from the attack conversion, and that's a little awkward. So yes. Anyways, WTF 40 crit damage? Yeah, no, I know. It's the artifact with the highest crit damage substat on my account. Period. The game trolled me a little bit because I used rerollers to get. I used my decree reroll to reroll this piece. It was a 3-line double crit with high roll start. I used my decree reroll for guaranteed 4 lines. And then 2 weeks later, the Stygian pooped this on me, and I was like, okay, then I guess I'm using Staff of Scarlet Sands enough. the choice was taken away from me. So, yep. Anyways, and now, today, I'm still working. I want Columbina and an F on Albade. Not, like, universally. I'll usually leave an F on Albade. I want Columbina to have an option for Albade because of a Raiden team that I like playing. So we're going to do some Gamba shortly for that. And then we'll get into logging into someone's account. So, yeah. Anyways, sorry for the stall. That's my overall thoughts on Zibai. And I did play her, right? That's not just based on looking at calculations or anything. That's based on, you know, some calcs I've seen, of course, and things I've seen other people say about her, and what I've seen other players, other creators play her as well. But it's that in conjunction with the fact that I have played her. But there's more stuff I do want to test, and we'll see if any of the overall thoughts I have there are wrong or not. But is she worth it? I mean, so I guess to simplify the question down, is she worth it? Sorry, this domain is really loud. Let me lower the volume. I don't know why this domain is so loud. As far as you want me to connect out, is she worth it? I think if you like her, if her gameplay seems appealing to you, and like you have need of having more DPSs on your account to build around, she can easily be worth it. Very easily, right? But she's also very skippable. Like she's balanced in a way that's good, I'd say. I am overall happy with how they have chosen to balance her. The other big problem that she has is I think there's a lot of people who probably already committed to having like Flynn's or Nefer. And if you're someone who always wants to play characters in their best teams, you can't play Flynn's and Nefer in their best team. Or sorry, well yes, Flynn's and Nefer you can't play in their best team, just like you also can't play Zibai and Flynn's or Zibai and Nefer. And God forbid you have 3 of these characters. So like the non-cry DPSs all want Columbina. They all gain value from being paired with the Nefa. You don't have to pair Zibai with an F. You don't have to play Flynn's with an F, quite frankly. My favorite Flynn's team does not include an F. But if you want to play characters' best teams, it's a factor. That's all. That you can't, at the same, being that the end game content in this game requires like using the one that's really difficult, that actually necessitates using these really strong DPSs, really strong teams, is Stygian. And you want them to have strong, compelling teams for all 3 of characters, and you don't want to compromise any of them. Well, unfortunately, you don't really have a choice. So R/Flynn's mains hates an Eva. That's funny. They should just play him without an Eva then. They should have pulled Flynn's. Or Flynn's. They should have pulled Flynn's. Yes, I think Flynn's mains should pull Flynn's. They should pull Durin, sorry, is what I meant to say. Hello? There you go. Turn the volume back. There we go. Like they should have pulled Durin, because I think Flynn's best team post Columbina is by far Durin Columbina. Okay. Man, if this is at HP percent. No, I'm looking for double crit pieces. This could be a goblet for my boy, my dragon. So Durin Flynn's Columbina official is barely worse than Flynn's best team, and like to a degree that like unless you are playing Flynn's at dire difficulty, I don't think it will matter on a damage performance level. Right. And it's like a similar amount of 5-star investment and whatever. Frees up your Nefa for another team, and which is where I think a Nefa is actually more valuable, personally, because Flynn's is good enough, and then it makes the balance of Flynn's team's damage feel more satisfying to me. And then, other than that, I think it also just makes Flynn's more fun to play, because I think playing Flynn's without a shield is more interesting. But that's me. So yeah. Anyways, our Flynn's mains finally relieved because people can stop asking whether to pull Bina or Nefa 60 times a day. Anyways, yeah, Nefa is really good. And Flynn's is balanced around a Nefa. And that's the benefit of Zibai. Zibai is not balanced around a Nefa. Well, okay. Zibai is probably balanced somewhat around a Nefa, I guess. Because Zibai, or Nefa can work in Zibai teams without much problem. Is what it is. She is one of the most compelling options for Zibai. That's because Zibai has kind of a flex slot. You can do whatever you want with, as long as it doesn't interfere with the core thing going on. But again, Hydro is kind of optional, so it's not really actually that bad of a thing to not have Hydro going. Anyways, like or to have like your Hydro aura completely consumed by something else. It can cause problems. Don't get me wrong. Like to like put Durin in a Zibai team, and if you have the wrong timings of application. Particularly if you're doing like Columbina and Durin. Like one thing I tested Columbina, Zibai, Durin in either Goro or E-Lua. I don't remember which one I tested in the creator server. same difference, just different amounts of buffing in slightly different ways, right? And I found that I could consistently vaporize on Durin and get hydro crystallize or lunar crystallizes to keep up Zibai's kit fully. But if I screwed up the rotation a little bit, I could get the timing of Pyro off such that like now there's Pyro aura on the enemy and Columbina is like vaporizing off field. Columbina is vaporizing off field, and that also means Columbina's... The bigger deal is actually not Zibai's damage though, because Zibai doesn't lose incredible damage from having minor issues like that. But Columbina's lunar crystallized damage, I believe, turns off. So, not ideal, right? But at the same time, like, it still isn't, like, fundamentally broken, and you just have to rotate well, kind of thing. So, yeah. Official over Sucrose for, yeah, because you get, if you play Flynn's Columbina official Durin, you get 180 EM to official and the on-fielder, and 45% attack. And you get 35% retro total from Durin Hexorai bonus. Like, what Sucrose adds in that team, like if you have a, to be clear, I did testing versus an R1 Wandering Even Star with Flynn's best team because I think that was more closely relatable than trying to test an R5. Maybe an R5 Wandering Even Star Binefa performs so much better. Like maybe your investment in a Nefa is so good. But I also was comparing Flynn's and Nefa on the creator server with Nefa on the new artifact set on a really good build in the new artifact set too, like not too dissimilar, like a little bit worse than my current build actually on Nefa, but not too dissimilar from my current build on Nefa on creator server. And like I don't know what to tell you other than like it was I demonstrated it in the video, yo. I showed it in the video. I've even like recommended it. I popped into random other content creator by Sammy's stream. I popped into her stream. And then she was trying to clear Stygian, and I recommended she play. She was struggling to like balance out the teams needed for clearing the current Stygian. She had Flynn's, and she has Durin, and I was like, try Flynn's official Durin Columbina, and then that gives you a Nefa to do whatever the hell for the Fatui. And then she had to spend a lot of sanity working on fighting the creature. Which she, the crab, which she also, by the way, used my team suggestion for. I suggested Escoffi and Mualani. I believe she succeeded with that, but it took her a while because crab is weird. Which I understood. So, anyways, and that's what she succeeded with because she was struggling on like figuring out what to use for the dog, and like, that's my point. Is like Flynn's Columbina Durin Official performs enough to deal with the dog. So again, unless you're doing dire difficulty, what is the purpose of needing a Nefa for Flynn's if you already have Columbina and Durin at least? Like a same 5-star investment, but again, freeing a Nefa or not needing a Nefa is cool, and I think it makes Flynn's more satisfying to play. So, anyways, Zibai and Peak Patrol. I think the context in which Zibai and Peak Patrol makes the most sense is if you're not playing her like most meta team where you're playing her with a unit buffing her, because she's strong enough that buffing her is better than adding like Albedo or Chiori as far as off-field damage dealers in the team. Although, okay, the weird thing is if you have Albedo or Chiori, why wouldn't you just use this weapon on them instead of on Zibai and then use Harbinger of Dawn on Zibai? That's kind of my question mark in my head. Like, this gives a lot of stats. It gives a whole whack ton of defense. But I don't know. She herself doesn't gain that. She gains nothing from damage bonus, to be clear. Her normal attack damage is actually... She has, and this is part of the things I like about Zibai. She has a larger component of damage contribution that is from non-lunar damage than other non-cry DPSs. And that gives her, again, some more team flexibility that I think is a good thing. So, I don't know. Like, if Zibai had really satisfying animations to me, I'd probably be, like, 100% going to pity for her. But she's just not that satisfying to play to me. But I don't know. Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't really want Zibai because look at my resources. Look at my resources, yo. I have 1.6 million more, and I'm still and the only reason I have that much more is because I'm limited on being. I'm gonna crown her skill, but I can't do it yet because the doctor doesn't want to poop good drops on me. Anyways, all in for Varka. Yeah, I'm kind of all in for the Duke man. So I don't really want to go to pity. I'd rather save my pity for Mr. Duke. So, anyways, and I'm a content creator, to be clear. Like, on a the cost of acquiring characters level, I could just justify on I create content level. But on a level of I don't have the in-game resources to level this many characters. That's why I'm not getting Zibai, and her animations aren't that satisfying. But I'm also pulling for E-Lua today, so we'll see what the hell happens. Surely a Sethos incident doesn't happen. I swear to God, if I end up with like C2 Nubilet and C0 Zibai and trying to get 1 or 2 copies of E-Lua, because I want 2. I would like 3 copies of E-Lua, to be clear, but 2 is kind of the minimum, because C1 E-Lua is energy refunding. I feel like E-Lua is going to be a cooked character to actually use in practice without energy refund. Anyways, holy stall. I'm sorry. I keep on yapping about... I'm yapping about Zibai. It's on topic, but anyways. It's just weird this time because I didn't make a creator server video, so there was things to talk about. I feel like that were important as far as my thoughts. I don't feel like explaining why I didn't make a creator server video. It was mostly my fault. Not just my fault, technically. They could have informed things better to me, but it was mostly my fault. Anyways, we're gonna take a risk. We're just gonna take a big-ass risk. Oh, I'm gonna be real sad if this doesn't work out. And then we'll go see what account we're logging into. Oh boy. HP. Crit rate, crit damage. Would love some EM substat and the other substats. Blah. We want crit mostly, but EM really good. I guess the ideal is 4-line EM flat HP technically. In my case, ER would be fine. Like I can cope with ER in the level of. It's not like there's 0 situations where I'd get value from ER, but most of the situations where I would recommend or personally want to use Albeit on Columbina are the situations where I don't need to burst every rotation, or where I can, in my case, where I can burst every rotation without needing like any energy on her. In which case, ER is not really a relevant stat, but like I can cope that it's not technically useless, particularly for Stygian, to like get initial burst faster. So, anyways, we want crit, like, HP double crit. There's a lot of elixirs. I mean, 4-line mix up for mineral, right? Oh, 4-line mix up for mineral, right? Oh, I don't like minerals. I really hate minerals. Can I throw away that? No. I throw away this. Ooh. Oh, I forgot to freaking... No, wait, did I spend my... No, I did spend my resin. I got so distracted, I forgot if I even spent my resin. Okay, whatever. Please. Fuck me. I fucking hate this game. Alright, sick. I should have foddered my pieces. I fucking hate this ass game. Alright, great. So what the fuck do I do now? Do I bother re-rolling this shitty ass fucking mineral piece of shit garbage? God, I fucking hate this game. Sorry, I hate re-rollers. I used to actually not mind the game of min-maxing builds. Elixirs were a good addition. I just got unlucky, to be clear, with elixirs. The problem is I fucking hate re-rollers. I hate re-rollers because if they didn't exist, I could just throw this piece of shit in the garbage. I could just throw this shit in the garbage and we move on with our life. I hate re-rollers because now re-rollers cause this awful factor of like, do I re-roll this piece of shit garbage with min rolls to make it not piece of shit garbage? Because it's technically possible it could be not piece of shit garbage, but I have to get lucky for it to be not piece of shit garbage. Like, it pisses me off that I have to consider even leveling this to 20 at this point. It's useless for me. I am not... Now it's going to be another month before I have an Albade set, basically. Because it's trash. It's really bad. It's useless. I'm not using that. I refuse. So, like, I actually hate building carriages now that rerollers exist. They annoy me. They annoy me. They're not technically negative, but they make the building experience so annoying as far as making decisions for what to reroll, what to get rid of, for like what you want to prioritize for builds. And this is the kind of artifact without rerollers existing, you just throw it in the trash. You just take the L, you throw it in the trash. It's so easy. I freaking hate rerollers. I knew I was taking a risk for the elixirs. It's fine. Game fucked me. It's fine. But I wouldn't even have a consideration of keeping that piece and now like having a complicated decision factor of do I use rerollers on that or the 700 other pieces that are relevant to reroll, because you get literally 1/10 the amount of rerollers that could actually be useful. If you got 10 times the amount of rerollers would be useful for improving a lot of builds, but they aren't that useful, like because they don't give enough of them. Anyways, that's my freaking reroller for the stream. Fuck rerollers, and because decisions are easier to make if rerollers don't exist. That was not a decision I made with rerollers in mind, but it was. But obviously, if it rolls poorly, then now you get into do I reroll territory? And like, oh, I mean, a 4-line piece is theoretically worth rerolling, but 4-line double min roll pisses me off. If it had 4-line double min roll with EM, I'd be more fine with it, but it's not. And I feel like it's literally just better to continue farming the domain, and I really wanted to continue not farming the domain because I wanted to like get Mora for Varka next patch. That's part of why I took the risks, by the way. That's part of why I took the damn risk to make this artifact. It's because if I got an actually not piece of shit garbage, rerollers are greater than elixirs, I think you're insane, but I respect your right to be insane, Prastel. Like elixirs help you complete builds. I got trolled there, to be clear, for it to go that shitty. But where elixirs can be really fucking valuable is what, like, if that actually didn't roll super shit garbage, that saves me so much goddamn resin from having to continue farming this fucking domain. Like, I could be done with it. I could be done with it, at least for a little while. I can safely have a good enough Albade set that I could happily go and spend my resin building up my resources for new character building, and then I can return the artifact set when I feel like min-maxing or more. And that's what elixirs do for you. They allow you to much easier and quicker reach that point. And like, maybe I should have done a timepiece to technically reach that point. It would have been better, but the problem with using a timepiece is because I have really good timepieces that makes it hard. So anyways, I'm never done with domain, so I value rerollers more. Then you're just prioritizing things the wrong way, in my opinion, but it's fine, because if that's what you get enjoyment out of the game, if you get more enjoyment out of min-maxing characters than you get enjoyment out of just playing with new characters and new teams, then that's fine. Like, I understand why you might feel that way. I think rerollers are shit garbage because they don't give enough of them for them to actually do anything that matters. They're still RNG mess. Like, they don't fucking matter. There's so many times where a reroll's like, I've had times where like, this reroll is unlikely to be, like, this reroll is going to give me guaranteed value, and then it like fucking quadruple min rolls in like quadruple min rolls less than it would have been if it was just like a, and I'm just like, oh cool, so this technically was an improvement by giving me 2% more crit. Like roll variation with the rolls itself, even with the guaranteed rolls, makes them fucking almost useless half the time. Like, I've gotten a very small number of artifacts that are actually useful for rerollers. Like, I just anyways, I hate them. And so I've kind of been defaulting to just using them pretty aggressively because I don't want to think about them as a factor that often if I had stockpiled them. And things like this goblet, I'm inclined to just default to pretending rerollers didn't exist and throw it in the trash. If you get an artifact that's really shitty, and if I have the thought of, is it worth keeping this artifact to reroll, my default is no, I should just throw it away. That's my default at this point. If I'm asking myself and I have to spend 2 hours and map out what exactly I want to use my rerollers on, when the rerollers might be RNG and fuck over things anyways and then do nothing, like, they don't fuck over anything, but they might just do nothing like they do most of the time, then whoop-de-doo, throw them in the garbage, right? So anyways, I want to emphasize also that that goblet is still technically useful for me. Like, Albade, for the team context of this team that I want to use it on, Albade is so much of a significant improvement that artifact, using that and then completing my build on 4-piece Albade would still be a damage improvement for me, by the way. Like, I have the XP. We'll maybe test it later. We technically have one more minimum crit roll we gotta get. Okay, can you stop putting poopy fodder in, please? Double me? No? Frick you. Okay. Okay. Wow, I was right. Bro, it was double min roll with 2 fucking low rolls and a crit damage, right? That was 2.7, 6.2, 6.2, I think. I hate roll variation so much. I actually maintain the two core problems in the artifact system are roll variation and like XP problems, because like the reroller thing is only a problem because of how important it is. Like it is actually quite important to be smart with your XP management by throwing away old artifacts into new artifacts, quite frankly. So anyways, no, sorry, sorry, I forgot how shitty mineral start is. This was that actually high rolls? Sorry, 17.1. Wait, no. Sorry, I did the math. No. 17.1 minus 5.4. 11.7 minus... Oh, okay. Great. This was mineral low roll crit damage. Go fuck yourself, game. Anyways. 22 CV from a... This is why I don't do goblets, by the way. Goblets are so high risk on elixirs, but in this case, I had a good enough time piece that I think it was worth the risk, but... Oh well. Anyways, let's go look at my DMs. Sorry. Oh, Sylveon DM me. If you want to use my Zibai in 20 minutes, I didn't know you pre-farmer. Night Sky build just isn't the greatest. I'll go check for other people quick, Sylveon. Particularly because I think you have a little bit of high investment into certain supports. I didn't. I just had 5k resin to spend Lamau. Alright. But yeah, I think you're like C6 should load in might cause some issues in testing. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. I'm not sure. Okay, I got a DM from someone. They have a C2R1 Zibai, her premium team. I mean, if we want to check out unrelatable Zibai, maybe, yeah. Not fully built, level 70 out of 80. I mean, it's kind of she's a def scaler. I kind of want to level in level 90 Zibai. Okay. Thank you for everyone that it's offering, though, to be clear, regardless of your investment. Okay, you can use my account, poly leveled Zibai, talent levels 896. Okay. Why, just FOAI, Zibai's normal attack talents are literally useless. Literally useless. Don't level them. Don't level them at all. Unless you're doing some C6 Bennett plunge Chunyun shenanigans. 99% exploration, bro. Why? Because there's 2 Primogems left in the reason. Why the fuck do I care? Sorry, I play explore. I explore not to get the map to 100%. I explore because I want to explore. Anyways, sorry, I'm getting annoyed lately at people like being like, "Oh, you don't fully explore 100% of Genshin Impact. You didn't find that one little rock that gives you 2 Mora." No, I didn't. And I think it's more fun if I'm just wandering around Nogcry yapping about some random bullshit for 3 hours straight and I find that rock 3 years later. I'd be like, oh, that's funny. I have 100% or basically 100% exploration here and I didn't find this rock. That's more enjoyable to me. Sorry. Anyways. Anything past or C3 shouldn't do much if you remove Peak Patrol song for Shalana? Yeah, okay. Anyway, sorry. So, anyway, okay, so Vic is a good option. Also, I guess that people want me to do viewer polls when the banner is... I'm assuming people on the EU already pulled for her, but I guess NA peoples, if you want to pull for her later, I can pull for you. If you want. I didn't do makeup form for it, though, so it'll just be on the whimsies. Rocks don't give you Mora. There are literally rocks in the game that give you Mora, yo. Oh, they give pennies. Sorry, that's your small message. I'm dumb. Alright, okay, yeah, let me see if Vic are you still watching? Sure. Still... We'll try Vic's account. I don't know what supports they have, but they showed me a screenshot of... They have Iraku, which is cool. They also have Peak Patrol, which is good, and Lo-Fi. And Lo-Fi's not 90, but it's not that big a deal. They also have Fluta Epsitol. Do you have Harbinger? Hopefully you have Harbinger. Yeah, we'll log in right now. Alright. Turtle. Mm-hmm. Man, fucking God, I'm so goddamn bummed about that goblet, yo. Like, I fucking really wanted to be done with farming that domain for now. But also, this means who the frick knows how long it's gonna take me to make a video. Like, I wanted to make a video being like, wow, it was a kind of a pain in the ass and a dick move from MiHoYo to release a domain where, you know, there's reasons to have this artifact set on multiple characters, multiple non-cry characters in the same team, Columbina and Nefa, that is. And like trying to build Columbina and a Nefa both in this new artifact set is such a pain in the ass. Normally a new artifact set releases and it's like, oh, I just need to care about it for like one character currently and maybe some future characters. No, instead, anyway, you understand. You do have level 90 Harbinger. Let's go. Like, man. Like, now I literally might have to spend another month at Resonance Domain. Which, by the way, this is yet another reason, like if that Goblet had rolled well, more reason to get Zibai. Unironically. If that Goblet had rolled well, more reason to get Zibai, because that gives me spare resin to not have to spend on the domain, but instead, I could use that to level a character. So, this is more reason I don't want Zibai, unironically. Because now I have to spend resin elsewhere. Ugh. Whatever. Anyways, let me make sure I switch to EU. Thank you, Vic, for letting me log in. Seems like this account should be a good one. They have the weapon options. The real question will be what teammate options we have. The least likely one that I might have to find another account for is I want to test some stuff with Yunjin on her. Look at that pretty lady. Wow. I want to test... Yeah, anyways, her animations are pretty. Like, I appreciate, like, having a character with pretty understated animations. So, also, her banner art is kind of nice looking, too. Wow, anyway, 8 Primogems to your name. Oh boy, relatable. Anyways, my pleasure. Thank you, thank you. So, better than farming multiple domains? I mean, yeah, no, I don't disagree, but... Anyways, so Araku build makes sense. 399 EM is kind of funny. Yep, that makes sense for an Araku build. It's a little low in crit rates, not that low to be clear. But with E-Lua, so without E-Lua, this is only 79% crit rate. With E-Lua, it is. Oh, hello. Okay, well that's a factor we'll have to keep in mind. How much red shred is this? And the C2. Okay, the damage bonus we can... Actually, I don't know if the damage dummy supports. So the extra red shred we can, in the damage dummy, we can remove the extra red shred, I think. Or close enough, right? How'd your polls go? I haven't done polls yet. I'm on someone else's account right now, but we'll see what happens. Anyways, sorry, what am I doing? Scroll. I think instructors are technically better for Zibai, by the way, in case that matters to you. Well, not even technically, I think it's just like significantly better. So, FYI to that, Vic, but we'll probably... Maybe I'll just use scroll since she's C3. Maybe that's the easy option, but... easy, lazy option. But I don't know exactly how much C3... Like, C2 does technically not nothing, because some of her, like 20% of her damage contribution does scale. Well, actually 20% in teams where you're more buffing your lunar crystallized damage, technically. Which does include this team, I think. But in teams where you are, there are team formats where you'll be doing more, not more normal attack damage than her lunar damage, but like more total percentage. And so certain team formats will have more an effect from like damage bonus buffs from Shilonen than other teams. So anyways, point is the damage bonus from C2 doesn't do nothing, but it also doesn't necessarily do a lot, and obviously it does help in Nefa and Columbina too. So I mean, we could remove HP from Columbina in the damage dummy, and in Nefa we can just burst every other rotation, unless this seems like a burst every rotation build. Oh, it is a burst every rotation build. Okay, never mind, we can burst every rotation. Or you want Albid? Interesting. Okay. Yep, that's what I expected an Albade build to look like. Aw. I would have been more happy with this than what my piece of poopy was. Oh man. Also, I wish to mention, like, if those 2 poopy rolls into crit damage had been crit rate instead, that also would have been a more usable goblet. Crit damage low rolls was literally the worst case possible. That goblet rolled the worst it basically could possibly roll on my account. God, like, it was literally worst case scenario there. Frick you, game. Other than it technically was a 4-liner, but the 4-line didn't do anything for me. Did literally nothing. So, unless I reroll it, which I don't think I want to. I think I would rather just continue farming the domain. Anyways. Okay, so we'll have to figure out the horse. We'll have to figure out that. Other GOT mates. Okay, you got a lot of characters. We have a Chiori. She's level 80, a little sad. That's fine, I suppose. We have Shilonen, obviously. We have no Zhongli. It's not that big a deal, but it's a thing. We have a C6 dog. I don't really think he needs to be leveled, so that's fine. So Goro, by the way, is definitely a burst every rotation type of deal. His C6 is... oops. Make Twitch chat go away. Remind me to bring it back up. C6 is after using all-round defense or forward into victory, aka skill or burst. You get his stuff. So you use instructors on him, burst every other rotation because he has a 20-second cooldown. And if you do that, Goro is a quite good buffer. He's a worse buffer if you don't burst every other rotation. And you don't really have to level him much other than for the defense bonus. I believe if this... Let me go double check quick. Let's go to... Amber. I'm just going on my phone. Goro. Like, the only reason to invest in him more... You don't have to build any particular stat, because all of his buffs he gives are either from his C6 or from just this skill giving a def increase and some geo damage bonus. So with a level 13, and his Q is just damage to level it up, so there's no reason to really level his Q. If you level 13, so fully crowned, he gives a def increase of 438. And, oh, the geo damage bonus doesn't even change. Great. So you gain 180 defense from level 0, or level 1, sorry, aka level 4, versus level 13. And, like, if we're being realistic, it's very cheap to level his skill up to 6. Obviously, you need to send him a tiny little bit, and you get 350. So, like, minimum investment Goro, which this is technically a little bit lower than minimum investment, is an additional 90 defense over this one. So what is 90 defense? And that's probably where you should leave it at, unless you're really, truly trying to min-max things, so you need every bit of damage possible. You should leave Goro at probably a level, like, 9 or 10 talents. 11 at most, probably. So I guess, here, let's check 11, because 11 is more realistic. Level 11 is... Oops, wrong talent. 391. So that is 133 defense. Wait, no. Yes. No, that's correct. Yeah. 133 defense, which on Zibai... So we have a level 90 to Zibai. She does have a lot of base defense, right? She has 957. So 133 divided by 957. That is equivalent to like 2 high defense rolls. High defense rolls being about 7%. So like, you know, it's not nothing, to be clear. Like, I think if you're using Goro, you should level his skill a little bit, but it's not a lot. Anyways, 2-piece E-Lua put ins. You mean Silken Moon Serenade? I assume that was a typo. You can. The problem with Silken Moon Serenade Goro is his off-field, as far as I'm aware, yeah, no, he doesn't do any damage with his skill. He only does off-field damage with his burst. So you're going to lose uptime on Silken Moon Serenade on him if you don't burst, which means every other rotation would have downtime issues. So no, Goro should use one of the best artifact sets in the game that everyone underestimates, and including this account. But at least you have some. And we at least have the ability to force it, which is good, because that's all we really need to do for most Zibai teams. Yeah. Oh, it's this, and this is all Shalonen's best set for by an, I believe, a meaningful margin. So level 11 gives 392 defense. Yep, that's where I got the 133. I was saying 133 over what my current investment in Goro is. Like I'm saying a level 40 Goro with no talent level ups. What do we gain from leveling Goro more? We gain 2 defense rolls essentially. And you should do that. 2 defense rolls that's free damage for extremely low resource investment, and also making it so he doesn't get one tapped by an enemy damage instance when you are on field with him is probably good. But like, that was my point, and that's why I did 133. Like, yes, he is giving more than that in total, but at a baseline. Like, if you want total, level 11 gives 392. Divided by 957 is 41% defense. So divide that by 7, that's about 6 defense rolls. 6 high defense rolls, mind you. That's pretty good. Like, his skill buff is something, but my point is you don't have to level him much for it. And I was checking what relevance that has, and the point is the relevance it has is the equivalent of having 2 more defense substats. So, like, is there room for 2 more defense substats in this build? Not really on that. That's ridiculous. If you're using EM timepiece, you should use def. EM timepiece is quite significantly worse from the numbers I ran. There is room for more defense percent substats. Yeah, both the timepiece and the flower could have def percent substats. So, and also we don't have def timepiece, so... That's a little bit troll of the game. to get a geo damage bonus goblet double crit, but not getting a def percent goblet. 70 watt streak. Wow. Exile set is good as well. I mean, like, sure, yes. If you're talking generically, not really for these teams. Like you should keep some exile artifacts, but like regenerating energy for other characters externally is a cool thing. That's what people used on Gora before, but like with Ito or whatever. The energy is interesting as an option, I guess, for Zibai Columbina teams, because it's not like the bursting on Columbina, whatever, does something, right? But unless you need the energy, I wouldn't use exiles on Goro on a Zibai team. That's my overall vibe. So, anyways, frick. So, yeah, you do have C6, but we would need. So, if anyone further wants, I think this account would be good enough for testing most things with Zibai. We can test stuff with Yunjin, but if anyone hasn't invested Yunjin, so this account doesn't have Durin, which is one of the contexts in which I wanted to test with Yunjin, because I want to test Yunjin with Zibai, with Durin and no Hydro. And this is like the one thing that makes me kind of tempted to have her on my main account. So if anyone has a Yunjin build that is actually, doesn't have to be like triple crown or anything, to be clear, or it doesn't have to be crown burst, but leveled burst, because she's an annoying character that takes some investment. Ideally, you know, fully ascended, probably level 90, because her buff skills on burst are close to level 90. Level 87, like my main account, is fine. And level 11 burst, at least, is my thinking. And it has to be C6, I think, also, for me to test what I want to test. But she's kind of a rare character for people to actually have invested resources into. So, might not be able to find that account today, unfortunately. But I will still test things. Actually, let's just test the theoretical baseline. That I was curious of, that I want to showcase with Zibai quick, which is seeing, without Hydra going, right? Seeing, so we'll do without Yunjin first. I forgot the Yunjin noise. Let's give her E-Lua on 5. You should probably put Dragon's Bane on E-Lua. Actually, what's your E-Lua at? That's the real question. Forgot to check my boy. Ooh, that's unfortunate. I love that they did this, guys. I love that they did this. Oh, should we have the E-Lua rant already? This was not the focus. This is not the focus of the E-Lua rant. Also, I should put the Twitch chat back up. So I like the boy's design. I think it's cool that he got quests. He's got a nice little scar on his neck. This dude was so damn close. He was so damn... So actually, okay. First of all, let's keep things simple. For the purpose of 4 Zibai, I really, really do not like, case in point, this account. Really, really do not like that you need C2 to compellingly use Silk and Moon Serenade on him. Because I just mentioned with Goro a second ago, how like Goro, you need to burst on him to get off-field damage. Well, E-Lua, to get off-field damage to keep up the uptime of Silk and Moon Serenade, you need C2 of E-Lua. No, this is a C0 Zibai. The other account, I had an option of logging into a C2 Zibai account. So this does off-field damage, and the important thing with this, it does a little bit of damage. But the most important thing with this is it enables Silk and Moon Serenade on him. So that enables you to do like Silk and Moon Serenade, E-Lua, Columbina on Albade, and then like instructors on your other unit, right? Shalonen, you would need C2 to use in that context because you're doing triple Geo. But if you're doing Zhongli or another Hydra unit or whatever, right? You have a bunch of options for the off-field or the 4 slot, right? So you can do another DPS unit, right? You don't have to use it. You don't have to use an instructor unit, to be clear. You can do E-Lua, Columbina. Like E-Lua, Columbina is going to be a common default combo for a lot of people, right? It's not needed to use E-Lua, to be clear, as like a good thing for Zibai. She does not need to use E-Lua. But like having this is kind of nice because it gives you better flexibility with build options. It means like if we want to use E-Lua on this account, we do 2-piece EM because you just min-max his buff because he gives a buff to Zibai based on his elemental mastery stat. And yep. So anyways, this E-Lua without C2 is to some degree maybe just frankly not even worth investing into for Zibai. It like maybe is depending on how much this account's owner wants to like have better Zibai team options, but they have a C2 Shalonen, they have Inefa, like I don't know, right? Like and they have other options too for slotting in a second Geo unit or the third Geo unit in the team. That like, do they need to pull C2's E-Lua or like no? Like he is an optional teammate for her, but a nice to have for more team options. And some of the things I want to test, like with no Hydro Zibai, for example, want E-Lua, and no Hydro Zibai without E-Lua C2, kind of rough. For example, why? Like for Zibai, in my opinion, to give him true value, you need C2. That's balls. That's like for Zibai, that's balls. Like as far as him primarily being made as a Zibai buffer, because that's what he was made to do. And you might by going through his kit, or if someone like was talking about him because they didn't realize or whatever, it's really easy for this misinformation to happen because it's really sneaky. If you read through his kit, you're like, oh, you gain a buff that buffs geo damage, and like, oh, the geo damage bonus is very, very small. So normal geo bonus is not that significant. But oh, if the damage is lunar crystallized, the damage is increased further. And whoa, that buff is way bigger. That's a big ol' buff for lunar crystallized damage. That's sick because lunar crystallized, you can do something like say, how about Noel lunar crystallized or Ningguang lunar crystallized, and play Columbina, E-Lua with other Geo units, right? And have Lunar Crystallized going. And my gosh, he must increase the Lunar Crystallized reaction damage a ton. This must be like Llama buff or Hyper Bloom, where it makes your Hyper Bloom damage way bigger because it gives a buff to the reaction itself, right? No, it doesn't, because it has this cringe ass line where when normal attacks, charge attacks, plunging attacks, elemental skills, and aka everything other than the reaction actually itself, everything other than the reaction itself, it gets the buff. Like, so it's only geo damage, and then if that geo damage from talent damage, basically, that's what normal charge blah 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 means. If it's geo damage or lunar crystallized damage, you get the buff from talent damage. Reaction geo damage does not get it. This character could have been one of the most fun characters in the game for making there be new reasons to do all kinds of fun things, like Kachina E-Lua Columbina would have been super fun. Would have been super fun. And with C0 E-Lua, by the way, no C2 bullshittery required. I mean, it could still be nice as an option again for the artifact set, but not as important, I would say, for other team options. So they literally made one of the most, and like, I don't think this would have broken, like Lunar Crystallize and this buff isn't so strong that like, OMG, Noelle being able to have E-Lua as a buffer, buffing the reaction damage more, would have because putting E-Lua in the team means removing another compelling unit from the team. Because let's say I'm playing Noelle, Farina, Columbina, Shilonen. Well, I replace Shilonen there. Well, one, I lose some healing, which is kind of not ideal, but Noelle works for healing enough. But especially if you're trying to do Farina Columbina with like Nick Wong, so a geo unit that doesn't heal with their main damage dealing, right? Because that's one of the interesting things with Noelle. She can be your only healer for Farina. But like, point is, if I'm removing Shilonen in a Noelle team in favor of adding E-Lua, well, I'm losing the Red Shred, which is also buffing the reaction itself, right? In exchange for gaining a tiny little bit of crit value from Geo, losing Red Shred, losing damage bonus, but I gain the Geo flat buff. But it's only a tiny Geo flat buff for Noelle's talent damage, and the Lunar Crystallized reaction damage itself is not buffed at all, again. And also his flat buff is only on-fielder. It's not off-field Geo damage either. If his tiny Geo damage buff affected like Chiori's off-field damage, it would be, or Albedo's or whatever, or Kachina's, it would be better too. Like, they made so many specific, like, they wanted this dude to only be a Zibai buffer, and it's just super lame. It's super lame. It's really, really freaking lame. This character was so damn close with the most simple of changes to being extremely fun. And he's like probably one of the most Hoyoverse hates fun, or not Hoyoverse. I need to stop generalizing to Hoyoverse because the Hoyo teams are very different from each other. Genshin, it's the most Genshin developers hate fun ass character we've seen in a while, in my opinion. There you go. There's the E-Lua rant. Let's go test things. Sorry. So, should we just... Yeah, this thing won't attack me. I think it'll be fine. And by the way, that rant, well, I didn't even record it. I probably should have recorded it. But that rant will happen again in a Zibai video. Unironically, my dislike of what they did to E-Lua is part of the reason I still technically could have made a Zibai pre-release video. But I was going to have like a more... Because creator server videos, I will tell you, they don't like you being negative in tone, and I would be willing to say that my feelings about E-Lua are quite negative because of what could have been, right? Which is fair. And like, being that the focus of the video is not supposed to be Zibai, I wouldn't really disagree with the Hoyoverse being like, could you not have a E-Lua angry rant in the video? But honestly, I want to have an angry rant about E-Lua in an edited Zibai video, because E-Lua was essentially made to be a Zibai bundle character, and at least he's balanced in a way that you don't need him, and that's good for Zibai owners. But then, like, he didn't have to be made to just be a Zibai bundle character, right? And anyway, so one of the reasons I decided not to make the creator server video, this wasn't it was a side effect of, it was a rationalization of like, you know what, I'm fine not pushing myself to make a creator server video, because this gives me the freedom to make an angry rant in my video that Hoyoverse wouldn't want. Anyways, so what we're gonna do here is remove her weapon, Just give her 5. And then give you the 5. And then give you ER. Crit rate. We're not testing any buff right now. This is not an invested Yunjin. I just want to get her burst because I need her burst to test things. And 20 ER and crit rate, perfect. ER and ER. Bam! Look at that! Look at that! Perfect Yunjin. Okay, Mona Dura with Zibai at some point. Yeah. So again, if anyone has I'd say based on this account, the kind of account that I think I might still want is to test something on is an account with Durin. This account doesn't have Durin. And then I'm blind, right? No, he's not here. And then an account. So if you have an account with Durin and like a built Yunjin, I would love that. I'd appreciate that. So no way is the best character in the game in Nefa. Okay, I'll give you a real quick review, but like I don't want to. I've been having enough distraction already. Browser. Nefa deathmatch. 90. Wow, that's a good freaking Albeit build. Jesus. Yep, that's a really good deathmatch. Albeit build. A little low on attack, and by a little low I mean there's literally no attack subsets unless some flat attack, but your crit value is really good. The timepiece and then getting attack percent subsets is the only real improvements you can have. So like, I don't think this is a number 1 Akasha build or anything. It's probably like top. It's probably top 1-2%. New artifact set.
All their feats will be like the moon's reflection on water.
This is just a having other relevant substat diff and slightly low values into crit. This is your flower and feather, and then the timepiece is just okay diff. Is why you don't have a higher ranked in Nefa, but it doesn't really matter that much in my opinion. So yeah, nice in Nefa. Quite good build for how new the artifact set is. How much attack should she have? You don't need any particular amount of attack. Her one, I think she has the non-cry thing where, you know, she increases lunar charge base damage up to a percentage point based on her attack. You only need 2k to reach this. This should be pretty trivial to reach. I guess that and to be clear, this in Nefa didn't seem like it had that, but I'm pretty sure that doesn't include the attack buff from Deathmatch's passive, right? So it should have that. But other than reaching 2k, and again, like not hitting 2k is not like hitting 1,950 attack versus 2k is not gonna like make or break your build. It just means up to 2k attack you get higher value from attack percent. It is not Nefa's kit doesn't work if you don't have 2k attack, right? So is grinder skill worth it? Not really. All right. Anyways, so what I want to test here is not putting Hydra on the enemy. So quick rundown of her kit. You press her E, you do normal attacks, and you basically just spam normal attacks. When exactly you time her skill activation can matter a little bit for the gameplay optimization, but it's like relatively minor gameplay optimization. Like I'd say it's more gameplay. It's probably the same amount of gameplay optimization Flynn's has, but not like. It's not like it's not gonna be. I would be okay. There's probably gonna be weird combos, and that's part of what I'm testing here. There's probably gonna be weird combos, but it's not gonna be Skirk or Mawika combo stuff ever. I'd be quite surprised. It might include some animation cancels of certain things in some context to min-max her, but it's like really, it's gonna be minor things of like the combo optimization that lets you get her skills out sooner. I'd say from a min-max potential and like Stygian Onslaught kind of thing in her best teams already. But otherwise, there's reasons to optimize her combos when you're doing something weird, like not playing her with Hydra, which is where I'm getting to. And that is kind of interesting. Other than that, like as far as gameplay optimizations, you should use her burst right after you use her skill, is my general experience. You don't have to build her to burst every rotation, to be clear. But using her burst after using a skill, because her burst will extend her skill state if need be. Usually you don't need to extend the skill state that badly from it. But more importantly, by the time the burst is done, like doing its damage, you will get another skill use back. So it's relevant. But yeah, anyways, you get the point. Burst is good. It's worth using. Don't necessarily need to build extra for it. But her normal attacks, anyways. So her normal attacks do a little bit of damage, and they're purely defense scaling when you go into her skill state. But then when you get 70 points, so if we click on, I believe this, yeah. When you get 70 points out of 100 max that she can have, and she gets some of those points in a few ways, you can activate her special skill, and she can activate her special skill 4 times in her skill duration. It's a set limit. This is like the equivalent of if Kenichi's kit said, once you do 4 cannon shots, skill ends, right? That's basically what this says. When like you only get a limited number of her big damage instance. So she doesn't have any optimal. That's why she doesn't have I don't think she's going to have gameplay optimization like Kenichi ever, where you min-max her combos to get as many points as possible to get like a 5th skill out. It's not possible. She has a set limit in her skill. Her state just goes, nope, fuck you, it's over if it's done. So already found a combo, pretty easy combo that cuts out her field time by 2 seconds. 2N4 EEE. I mean 2N4 EEE Q or N4E. Her normals are relevant? No, I mentioned before you shouldn't level her normals. I'm not sure why Vic leveled her normals. Maybe they didn't know. It definitely like burst is relevant, but this talent, the skill talent is skill talent is it's a typical thing to do nowadays where yeah, the character does normal attacks, but this replaces her normal attack multipliers. That's why it has the 1 hit, 2 hit, 3 hit, 4 hit, whatever. This is just her attack scaling multipliers if you don't use her skill at all. So if you're doing plunge shenanigans, can she plunge, by the way? I think she can. But her plunge doesn't have a special multiplier, does it? She can plunge, but it's attack scaling. Okay. So you can technically do geo plunging if you want, but it would technically be better to do non-geo plunging. Anyways, whatever. Like these are attack scaling unless you're doing plunge shenanigans or something else weird. Like if you want to do shenanigans are fun, but you know, there's not a default reason to level these up at all. Save the resources if like the resources from this definitely should have been put into the burst or into crowning the skill. But oh well. You live and learn sometimes. So she anyway, when you do her skill, she needs 70 points and she can accrue a total of 100 in her meter, so she has a little bit of overflow, which is nice. Unlike Kenichi, who I believe doesn't have any overflow, just when it maxes out, you want to use it as soon as possible. It's part of what makes Kenichi a little bit hard to play. But yeah, and obviously she doesn't have the movement gimmick Kenichi has, but other than that, like she's very, very similar to Kenichi on a baseline level. But doesn't have the movement gimmick, right? Like obviously that's the core difference that is going to make the experience of playing these characters different. She's a more comfortable unit to play as well, just by far, I would say. Anyways, so you get 10 points every second, and then 5 points when hitting a character with their normal attacks, but that 5 points from normal attacks can only trigger every 0.5 seconds. This 0.5 seconds limit, I think, actually might cook some relevance of doing certain things, but it also pushes you towards potentially doing weird combos. So, and I'm gonna have to maybe do some frame analysis, which is a little annoying, of seeing when she gains points from her normal attacks to see. One, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if her 4th. So when you have Ascendant Gleam, when you do her 4th normal attack, there's a additional instance of damage that is considered Lunar Crystallize reaction damage. And I don't know if that counts as a normal attack hit though, because it's this lunar phase 4 shift additional damage. So you can see we have 1 hit, 2 hit, the 3 hit has 2 components, and then the 4 hit, and then the 4 hit has a follow-up attack. So that is right? That little swirl that happened. So I did 1, 2, 3, 4, right? Sorry, I counted the N3 as 2. I'll do it one more time, sorry. So, normal attack 1, normal attack 2, normal attack 3 has 2 hits, normal attack 4, and it has the little follow-up swing. That's the, like, Ascendant Gleam follow-up lunar charge damage, which is relatively small scaling, but it's some additional damage. It's not, like, the end-all be-all to, like, necessarily use. The important thing to me there, though, is whether or not that gives 5 points. If that 4th attack gives 5 points, it is potentially worth using and just spamming normal attacks with Yunjin, and it might... The theory is with attack speed and a little bit of hit lag extension maybe, and the passive 10 points per second, and maybe some combo optimization, which is kind of in conjunction with hit lag stuff, it might be possible to get 4 skills out of her, the full 4 skills, without any Hydro. At a baseline, that seems like it shouldn't be possible because Hydro gives 35 points out of the 70 she needs. For each skill usage, you can, if you have a Lunar Crystallize happen, after each skill usage, you get 35 points, basically. And so half of what you need, and that lets you get her skills a lot quicker. So Hydro is really good for her, and Hydro teammates are some of the few options, like Columbina and I know in particular are some of the few options that actually are characters that buff her. There's not that many characters in the game that actually buff her, so you should just use Hydro with her. You probably should do non-Hydro teams, but I think it's relevant to discuss for the future because they could easily just randomly release a unit in the future that might not fit into the typical format for like premium Zibai teams, but uplifts her lower investment teams and makes her more viable without Hydro. And then also theoretically gives her more adaptability if you against enemies, like because there's literally enemies in the game that punish you for playing Hydro, right? So this would mean like this dude is normally not ideal to play with Zibai, but if you do a non-Hydro team with Durin, Yunjin, Goro, C6 instead, now Zibai can actually do things. So I don't know if the attack speed will matter that much necessarily. In theory, it should get us some extra normal attacks. That would mean extra point generation. My guess, though, is that I don't think I'll be able to get 4. My guess is I'll only be able to get 3. Even with Yujin attack speed buff and whatever, right? So, anyways, at a baseline, though, I should just show that I believe you can get 3 just with passive generation entirely. So I'll go into skill. I think I wasn't hitting before because it... So I'm going to have to redo this. Is this counting as hitting? I'm not sure it counts as hitting. Okay, we need to redo and make sure I wait for it to actually be up. She does almost nothing without Lunar Crystallize. What do you mean almost nothing? Like, to be clear, the Lunar Crystallize reaction damage itself also contributes to team damage. Like, her teams are worse without Hydro. You should use Hydro with her. But I literally just explained why there's context where you might want to consider not playing Hydro with her. And having the ability to do some damage. Like, saying she does nothing is a misunderstanding of her kit. No, she is not very flashy at all. Okay. Oops. That does. The special lunar hit does definitely. Yep, you can hit 3. Yeah. Okay. So you can see I can get 3 for sure. Which is exactly what I expected because it's not like you can run the numbers on it and how much you generate during her skill state. Now, the amount of time she takes to get 3 is not ideal. Like I don't think you should play her without a Hydro at a baseline, but it is relevant for the context where they like, especially next year. Like, are they for sure going to go anti-Hydro? I don't know. I don't know. I don't work at Hoyoverse. I don't know what their plan is next year. But when they've been having a year where like the meta is Hydro for all the Hydro special new reaction things, what do you think is a good strategy for them to make you pull the new characters for endgame next year? It's probably putting in anti-Hydra mechanics. It's the easiest method. And yeah, I would not be surprised at all. Like, they'll probably have a unit that actually does one Hydra and does something with freeze, because, like, God, freeze is neglected. The fact that we don't have lunar freeze is quite sad. But, like, I don't know. Like, the fact that freeze exists means hopefully they don't go super anti-Hydra next year. I hope. But at the same time, if they make Hydra really good next year, it probably means a lot of lunar teams are really good next year, and that gives people less reason to pull for characters next year. So, yeah, and they can do Rhyme Grass reaction next year, right? And that'd be more interesting, to be clear, than just playing all the lunar DPSs again. I'm not saying they shouldn't give reasons to pull new characters next year. I just think it's likely. So, mark my words, I think this will become relevant in the future. Mark my words. I think it will be relevant to know that you can utilize Zibai and have her still perform decently without Hydro. Like, as a further reference point, I ran calcs on, like, I believe the team I checked was, okay, this was C2 Shalana, to be fair. Was it C2 Shalana? Because I was checking on my account, to be clear. I don't remember what the non-C2 Shalana team was. I don't know. Again, there's no universal context where I'd recommend it at a baseline. You should use Hydra with her on a default generic recommendation level. But enemy context matters. When I checked Shalonen with C2, with E-Lua C2, and I never checked anything weird with Inefa, by the way, because Inefa needs Hydro anyways, but Inefa is a potential weird enabler as an option, but you probably shouldn't. And I don't know, they might release future non-cry units as weird enablers too. I wish there was more compelling non-cry, because you still want to, like, her Ascending Gleam stuff for the artifact sets, even at minimum, is probably the more annoying restriction than the Hydro. The Zibai combo I mentioned in action. Cool. I mean, how fast does it get her 4 skills out, by the way? Like, it's definitely relevant, but I don't think it's relevant to most players, but, like, it will be relevant in some combos, some contexts.
The rain and clouds that grace the earth beneath.
8 NAEEE.
Was never meant to be a foreign realm.
I'm surprised I can do 8 NAEEE. Is it gonna play? Hello? Reddit? What is happening? What is this video? Oh, there we go. Okay. Wow, I'm so surprised the timing works out like that. Holy. That's interesting. In that. Okay. I was expecting you to just pull up Reddit. I mean, someone gave me a Reddit link for the footage, so. Yeah, that does look more fun to do for sure. Like, so what was the skill? Sorry, let me see what the skill cooldown was. Because when I did combo testing on CE, I didn't have the thought of trying a combo like this, to be clear. So this is cool. But what is her skill cooldown? When you get the 4 skill? Bursted, and then she has, like, okay. Yeah, that is faster than what I did. Okay. I think I think when I was practicing combos, the lowest I got, but it felt a little RNG based on the timing, so I don't know how consistent that combo is, for example. The timing of Hydro Crystallizes might matter. Or Lunar Crystallizes, same diff. But anyways, I got down to longer than that. Like, I think it was like a second-ish longer. How often will that second matter is the real question, right? The problem is, okay, so for one, I think it matters, and like, it theoretically reduces her cooldowns with Columbina to Columbina, you can burst every rotation already on her. You don't, like, you can either do 17-second rotations bursting every rotation, or or theoretically down towards even lower. If you use Shalonen, So E-Lua, I think is the limiter. If you use E-Lua, he has a 15-second burst. Can you do 15-second rotations with her? Oh yeah, her skill is 18 seconds. I forgot. Never mind. Yeah, that kind of cooks things. Never mind. I lied. Okay. No, it's pointless. It's just, yeah, okay, sorry. I was trying to think if it does reduce her rotation times, because that significantly increases team DPS, but no. I forgot about her own freaking 18-second cooldown. Whoopsies. Yep, I should have remembered to check the DPS cooldown first. Give her Thundering Fury. So unironically, that like maybe could have been good, except unfortunately, Thundering Fury does not trigger on Crystallize. Sad. Anyways, I wish it did. I really wish it did. The Candace. I mean that. Candace, E-Lua. I'm honestly kind of cooking. You're kind of cooking these. But the problem is, I think you're not going to usually trigger with Hydro. I think you're usually triggering with Electro. Would it though? I don't know. Fuck. All right, add that to the list to test. I don't like the B. We don't have E-Lua C2 in this account. God damn it. Candace, E-Lua, Zibai, TF. And then Inefa. If that works. Theoretical. What is the theoretical? You probably do one Hydro, two, you get 3. Sorry, let's can we need 3 seconds of cooldown reduction in theory. Also, no, her skill does go on cooldown when you go under spell skill state. It should be fine. Decrease by 1 second. Surely you can trigger 3 lunar charges. We need 3 lunar charges or more to be triggered. Okay. I'm not gonna lie. It's very possible, I think, that E-Lua, like E-Lua C6 Candace with Inefa could be one of her better teams without Columbina. If that does work. I'm like, you might really be cooking these. You might unironically be accurate. Like, think about it for a second. Like, Candace versus Aino is not losing that many stats. E-Lua is good doing E-Lua buffing. You still have double non-cry. You still get, right? You still get an F of damage. Like, it's the only thing that makes it fundamentally worse is that we're losing Columbina damage, right? And then a little bit of the buff from Columbina too, obviously. But what we gain is faster rotations. So if this combo is consistent and not RNG dependent on timings of things, we don't need a burst of rotation. Like, the burst took 2 seconds there, yo. 2-3 seconds. Oh, frick me, Mies. The problem is TF is a bad set, to be clear, for her. Like, you want the non-cry DPS set, let's be real. But it's not like it's impossible. Like, Harbinger Dawn gives a lot of crit for free, yo. Maybe a good enough TF build. I don't know. The problem, like, the problem is new artifact sets are too good. That's probably the real reason that cooks it, if anything. But it does seem very fun.
Before cultivating these arts, all their feats will be like the moon's
and then, you know,
at the slightest touch.
Damn it, Mies is like convincing me to like this character more. Mies is convincing, yeah, it's worth testing. Okay, so anyways, let's real quick, let's see what happens with Yunjin. Well, we've gotten very distracted by that. Chungyun for shatter and shorter rotation. You know, I'm down. I'll touch Chungus. Just make sure we have C2, right? I'd be surprised. If not, yeah, we have C2. We got the C2 Chungus.
Strike is one. Without further ado.
I'm just normal attack spamming here, by the way. I'm sure there are cancels that will make sense for no Hydro Zibai. No, I think we still only get 3. This takes way too long. No, I don't think it's doable. Hit lag is weird, to be clear. Hit lag is a weird thing. And maybe with hit lag extension, maybe
Desert is as arduous as one might imagine.
with some combo optimization you could, but I think the thing that actually limits her ability with no Hydro to get 4 skills out is simply the fact that there's a 0.5 second limitation. I think it means that we gain, like, in theory, at a baseline just normal attack spamming without any animation canceling, like 30 points less, if not more, because of that 0.5 second limit. Because I'm pretty sure her N3, right? That double combo, that I believe hits within... let me go watch that animation specifically when I hit the enemy. I believe that 2 hit, like we just watch the little meter, because you'll see like the meter go up a little bit with the 5 points every single time a normal attack hits. Except for when the N3 animation plays, the 2 hits is probably only going to go up once, not once for each hit, I believe is what's happening here. Come on. There we go. Okay.
Without further ado.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm only seeing it tick up once. Yeah, they put that 0.5 second limitation in. And like I think if that 0.5 second was like a 0.1 second, right? Which means and then her 2 hits on the N3 did get it. It might even become optimal. I mean, we should test this quick, but it might even become optimal to do like... Yeah, you can walk cancel. I should test it just in case it's good. Oops, I failed. Yeah, you can walk cancel. Bina Ino over Ino adds 32k DPS and most of his personal DPS. Yeah. C2 Zylo is usable. Yeah, for sure. Intentional design to limit her damage and you can't trigger Lunar Crystallize. Yeah, it's fine. The bigger... Well, like, I kind of wish they didn't do that, to be clear, though, because, like, we're already losing the fact that we don't have the Lunar Crystallize reaction damage, and we're losing the fact that we're not playing with Columbina doing her own damage, like, for as far as, like, her best teams. Like, there's no reality where even if she could get 4 skills out, that her non-Hydro teams would have been better than her Hydro, like, with Columbina, right? So, like, I kind of think it's an unnecessary restriction to her kit kind of thing. Wall cancels make me shit myself. They're not that hard. I'm pressing W twice as her N3 ends. So I should do Eugen. Whoops.
Observe. Without further ado. Smite the dust.
Whoops. God damn it. Okay, well I did that bad, obviously. The N4 animation takes a long time. You can cancel the N4, by the way. Oops, that was fine. Right. Wait, can you wall cancel the N4? Because dash canceling is a little... Let's see. No, you can't wall cancel the N4. Not like you can the N3. No, you dash cancel N4. Okay. I don't know if dash canceling the N4 will be that relevant, but it is relevant in the context of it means you can still get your damage out and still get the hits to land while dodging, which is important. So her N4 is kind of pathetic. Yeah. It's kind of pathetic, but it does... The delay in the N4 hitting does give you more points, so it might help with timing of certain things. Like, ultimately, like... Her combos are going to have to be optimized around what the enemy's behavior is doing and whatever at the end of the day, so... Yeah, you don't gain anything from hitting these. It's a little annoying. Okay, that's a factor to keep in mind. It's minor, but anyways, you from spawns like that, you don't gain any points. Okay, try Yunjin. God damn it! I didn't think it was gonna spawn again. Oops! Don't die. All right. Well, I don't think I need to test this much more. I mark my words. There'll be some reason in some cases to like do some amount of cancels. Probably dash cancels more relevant just for the purpose of dodging, duping, looping an enemy that is attacking you, right? And saving her skill activations for certain timings when the enemy is like, you know, not like the dog in Stygian currently, right? It teleports away for a little bit. Obviously don't activate your skills as it's leaving. So, and some combos like this being able to, like I can't, like being able to do this kind of combo, as long as the timing lines up of just skill. Alright, I only showed one. Yeah, skill. So let's go test this combo. Skill. Yeah, okay. It's very easy. So it's 8 normal attacks. Did they do any dash cancels? Doesn't look like it. No, I'm not seeing any stamina bar. Okay. So it's just 8 NA, EEE, QE. Alright. Alright. And if you don't Q, you just do normal attacks. Shouldn't be that different. Best part about her new combos, it makes C4 way worse because she only does 2 to 3 N4s. Really? What is there? Oh yeah, this makes her N4 do real damage. I forgot. Yeah, Yoldi. They've done that a few times lately, where characters like high constellations make them more boring to play. Not just because they do omega damage that just deletes everything, because like you have Stygian Onslaught dire difficulty 182nd clears that even whaled out characters can take enough time that you can actually practice your gameplay and optimize your gameplay, right? But like their optimal combo oftentimes just becomes their boring combo. So C6 Yehoda better for her? Why would Yehoda be better? For Yehoda C6 to activate, Yehoda needs to take 7 years. Oh, because you gain time. No, sorry, I get what you mean. That's interesting. That is a spreadsheet question, I feel like. If you gain do you gain enough time to use Yehoda? So what, like Columbina? I'm going to just double check. Well, I would be this account doesn't have Duran. I'd be very surprised if we somehow had a C6 Yehoda. I mean, that's more Yehodas than I thought we'd have. But okay. But like, anyways, like Bina, Yehoda, you couldn't use Shalonen. It'd have to be like E-Lua probably. Or another Geo, obviously. E-Lua Zibai combo with HNA EE. Oh yeah, I guess yeah, with C6 she's just still worse Goro. Yeah, that's true. Like what would be the purpose of doing that? Well, okay, it would buff Columbina's damage because Yehoda C6 is a team-wide buff. Wait, Goro is also team-wide. Yeah, sorry. Shit. Well. Never mind. We tried. Never mind. We tried. Yep. Never mind. We tried Yehoda. I'm sorry. Okay. Wait. No, there is one aspect where that's relevant. Healing. Okay. Healing exists, and that's nice. Okay. Healing is nice. Okay. Maybe it is actually. She is, in theory, a much more compelling option when you have the extra time to do her thing. Okay. Anyway, sorry. Let's. C4 Goro. Yeah, C4 Goro doing 2 healing. Look, the healing is nice to help you keep a little bit topped up with Harbinger of Dawn. Okay, so let's practice this combo. We're gonna practice this combo with just throwing. Wait, we don't have Zhongli. I guess we're not throwing in Zhongli. That's fine. I don't want to kill the enemy. So we're just going to do Columbina, and hopefully Columbina doesn't kill it in conjunction with Zibai. Okay. So that was a little bit longer because it took us. I don't know if you noticed we didn't get the third. Is it because we don't have off-field geo? Do we need off-field geo? I wonder. I could do the test dummy. Yeah, I should. Oh yeah, that's true. I should go test the test dummy. I forgot. I actually did. I totally forgot the test dummy existed for a bit. I mentioned earlier, but you know, they have the test dummy start. Let's go. Yes, Harbinger of Dawn, easier to use. Yeah, like, what artifacts would be fun? I mean, just use the DPS, the Nauticry DPS set. Horse SFX is annoying. It's a little weird, y'all. Okay, we'll try.
I will follow where you lead.
Oh wait, I didn't. We could put.
Skies grace our
Sorry, let's exit out and put her on our actual build. We'll give her a Raku and whatever. Based on the fact that they didn't even have a defense timepiece, by the way, I don't even know if there's a reason to test Harbinger of Dawn build. Yeah, maybe. Let's double check quick. Sorry, getting the UI in here. Give you. So we'll go back to Araku first, but we go on Harbinger. At a baseline, we are overcapped. Like, you want 42% crit rate, I believe, is capped. Yeah. That's without E-Lua. Subtract 5% with a non-C2 E-Lua, subtract 10% with a C6 E-Lua. Like, 32% is capped with Harbinger of Dawn. But it's sad that we don't have a goblet. Yep, okay. Well, we don't really have the ability to remove crit rate. Okay. Actually, wait. I forgot about this goblet having 8 quadrillion crit rate. Dev percent crit damage. You have no other death percent goblets leveled up. I mean, fair, I suppose. I understand. Okay. Yeah, I guess we don't have the build to test Harbinger properly. Oh well. This is why you keep death percent double crit goblets, guys. We knew there'd be a day where they'd be useful. Harbinger of Dawn is the same spreadsheet propaganda as Sauce Flynn's. Okay. I highly disagree, but you do you. I'm gonna guess you hate Prototype Amber Columbina too, or something. Like, that's not healing. Anyways, sure. We'll test with the Inefa team first. They had before. This is with the C3 Shalon on scroll. Again, she should be on instructors, but whatever. The instructors build. Not having instructors will just power down things a little bit at least.
Warm up complete.
Also, I don't know how good the Inefa build was, which obviously matters for this team. So. My punishment for ignoring death pieces, yeah. Alright, 28 crit rate is a big caveat. Yeah. Playing decently and having healing. In my experience, having... Okay, we don't have Proto Amber on it. Well, we have a shielder here in this case. In my experience, having Prototype Amber on a Nefa, or sorry, on Columbina... I wish. No. Having Prototype Amber on Columbina is more than enough with her to stay over 90% HP pretty comfortably. To be clear, if you take some big instances of damage, you know, you might have to reset an attempt. But, like, I don't know. I'm sorry. Like, how many times do we have to have context where, like, you know, there is teams where optimal damage requires dodging sometimes? I'm sorry. You can dodge. You can dodge, FYI. You don't have if you don't want to dodge, you can play an Efa or Zhongli with her. So I think Navi is better than Zibai. She has more interesting fundamental gameplay on like a quick swap level, I would say. So in this team, if we have healing from Columbina and a shield from Anefa, we should basically never need anything. Like you would never need, in my opinion, you should be able to keep your HP over 90%. But if we just had Columbina and no shielding here, if I was fighting the Lunar Dog, for example, all I would have to do is just optimize my gameplay a little bit around, like, and I've already done this because I went and used Arlecchino, Bennett, Kazuha, Shilonen on my main account to brute force the Lunar Dog. And I can tell you my main issue wasn't actually, I mean, I had to optimize my damage, to be clear. But like my main issue was less damage and more just living. So many attempts I lost because I died by being hit by the dog. But I learned that the dog has really good telegraphs for when its attacks are happening and is not that hard to dodge. And it has like hitboxes that like it like swings its tail to one side of it. So you know you have to dodge in this direction. But like no Genshin players actually realize they can dodge and that they can actually pay attention to enemies. And this game actually does have mechanics where you can avoid damage without having a, anyway, whatever. To be clear, if you never want to dodge, then sure, Harbinger Dawn is worse, but I think that doesn't mean you don't use Harbinger Dawn. I think that means you want Zhongli, which a lot of people have, or you want to use Shilonen because she has healing, or you want to use Anefa because she has shielding. Like, that's what I think it means. Or maybe you do her good combo if it can work consistently here and use Yehoda. I don't know, right? Like, I think there's enough options that most accounts shouldn't struggle to find options to use Harbinger Dawn. There are some accounts where they will struggle potentially on a balance of player skill level relative to what the enemy is doing. That fine, then use the craftable weapon, I guess. It's not that bad for her. Or you pull C1 Columbina, I guess, yeah. No, we'll just leave the default settings on one. Okay. So yeah, we'll do full rotation, why not? Oops. Okay, well, I guess we're starting with brain off rotation, where you just normal attack and then E when it's available. So, okay, but that's fine. I mean, that was only one rotation, but it would increase slightly after other rotations. But, you know, that's a little bit low damage, but I think that's because... I mean, Anefa's build is fine, but it's definitely a burst every other rotation build, and you should probably... sorry, it's a burst every rotation build. You should probably do a burst every other rotation build for Anefa in a Zibai team, I would say, generally. And again, we don't have instructors, so instructors would be a damage increase, but yeah, okay. And Columbine is not a very good build. Her build is... Well, it will do some damage. What was Columbine's damage contribution here? 20% in one rotation. Oh, that's something. Yeah, it's not bad. It's not bad. All right. Anyways, start again. Do 8 normal attacks. Then we're gonna try to do 8 normal attacks. E E E Q E kind of thing.
Installation chamber deployed. Preparing for dusk flame. A moonlit night for all. Bring it.
And 4. E. E. Yeah, that one takes... the timing of that third E takes time. Okay, and I could have queued there. I didn't queue. I should have queued instead of just continuing to do normal attacks. Okay. Sorry, I'm yapping. Okay, I'm gonna shut up for a second. Just try to like go into a flow state of doing this combo consistently. Oh, I guess, you know, doing a shorter rotation on Zibai also enables you to do... There's more reason to burst every rotation on someone like Anefa. Fuck me, flow state, shut up. Shut up, brain. Stop talking. Practice combo.
Divine light, shield them. Annihilation mode.
I don't know why. Well, it doesn't matter. I don't have instructors. Really? What's her ER? She's 197 ER. She wasn't getting her burst back. Ugh. Calavita. Let's see if we have a Proto Amber. When a Genshin Gets Simulator this patch. Wakan Zibai, C0. She has a Raku, but the Harbinger build would be very similar if we had a Harbinger build that was ideal. We also are leaving damage on the table by not having a def percent timepiece, but we're also leaving damage on the table by not having a instructor set on Shilonen, which I could do, but I didn't do because we have a C3 Shilonen with this, and like that's additional red shred and damage bonus. The damage bonus doesn't do nothing. The bigger thing it might be doing is actually buffing Columbina's damage, potentially. Which, all the more reason to put an energy weapon on her, quite frankly. Right now, though, I'm mostly testing combos. This is not a relatable, like, I don't know. The team configuration is both not ideal and whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, no Proto Ember, whatever, that's fine. We'll put Fab on her. Okay. Surely you burst every rotation now. Right. 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 Oops. So I think this combo requires an off-field geo damage, by the way. Which, you know what's annoying? That's even more relevance for E-Lua C2. I'll get Zibai and casual account. I could do a 10 pull on there. Although I don't know if I have any pulls, because I logged in and did a couple pulls on, or one more 10 pull on E-Nefa banner. Didn't get a Nefa. I'm not against getting her on that count. It could be interesting. Pamber was there? Oh, well. Oh, well. Whatever. There's a C2 Shilonen buffing her. Okay.
Accelerating.
Billy Vid didn't have off-field? Did they not? Did they not have Zhongli going? No, they didn't. They just did Columbina Zibai. E. Yeah, it really seems like they're getting that 30 immediately faster than I am. Are they doing anything with... Let me count the normal attacks they're doing. And so, N4, E, and they do like one normal attack, and they don't even know how to do normal attacks after. Like, what? That's not what I'm having happen here. So this is either, I don't know what the fuck this is exactly. If it's not an off-field geo thing. Inefa in the back. What do you mean Inefa in the back? What does that mean? What is that slang for? You mean like don't use Inefa? Sure. Yeah, see? We're taking, it takes way longer to do that. To be clear, it's still pretty fast, like... What? Frank, what are you doing? Stop it. I had to wait for cooldowns, my bad. 8 normal attacks, brain. 8 normal attacks, sorry. I see the thing light up and my brain's like, press button! They have the Billy buff, yeah. They have it could be ping. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, it very well could be. What do they have for ping? The Billy logo is 16 milliseconds. All right. I mean, on North America, I have like 30 milliseconds, so we could check on an NA account when it comes out in a couple hours. N1E. Yeah, but I'm having to do a lot more than N1. I think I had to do like N3. But so anyways. Flynn's in Ino's trial, he ain't on banner. It's just what they do for trials now. They just throw fucking meta teams in there. They're boring as shit and useless. Anyways, sorry. So Jeff was getting it pretty consistently, was he?
When a new moon rises. Smite the dust.
Like, I have to do like 3 normal attacks.
Moon shines. Smite the dust.
Is a Jeff clip analyzing how the combo works? I mean, sure. But like, what was he doing?
Moonlit night for all. Without further ado.
Like I'm doing N4 EE N1 EQ. It's not N4. The combo I literally saw was N8 or 2 N4. Like I'm doing EE. I'm trying to do 2 N4 EE. Maybe my extra. Oops. Maybe I'm doing an extra because I'm spamming normal attacks in between. Maybe my accidental. Maybe I gotta make sure with the EE. Let's see. That might be what I'm doing wrong. Maybe if I'm doing an extra normal attack input between the E's by accident. That I could believe that's what's causing the problem. Okay.
Surge. A new moon rises.
E. That is it.
Divine light, shield them.
Okay. Well, that's good information. All right, that's all it is. So, do not. The main thing to do is to stop your normal attack inputs after you do the 2 or after you do the 2 N4. So you do 2 N4, E, and make sure you don't like just spam normal attack input. And then you do N1, that makes it line up. Let's see if we can do it consistent throughout rotations. Alright, focus time. And we'll actually like use our character's bursts and whatever. And again, part of the idea I think of potentially this time save is that there is actually more reason to burst every rotation on Columbina and Effa if you save the rotation time, I believe. But anyways, and this could change our best team too in general. I'm not sure though. Because her best team, I believe, is like C6 E-Lua, C6 E-Lua, Columbina, which no one really have with the C0 Zibai, not many people at least.
Based on data
Not right now.
Incidents,
But it's technically C6 E-Lua, Columbina,
screws, gears, minerals, toys, gummies,
Zibai,
snacks,
Goro
hairbands,
C6,
socks,
if I recall.
and slippers.
Bursting every other rotation with Goro on instructors. Albade on Columbina, bursting every other rotation as well, and then this is like spreadsheet math out is like a C0 Harbinger of Dawn. I saw calcs from someone in my Discord. Clock this at like 150k DPS. Actually, that might have been with her sig. I don't know. Anyways, it was like 150 to 160k burst every other rotation with Albade, but. Also just more DPS, so it does mean Goro can't burst every rotation. I mean, you don't burst every rotation with Goro anyways, so whoop-de-doo, right? All that restricts is the artifacts that you put on Goro. I think. Anyways, this makes her far more fun to play, but it still is just like a combo, and it's a pretty simple combo. Anyways, let's focus and try to do it. Multiple rotations. E. I did a normal attack. I didn't get it back. That's why my brain was like I didn't. Oh, fuck. Okay. I did a normal attack, but I didn't get the. I didn't have the ability to just do EE. Like I had to wait for it. Okay. Okay, maybe off-field Geo does help then. I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. Sorry. Okay. Shut up.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Annihilation mode. Surge. A moonlit night for all. Without further ado.
4 E. Off-field Geo makes it worse. Well, off-field Electro also seems to be making it worse. Why this team? I mean, it's one of our better teams. Why is it confusing? Geo Resonance, Res Shred. Which buffs Columbina damage? It buffs her Geo damage and her Hydro damage. It buffs Ineva's damage. Ineva does a bunch of damage. EM buffs Zibai. What, like, it's not her only team option. You can do Goro C6. Goro C6 is compelling. And this account also, by the way, this account has C2 Shalonen. I'm pretty sure Goro C6 is actually just better, I think. So, like, this account should probably just use Goro C6. But, anyways. Did something go wrong? Yeah, did you not see after we did E, we didn't have the ability, like, what you're supposed to be able to do is N4, N4, E, E, 1 normal attack, E, and then Q, E. Or if you don't have your Q, then you just do normal attacks until you get the 4th E. Right?
Installation chamber deployed. Preparing for dust flame. A new moon rises.
I didn't chill on it. Well. Oops. Zhongli seat one a good alternative? Yes. For sure.
Ultimatum protocol.
My brain. What are you doing? Okay, don't worry about it.
Surge. 3 moons converge.
Like, we're not getting it now.
Like the dust. The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines.
Okay, let's see if we can do it without having the Electro going. So we'll still do Shalonen, why not? See the damage without an Effa.
Be cleansed.
Okay, that one took a little bit longer for some reason.
Shield them.
Hmm.
3 moons converge. Bring it. Without further ado.
4. And 4. E. E. 1. E. Q.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
And then E. Okay. Wait, let's do it consistently without an Effa. Like, in multiple rotations. Oops. What am I doing?
Surge. A new moon rises.
4. 4.
Like the dust.
Whoops, that was bad. I bungled there. I did an extra normal attack. Forgot. Whoops. Not forgot. Just brain auto-attacking. Inefa before Bina if you want to do the 3 E combo. Really? Oh, is it just to line up the... Interesting. Wait. Did I not do Inefa before Bina? I thought I did. Was I not doing Inefa before Bina? I could have sworn I was doing Inefa before Bina. But when it wasn't working.
Installation chamber. A moonlit night for all. Bring it. Be cleansed. Like the dust. Like the
Okay, I got the 2 E's there, but I still took...
Accelerating.
The Nefa Zhongli C1 might break the quick E rotation, but you can still do the normal one. Well, Wolfang? Don't use Wolfang, it's a shitty weapon for her. It barely does anything. It's a bad crit stat, so you should use the craftable over it. your energy. Hello.
A
Okay.
moonlit night for all.
Brain. Okay. Well, I guess whatever. It's fine. Just continue.
Surge.
Oh my god. This character. That's it. It's fine.
Without further ado,
Brain, stop it. Stop it, Brain. You're dumb. All right.
Wave. Moons converge.
She's still on cooldown. God damn it. Ah. Try Bina before Nefa? Sure, in a second. Turn on the infinite energy toggle. The energy is not the problems. Oh, wait, you mean, sorry. You mean for Bina? Sure. Sure, sorry. I thought you, my brain, right there, we moved on to the cooldown. I don't remember where you do it. Okay.
Surge.
bring it.
Oops.
Be cleansed.
E. One normal attack. E. Q.
Divine light, shield them.
E.
A moonlit night for all.
And do this. We are actually waiting on your cooldown. We're waiting at your cooldown too. That's fine because we weren't using our fourth character.
Smite the dust.
E. I'm waiting there too. Weird. Did I not turn energy off?
A new moon rises.
Not that one? Oh my fucking god. What the hell is the option? What is this option? What the fuck does this option do if it's not energy? This you were you're saying just give 500% energy recharge next to frog. Oh, this, Jesus Christ. Okay, that did not look like an interactable. I'm sorry. Okay. I do not want. I am not willing to take the L over that one, bruh. That does not look like a fucking interactable. Okay. Everything else here is like interact with a thing. That's very clear. Cosmos is doing great work. That's the creator of this thing, but that was a bad implementation, yo. Anyways,
Wave. A moonlit night for all.
Smite the dust. Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
A new moon rises. Glow.
Bring it. Be cleansed. Smite the dust.
I have the same issue.
Blaze moon time.
Is it because we aren't? Is it because the Columbina scale timing is weird? Where's the horse snake coming from? Do you not see the horse on screen? It's because the timing of lunar crystallized proc. Yeah. Like, okay, I'm just going to assume it's just going to be inconsistent sometimes. That's my vibe. I struggle to understand what timing is affecting it. Yeah, what's kind of like it has to just be when lunar crystallizes procking. That's why I would assume. But like, what? So I want to go try off-field geo, because what off-field geo though? I guess we'll just throw in. We don't have C2 E-Lua on this guy. I would try him, but does anyone have an account? If anyone has an account that has E-Lua also built with C2, I'd appreciate if you DM me. I think we actually do need to test things with C2 clearly at this point. We'll go test some stuff in Stygian on this account to be clear, but what do we? We'll just check Chiori, I guess. Just add in an off-field geo. We don't have Zhongli. We don't have C2 E-Lua. We don't want to burst every rotation with Goro with this anyways, so we wouldn't have off-field from him. It shouldn't be when Lunar Crystallize is proccing because it has a 4-second cooldown and getting points from it. Well, we still have to have Geo apply, right? Like I know the 4-second cooldown applies between, and then it resets between skills, which is why we can do the skill spam at all. But for that third E, we still have to have a Lunar Crystallize proc. Like I believe with our first normal attack, we well, why no, the ICD is like by doing EE and then doing like you would think the ICD should be off cooldown by then by doing, because you do 4 and N4. Is that what it is? Is just 2 E's? Is it we're still on timing? Is N1 not proccing? But why does it work for the first rotation then? Navia off field, yeah. Does her skill cast hit? Like maybe it's her skill cast resetting some cooldowns? I don't get it. Yeah, I don't actually get it. Like, because also like we're having to do like N3 in the timings when we don't actually get the third skill back immediately. We're having to do like freaking N3, which is weird. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. It's got 20 pity Zibai. Wow. First rotation didn't have the turrets. Second rotation starts with them. Yeah. Is it free to play? This is massive. Nice, nice. Chung You'd had skill spam the hordes. I couldn't do. Yeah, anyways, let's try Chiori. I want to see what happens if we put off field Geo. Oops, I just need to. Wait, no, it's fine. I don't need. I'm not testing damage right now. Yeah, I don't know. Like again, like the turrets are doing extra Lunar Crystallized damage, and I believe Lunar. Well, we can't read our kit right now. I believe Lunar Crystallize should. I believe that I believe her 35 points just says any instance of Lunar Crystallized damage, right? Gives her the 35 points as long as it's not on cooldown. So like the turrets can be what triggers the 35 points, but again, we just use our skill. We should be on cooldown, and it should be like the immediate next any Lunar Crystallize that happens. I don't know. I'd have to analyze the footage. Maybe it is just a delay of the turret timing. But a damage dealing trigger or reaction trigger, I'll double check. Well, here, let me just open up my phone so I don't have to exit out of here. This character is more interesting to think about with this combo than I expected. Sorry, this is not what I expected to get distracted by. I was gonna like, you know, mess around with teams, but I feel like figuring out the sensibility of this combo makes sense first. Which is good. I think it's good that this character has more depth to her. It makes me like her a lot more, personally, for what it's worth. C2 Columbia, C1 and FA. I'll be pulling Zibai when she comes out on NA. Okay, cool. Are you pre-farm, Sparkly?
The whole world
Also, hopefully you get C2 E-Lua.
Maybe
I do need to log into Sylveon's account because she pulled C6 E-Lua. Yeah, we might just have to log into Sylveon's if we want to try E-Lua. That might be the simple option, actually. Okay, do you have Zhongli too, Sylveon? I don't remember. Sorry, what was I checking? Oh yeah, I was checking. So the phrasing of the 35 points you gain is when nearby party members trigger Lunar Crystallize, they will also accrue 35 phase shifts. It's just triggering the reaction. It's not even doing damage. It's not a damage trigger. It's just the reaction triggering. So as long as Geo is being applied, are we running out of Hydro? Is that what's happening? Does she apply? Does she apply Geo with her skill activation, and we're running out of Hydro? C2 Nubilet, Caesar Zibai, and a Diluc for whaling for E-Lua. Oh boy. Oh boy. And 200 pulls, yeah, it's average at least. Okay.
Wave, moons converge. Disrupt color. Scatter. Elect.
Oh, you know what? I want to reorder the team. So I can EE into Zibai. I do think Chiori doing EE into Zibai should be pretty satisfying feeling. And skips a frickin' ping check. Check my last message. It has a link from Zajeff testing today. I mean, watching myself didn't like. I don't want to get lost watching someone else's footage for 20 minutes and analyzing their footage if he doesn't actually someone else can watch it for me. Did Zajeff find this same issue where in follow-up rotations he was not getting it? Because it seems inconsistent. No? Yeah. That's what's confusing me. Why is it inconsistent? We're pretty consistently having this inconsistency. What was I doing? Oh yeah, we wanted to do this. There we go. He had one issue with Hydra, but it was team-based, not consistent. Not inconsistent. Okay. My stomach be grumbling. I gotta eat food.
A moonlit night for all. I am the cutting edge of fashion. Like the dust.
Okay.
Divine light, shield them.
I didn't turn on infinite energy. Whatever.
Converge. Delicate as silk. Next up, be cleansed. Like the dust.
Okay, I got it here.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Let's go turn on infinite energy quick. Just to make things smooth. Chiori burst jump scare.
A new moon rises. I am the cutting edge of fashion. Divine
What,
light,
Brain? What are you doing? What are you doing, Brain? No. Okay, let's wait on cooldowns. Wait a fraction of a second. Okay. Maybe here. I mean, I did successfully get it there, but we'll see. I'm gonna try to do. We're gonna try to go full 90 seconds. Here, I'll bring the detailed view. Well, actually, detailed view doesn't really matter while the chat's on screen. I forgot about that aspect. Oops. Done. Also, I just remembered Twitch chat also just covers the DPS in general. So, whoop, just do that. Okay. I'll make them. I'll vanish them after. We need the detail screen, but we're not actually doing real DPS testing right now. It's fine. I prefer doing real team testing against an actual enemy anyways. I think this is useful for doing the combo testing, obviously. Or if I needed to try to test things like turning off Shalodin constellations. Zajeff was testing with high ping. It'd be interesting if high ping is an advantage, but the footage we saw was low ping, and if Zajeff was doing a high ping, I doubt that's that much of a factor. Okay. Try to do this well. 4, E, and 1, EQ. E.
Surge. 3 moons converge. I am the cutting edge of fashion. Let me
4, E, and 1, EQ.
The sky's clear, the glade
E.
A new moon rises. Delicate as silk. Without further ado.
4, E, and 1. Oh, we had a delay again.
Divine light, shield spin. Three moons
Another delay
converge.
there. Wait, yeah, what? Why isn't Shalon's breastplate activating? That's weird. Wait, no, it doesn't show the animation, does it? Sorry. It does activate, I think. It just doesn't show that. Does it show the animation? The N1 was too fast there, you think? Okay. Yeah, maybe it is. I'm just doing the N1 a little fast. So that seems to be the main weirdness here, potentially. We can try again with an F and see if that's the problem with her, too, but... okay. Sorry. Shut up again.
A new moon rises.
Yeah. Shalonen is C2. I don't remember C2 Shalonen
Cutting edge of fashion.
shows the little ring. No, I don't think it does. I'm pretty sure it's just her geo samples are already active and it doesn't show the ring, if I recall. Right? Like I know it worked. Like I'm pretty sure it's on. I think our DPS would have been worse. Like to be clear, Chiori didn't even have her full build or anything. Like she's on. I mean, she's on a weapon that does give her damage, but it's just always active. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. I wasn't sure if it showed the ring or not though. Okay. You can check the geo res. It doesn't matter. We're not even trying to do that right now. Anyways.
Moonlit night for all. Delicate as silk. Be cleansed.
That was slow. E and 1 E Q
Show us the way.
E.
A new moon rises. Surge. Bring it. I am the cutting edge of fashion. Let's go. Without further ado. Light the dust.
E and 1 E Q E. This is so much more of a satisfying rotation for her.
Delicate as silk. Next up.
E and 1. Did I do that too early? I feel like I didn't do that too early again, but whatever. Well, one flood rotation.
Moonlit night for all. Bring it. Scrub the color.
You don't even have to do the normal attacks, by the way, I think, with C2 Shalonen, if I recall. Not whatever, I'm doing them anyways. Whoops.
Light the dust.
I did an extra normal attack there by accident. That probably was my bad. Between the keys.
A new moon rises. Delicate as
Oops,
silk.
I forgot the whatever. Manual swap. Sad. E.
Dust. The sky's
Okay.
clear. The glazed moon shines.
Interesting. We never got another auto swap character because the more auto swap characters they release, the more people would realize how cringe it is that Hoyoverse has the Genshin team has a ping check for switching our damn characters. Anyways, damage a bit low. We're not testing damage. I literally haven't configured anyone in the team properly. But to be clear, it's C3 Shalonen, but you're overestimating what C3 Shalonen does. Like, to be clear, if we remove C3 Shalonen, we'll see a damage downgrade. It's doing something. Just it's not like going C3 Shalonen is not like it goes from 80k DPS to 150,000. Like we're not testing damage. I'm trying to figure out the combo. Anyways.
Wave, a moonlit night for all. Scrub the color. Scatter. Without further ado. Light the dust.
I think something that matters is when exactly you time the first E
Bring it.
after her second N4.
Silk. Be cleansed.
The fuck happened there? That one bungled the second E, didn't. Yeah, it does matter. Yeah, I thought it did. So maybe I bungled that up there. Maybe I bungled the first E timing. I think that's something I've just gotten a feel for, a better feel for than like when to time the N1. But I don't know. This makes her much more satisfying to actually play. So, crap. Does Chiori swap bypass the ping? Yeah, that's my point. Chiori's swap does bypass ping, and they don't want to release more things that bypass the ping because the more they do that, Look, it's a conspiracy. By the way, what? I think I just waited too long there. My bad. The more they release characters that could bypass ping, the more people would realize, oh, this game feels better to play if it didn't have 500 ping checks. Whoops. Weird. Man, it's really easy for it to go wrong, though. Weird. Okay.
I am the cutting edge of fashion. Be cleansed.
Oops, what am I doing? God damn, brain. Okay, I think the timing for the E activation is basically right as her special N4 animation plays. I'm gonna see if I can get a better feeling of that. My bad, I did an extra normal type there.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Wayne, a moonlit night for all. Bring it. I am the cutting edge of fashion. Without further ado.
God damn, I keep on doing the extra normal type. No, I think her. You activate her E a little bit before, like between, like as her first normal N4 ends, and like as the N4 lunar hit animation is happening. Zhongli better than the Natlan DJ for C0? Yeah, you don't use Shalona at C0 in this team for sure. We don't even have Zhongli to test, unfortunately. You think the special rotation is the most efficient way to play her? Yeah. Like, being able to front load the damage like this kind of matters. Like, here, let's go. Let's go try to demonstrate the difference with. We'll just use a Nefa. But let's actually do testing in Stygian. I'm gonna still leave Shalonen on. Wait, actually, I didn't test if a Nefa. Theoretically, I think it was just the waiting, so I think a Nefa should work fine. But we'll see, I guess. Shalona should be on instructors, but whatever. She's C3. It's giving additional red shred and a little bit of damage bonus. That's just fine. It's possible instructors might be more of a buff, by the way, if our team. Is it? I don't know. It's probably pretty close. I think instructors is probably surprisingly close. Probably not better, but probably surprisingly close to what C2, C3 Shalonen is doing. But whatever. Character review. I should probably turn them off, but I don't know. If you're doing character reviews during this stream, just know that they're not going to be super in-depth. That's fine, I guess. Where is... There we go. Back. Please. Hello? Do you want to go back, please? Oh, there we go. I'm dumb. I didn't click on the right tab. Never real quick. Where is C6 Chiori? Wow. Nice. Very nice Chiori. 0 ER is a little sad, but oh well. You don't technically need it, I don't think. Never. Valkyria Truth, tiny bit overcapped. You're missing an artifact. I would recommend putting a fifth artifact on your Nefer. And also it says it's 2-piece Sky's Unveiling. I don't know why. Oh, it's 2-piece because there's only 3-piece. Yeah, duh. Free Chori review, yeah. Well, I recommend putting flowers and 4-piece Night Sky's Unveiling. I'm guessing this is just accidental. So yeah, your Chiori is great. You actually asked for a Chiori review, Harshi, or Harshil, not Never. I'm gonna guess this was accidental. It just didn't refresh or whatever, or you forgot that you didn't have her equipped. Anyways, but when you put a flower on there, that's good. I think that's a pretty good Never build. How much of the bar is filled for E above the threshold? The max is 100 points. I think that is part of the subtlety of timing of her E activation to get the follow-up E. But yeah, because once you reach, like, when we do our final N4 is about, it's when it reaches the cap of 100, right? But we get carryover of 35, or sorry, 30, not 35. When we do, if we do E with 100 points, we have 30, and then we get an immediate trigger of the 35 refund, and then it takes half a second, I believe, to get up there. But like during the animation time, you should get that, is the half a second there. That's why we can do EE, right? So anyways, let's do you. Let's do you. Let's do any Nefa. And let's do... Oh, she's up here too. I'm dumb. Alright, there we go. Whoops. Yeah, it's fine. How the hell did Bro clear Clab with Clarin Baiju? That is kind of impressive, actually. I somewhat suspected it was mostly Farina and Yelan doing work. Oh, C6 level 100. Oh, okay. Wait. Really? Yeah. Wow. That is a, yeah. What rank is your freaking Clarin? Wait, does Clarin have an Akasha rank? Holy. Alright. Anyways. Hello. Hello, Egro. Okay, sorry, what are we doing? We're going to see what happens here. Top 1%, but trying to improve. Nice. Must get that one random low crit roll. Must turn into a max roll type of optimization. I'm starting with doing just whatever, right? Just normal attack. Oh, frick, we have too much mortar damage. We might have to go into dire. Actually, no, it's fine. Let's see. So we're again doing brain off. We do seem to be running out of a Hydro in a couple instances here. Okay, we actually did get all of it. Okay, what I was kind of hoping to happen, it was close though, but kind of what I was hoping to happen, so either way, we'll be able to show it, I think, if we can get the combo to work, if I don't have skill issue. So we got to like halfway down, half of its HP when it was like right as it was ending its shred phase, right? What should happen with the doing the combo is we should be able to like still have it in its, well, it might change the line of it when we clear the shield a little bit. No, probably not. Probably should be fine. But theoretically, it's possible we might be able to start another rotation earlier. I don't know. It might not matter at all here, actually. Like, it might not actually. We'll see. I got Zibai. No, I can't even wish right now, but it was normal attack, or it was normal attack. Brain. North America. What is wrong with my brain? Holy. Normal attack. I live on normal attack server, unfortunately. Isn't this the same as wheelchair team with Navia? I mean, look, if you think the Benefa core is wheelchair no matter what fucking team you play, then sure, I guess. But no, in my opinion. I don't feel like having a wheelchair rant. I think that's an unfun perspective on Genshin team building if you think that personally, but have fun in your own way if you think it's not fun. You don't have to play a Nefa with her. I'm playing a Nefa with her because we don't have C2 E-Lua. I could play with Goro, but I don't want to fuck about with C4 Goro at this exact minute. And I'm trying to see what problems a Nefa causes or doesn't cause. It kind of seems like we're running out of Hydra Aura, which is interesting. So anyways, let's see if with a Never we can get the combo consistently. 1 and 4 E E. I had to do a normal attack there. Whoops! Why did I do the Q there? That was dumb. Okay, I just did that stupidly.
Defensive mode engaged.
I did that stupidly and had to wait. Actually, one thing went wrong and went stupidly. And I did stupid things. 4. Okay. E. No, let's see. We have to. What? It happened again. Yeah. I don't know. Why do I have such problems with fully pre-farm for her? Nice.
Installation.
Okay. I shouldn't have done E that soon. N1 timing? That wasn't the part where I was supposed to N1. That went wrong there.
Bring it. Light the dust.
See? I didn't get it again there. I don't think I normal attack there. Still do the combo of C1? Yeah, probably not. Because C1 gives her points immediately, right? What does that change with this, theoretically? Where the hell? There she is. Okay. After using her skill, she immediately gains points. Okay. And the number of things is 5 times. Well, I don't think it does. It just is a slightly longer rotation, right? You probably still ideally do the same combo. Wait, no, sorry. Each time you switch the lunar phase shift mode, the first spirit steed's second hit is increased by 220%. Oh, okay, never mind. That's just more damage. Okay. C1 is really good. I mean, it's like it should just be straight up like a 20% DPS increase, but or more than 20% DPS increase with the second part of it actually. Slightly longer rotation theoretically with this new combo, but yeah, it's basically just an extra E. Probably also do a quick E, but it would have to be a different combo. Yeah, it probably changes something based on how the minor subtleties of things affects things already here. Because the Jeff apparently didn't have issues with this Nefa combo using a Nefa before Columbina, which is what we were doing, but I keep doing a normal attack there. That's just my bad. But also, we aren't getting the EE. Why? I did confirm as a Nefa first. Thank you.
Defensive mode engaged. Be cleansed. Light the dust.
Brain. That was a normal attack rotation, not a you dumb brain. Okay, that was just dumb brain. I think we had it there. I just didn't normal attack.
Ultimatum protocol.
So by the way, what I did there, I purposely paused because I think the problem we were having actually was starting to do normal attacks on Zibai without having it like we had Electro Aura when it like teleported down without having Hydro applied to it, because Columbine only applies Hydro every 2 seconds, so the timing was just a little mismatched because of the dude teleporting down. That's, I believe, what happened there. Never better. I mean, Never, I think, is more interesting on some levels. They play very differently. God damn it. Why? C1 better than R1? I mean, her R1 is not as good on her because of the fact that Harbinger of Dawn exists and like other statistics. Like I believe her weapon is about 10% better than Harbinger of Dawn and other compelling statistics like Uraku, which is what we have on her right now, or what's it called? Dippa. I'm dumb. Also, yeah, it potentially gets you C1 E-Lua, which is a significant factor. So especially if you had something like you got C0 Zibai and you're considering Zibai C1, and you have like a C4 E-Lua, and therefore getting C6 E-Lua is very likely in going for C1. It probably is definitely the play to go for C1 over R1, especially. But just by default, even regardless of the E-Lua factor. And if you don't have C6 Goro, that's a factor too. So, yeah.
Accelerate defensive look.
Why? Am I just... Okay. Why is it so much harder with the Nefa to get this? And we'll see if we can switch to Chiori again and see if the combo works better. Like, obviously Chiori is worse against this boss than Nefa to a significant degree because of this lunar damage thing. I did a burst there, or I did it, whatever. Ultimately, I think this doesn't matter that much, to be clear. But, you know. I keep doing that. Sorry. I'm dumb. It's fine. We get... Okay. Even with the combo going poorly there, that was still, I think, a little bit more front-loaded. But maybe it was just missed crits before. R1 with C2 E-Lua is 148k. R1 with C6 E-Lua... This is your calcs, I think you said. Is R1 with C6 E-Lua is 176k. C1 with C6 E-Lua is 182k. So, yeah, definitely go for C1. Especially... unless, like, you're in some situation where, like, you do a 10 bull in the banner, you get Zibai C0, and getting C1 Zibai does not guarantee C6 E-Lua, then it's a little weirder. Well, no, it's still better. It's still better to go for that. But it's just... But maybe you really want Nuvilette's weapon too, and maybe you really don't want to deal with the healing aspect for... Or needing some amount of healing, most likely, for most people, with the Harbinger Dawn, maybe. But, yeah. It's always worth it to at least try the combo. Yes, like, I don't think it's a downside to ever try for it. That is for sure.
Accelerating.
Like, I don't know if we actually technically benefited there with how it kind of failed. But we didn't lose anything, that's for sure. Yeah, see, it like didn't go well there. We can go here.
Ultimatum protocol. Surge. A new moon rises. Bring it. Be cleansed.
Yeah. Off again. Yeah, it just becomes normal combo. It's whatever. By the way, the timing of Zibai's damage... I'm going to try without an Efa. The timing of Zibai's damage feels like... it feels like this boss was definitely designed in mind with Zibai. Like, she lines up... At least in this team, she's lining up freaking perfectly for the red shred windows. Normally, like, Flynn's and Nefer... in varying different investment levels with varying different teams. My experience with Flynn's and Nefer against this boss... is such that I've had to like try to purposely route things in different ways, like doing the damage to the shield phase. Ideally, sometimes you just need to do as much damage as possible to break the shield at all, to be clear. But if you do have some wiggle room, that allows you to wiggle. You can have some wiggle room if you clear the damage threshold, right, for the shield to clear in the time. Then what you want to do is you oftentimes want to like optimize where you're not like you want to like do setup for the second rotation, for example, right as the shield is going to go down. And then that lets you get all of your damage output in the res shred phase. Nefer is not usually too hard to do that. Flynn's is kind of awkward to do that, I would say. Depending on which variant of each team you're using, whatever, right? Zibai, I think just the way her damage output works seems to fit much better for that. So the E timings were wrong. The first E was too slow. Yeah, I mentioned before, I think the first E timing matters a lot. So this is a harder combo than I thought it would be. Jeff would just say skill issue, and that's not technically wrong. This does make me much more interested in getting her. But anyways, I want to see if like it does feel easier to me to use a second geo unit. Regardless. I mean, she doesn't have much crit, but it'll be fine, right? I mean, can I throw on a crit rate circlet? That would be nice. HP with death percent. I guess we just yoink the bad circlet from visual. Alright then. That's a little bit better. It's a little bit better. Alright. And we'll do... Again, this is C2 Shallonen. Keep that in mind, but... Because otherwise, she doesn't get the red shred here, so we'd want to use, like, Zhongli or E-Lua here, most likely, right? If we're using Chiori. Or Goro C6, by the way. So, all those are options. It's easier just to do this right now. Oops, maybe, well, I don't know. Maybe that's optimal. Why? Brain. That was, don't worry about it. I'm pretty sure I did the things correctly there, but I then goofed after doing the things correctly. That was definitely just skill issue. A really minor mistake. Or a really dumb mistake, actually. Okay, stop yapping. Stop yapping. Blends with this boss is lunar damage is burst focus and not having multiple hits, meaning it breaks through the shield, the extra damage doesn't go through it. Yeah. And like one of the things you can do to try to get Flynn's to help reach like better breakpoints is like being able to do like a big burst on Flynn's. But being able to do a big burst on Flynn's oftentimes requires a lot of extra energy or really annoying optimization elsewise. Like Flynn's is quite awkward to try to get to line up properly. So Banner's like in an hour, yeah. I don't know. It feels way easier with another Geo unit than like Nefa really feels like she interferes with it seems to be very much possible with Nefa, but more annoying. Oops, okay, a little bit bad there. Yep. Really? Why? Oops. Oh, I did that. Don't worry about it. Skill issue. Yeah. It's pretty easy for the time it's still to fall off regardless, but I don't know. I was immediately able to do the combo when I elsewise wasn't. Yeah. It was perfect for a second. No. Also, her burst counting as lunar crystallized damage kind of matters. I died, or I failed. But to be clear, having the ability to front load damage there actually increases the ability to clear that shield there, potentially. So, you know, I want to see if I can get the clear with this team. I know it's Shallonen C2, whatever. I wonder, with Goro, I'm not going to... You know what, we'll try it. We'll try swapping out Shallonen, this is C3 Shallonen, without instructors, We'll try swapping out Shilonen for Goro here and see if it changes. And see if it's better. I wouldn't be surprised if it's better with Goro, but we'll see. Can we Hoyo give a mute button for the horse sounds? Yeah, it's I can see how most people would not really enjoy them. So that was a weird instance there. Like, what do I do there? Is it optimal to start her E early or not? I don't know. Let's try not starting her E early. Okay. Had to avoid pressing E. Nice, that was good. Can I do it twice in a row?
Bring it. I am the cutting edge of fashion. Without further ado.
No. Minorly bad, not too bad. See if we can do another rotation. Oh, we could have gotten that to line up better, I guarantee you.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
I guess we're not bursting. Oh, I forgot, man. Freaking, I was like looking at the meter for Shilonen. I forgot. C2, the thing doesn't fill up. Oop. Yeah, okay. The enemy moving kind of bungled things there. Oh well. Okay, it's gonna do new rotation, and it's gonna be cooked. I don't think we don't have the damage right now. Okay. And when timing was bad on the second rotation, yeah. I know Fallen Mobile. Y'all can stop now. I understand the time. I understand the issues. So to be clear, I don't know 100% what's going on with the Nefa, other than I can tell you things seem much more tight with the Nefa. Okay. Isn't it better to go from Bina to Zibai? Why? What difference does that make? Like, y'all can chill. You don't need, like, I appreciate it, but at this point, I do understand. I know what's going on. You don't need to tell me every single goddamn normal attack I missed time. So, anyways, yeah, I don't mind the horse sounds that much. But I can tell you, I don't know, like, the timing feels harder to do with a Nefa versus having a second Geo. That is what I've noticed, and that's, I think, the important conversation here. Other than that, it's the timing of the N1 and the timing of the initial E activation. That is my overall vibe for doing the 3 combo. And again, it's worth just going for regardless. Because if you fail it, it's not really a downside. It's just basically normal. Nice. Yeah, I got it twice in a row. I'll wait for the burst. Uh-oh. Ah, what'd I do? Okay, whatever. Sorry, I realized I have to live.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Okay, well, that was a really slow rotation. Ah, we don't have... Okay, is it worth... Okay, if I didn't have to worry about dying there, I think I would... Sorry, I'm now focused on living. We should have this. Someone's gonna die. which the lasers are a concern.
Without further ado.
I died. God damn it. No, I'm getting it. Chiorion def crit? I don't know. Actually, real question, I wonder if Chiori's better on Serenade here than Golden Troop. And then you put Columbine on Albade. Well, actually, for this boss, it's almost assuredly true. I don't know. Ideal artifact combinations are weird. Like, you want Serenade, you want the non-cry DPS set on Zibai. And then, if you have a Geo support like Goro or Shilonen, who, like, doesn't deal damage, definitely just put them on Instructors, right? And then Columbina could be on, you know, Albade or, like, so Columbina can be an Albade or Serenade. Theoretically, like a burst every rotation Albade build is very good, but anyways, like, there's like annoying, I think to a lot of players it'd be annoying nuance as far as what the ideal artifact combination is for different characters. I think to a player like me, I like that nuance. I think it makes the character more interesting to play. That was really dumb. Oh well, I don't think it was that big a deal. A little bad. We always have to wait for it. Okay, whatever. We never burst out, so we had to wait. Okay. Teleporting, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, we had to do a dodge and whatever that made things mistimed. Yeah, ultimately enemy context, like, some amount of dodging had to happen there, I think. So, I'd be surprised if you can do it. Like, executing the combo... Whoop, I'm dumb. Don't worry about it. Executing the combo super consistently is going to be tricky. Where are you targeting? Yo! You didn't target the dog! Oh my god. Well, this should have been another successful attempt. Horse sounds are annoying AF. Well, if they're annoying to you, that's the #1 simplest thing you can say not to pull here. I didn't have to do the normal attack that time. I don't mind the horse sounds. Nice. Okay. So there's res down phase, so I just did the E activated early there. I think that did make sense. Like, there's no sense of doing 4 normal attacks there when I could get 1 E with the res shred down. Oops, right there. Got to Q first, whatever. Now. Ooh, barely got that out before it hit me. I think it was worth doing that. Do this while it lands, whatever. Uh-oh, don't kill me. Oh, I died again. God damn it, the freaking dogs! The chickens, whatever. Miss, if only we had prototype. Wait, I can have prototype Ember. I forgot. There was prototype Ember. I forgot. I definitely forgot. Feels kind of like the Mav combo. the easy Mav combo. I mean, oh, I don't know. I haven't tried the hard Mav combo. I don't think. I mean, as someone who has tried the Mav combo, I think Moika is much more frustrating than trying to make this work. This is an enjoyable combo to make work. Like this feels like the same difficulty, maybe a little easier than doing like Skirk's easy combo, like her N5Q, N5D, N5D, N2C, N5 combo, right? Is that the combo? I think that's it. I might have mixed it up a little bit, but you get the point, right? Her not super, the complicated combo is not that hard. It's just hard to remember, I would say, and then getting the pattern of doing it and doing it consistently is quite hard too, because enemies move. What? Yeah, I was looking for Pamber. There is a Pamber. All right, frick Fav. All right, let's go. Let's go. That's. Yeah, I forgot you were on Albade. Oh, I totally forgot you were on Albade the whole time. Oh. Yep. Oh, it's an energy recharge piece anyways. Wonderful. Oh. Well, that's that. Oh, you have a crit rate. Crit rate circle on Llama is interesting. Well, that is a Columbina build of all time. But that might help us out here. I totally forgot we had no Serenade. Honestly, the fact that we lost Serenade when we removed a Nefa means I'm surprised this team was doing as well as it was, all things considered, which, you know, we had no Serenade, no instructors. I mean, yes, C2, C3 Shalonen, whatever. Serenade, Xylo is probably better. Yeah, probably. I don't disagree. Or Serenade Chiori could be better too. Like Chiori, at least against this boss. Anyways, I think that'll be enough on its own. Shalonen's still being instructors in Farina, Columbina, Zibai? Yeah, probably. Farina's not contributing that much damage. Somebody. No, I want to get the combo. Once we get this, we'll test with Goro, and then we'll go check Thundering Fury quick. Because we gotta check Misa's idea. Yeah, I kind of figured that would do that. Okay, it's fine. Alright, yay, healing. Wait, I'm cool then. Bad damage take. My gameplay is definitely not Harbinger of Dawn gameplay, I'll tell you that right now, but oh well. Really? There we go. Okay. Why did I do that? Whatever. It doesn't matter. We just need to kill it. It makes sense. There you go. Yep, it was a Serenade diff. Whoopsies. Alright, there you go. So... Yeah, I don't know. I really like how Chiori feels to play here. it's enjoyable. Let's see what happens when we put the dog on the team. Hello, Mr. Dog. Where are you? Hello, doggy dog. So C6 dog. That's the main reason to use him. We would like instructors and create because Fab is nice. You could theoretically use Elegy. We're gonna burst every other rotation, by the way. So we don't really need to worry about much, but there you go. Now, yeah, we have no Elegy. You could theoretically use it. Elegy is only gonna work, I believe, on him when you on the rotations you do burst on him. So, is Elegy buff enough that you burst every rotation on him and just do a slow rotation? Probably not. I don't think the 100 EM is that good. But, anyways, let's see what happens if we just do the same team. But replace the C2, or C3 technically. Xilonen. I am curious. Surely Xilonen C3 is better. Right? Surely. By the way, I think clearing this boss without Columbina... how long is Goro's buff last? Should I have waited for Goro's skill? I don't know.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Light the dust. 3 moons converge. Flame.
Advance! Everyone on!
Delicate as silk. Light the dust. Divine light, shield them. A new moon rises.
And we skill.
Without further ado. Light the dust.
Trigger the normal tag a little fast.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way. A moonlit night for all.
Press the advantage! Pull in!
I am the cutting edge of fashion.
Oops.
Light the dust.
Unfortunate timing.
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shut. 3 moons
It was definitely doable. It is definitely worse, which is good. I'm glad C3 Xilonen is better. Also, I just realized I wasn't using Instructor properly. I need to be going Goro into Zibai. I was doing Chiori because, you know, Chiori into Zibai was good, but we should just do the... Yeah. It was enjoyable, but we could just do this. As I said about Zibai, my overall thoughts are still true, although I am liking her much more than I originally thought I would, because doing this combo on her is a lot more enjoyable. Oops, forgot a burst.
A moonlit night for all. Delicate as silk. Let me
Good charge! Press the advantage!
light the dust.
Wow, that's fine. Good.
Divine light, shield them. 3 moons converge.
Advance!
I really didn't take advantage of the
Light the dust.
res down phase properly.
Blaze moon shine. Flame.
You know,
A moonlit
bad.
night
That
for
should we
all.
do. Xilonen C2 is better than Goro sheets wise by about 5 to 10%. Thank you, Resh. Appreciate it.
Charge!
So yes, Xilonen C2 R1, good. Also, Xilonen C2, to be clear, gives you a lot of like different team options for doing triple Geo and whatever, which is nice. Like, it's a nice constellation for team building value. on a level that isn't represented by spreadsheet stuff, right, as well. But it is just better enough at a baseline, which is good. This Zibai has EM sands, by the way, which is really not ideal.
Smite the dust. Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite the dust.
I believe like Def Sands when I went and checked on it was like,
Charge!
oops, was what was it? I did a normal type there by accident.
Divine light.
I should have actually saved that, I think, for doing this, because like the time that took to do wasn't worth it relative to just doing this.
Smite the dust. Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Mies lost Zibai? Oh no. Is it because he wanted Zibai?
I am the cutting edge of fashion.
Rally!
Smite the dust. Divine light, shield them. A new moon.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot harder. So like this is kind of like, this would be easy probably with a def timepiece. What I was trying to say is I think when I last checked, and this was like me checking my own artifacts, but I do have like good EM timepieces and good def percent timepieces. And I checked this in particular because I have an EM timepiece, or I have a def timepiece if I got Zibai. And this was partially, to be clear, when I was checking, but this is just the like lunar damage was what I was looking at. So this should say the same in her normal teams, but I was technically checking this in the non-hydro teams because I was checking that, right? But with a def percent timepiece, I have like a 17 crit rate def percent timepiece, which is kind of actually awkward for balancing Harbinger of Dawn stats. That sounds like a lot of crit rate, right? So I was checking, okay, wait, what if I use my EM timepiece that is lower crit rate and a bunch of crit damage? And unless that was a glitch, I think Zibai's ult just missed. Perfect. 10 out of 10. Thanks, game. Try some non-Columbina teams. You won't be able to play this boss without Columbina with Zibai, I don't think. Well, okay, with a Nefa, you might be able to. I played it on CE server. I don't really see the point of checking it. This boss, this boss says fuck you for only having one source of lunar damage, but I can. I will throw in Ino here. And we'll leave it here. We'll even give it its best shot possible. We'll throw in Shalonen. Again, C3 Shalonen. So there we go. Is Ino? Nope. Okay. Also, what con I know? C3. That's nice. That doesn't have an energy con, which is less nice, but oh well. Just yoink the Columbina pieces for simplicity. That's fine, I think. And either event weapon or Fav. Fav is not leveled, so event weapon. Alright, hopefully fine. C3 Zibai and C1 E-Lua and 220 balls. Is it a good idea to go for C2 E-Lua or save for Linnea? We don't know what Linnea's kit is, so I'm not going to give you any vibe on that. Oh my god. That's incredible. That's very lucky to get that many Zibais in 220 pulls, but also getting only 2 copies of E-Lua in 220 is brutal. That is what happened to me when I went for my first copies of Lanyan. Holy. Like, you literally might get C6 before C2, yeah. Let's be real. If you want my take, I think... So Zibai feels balanced to me around not having a, like, 5-star unit. Like, she doesn't have an Anefa that's Geo that's doing a shit ton of lunar crystallized damage off field. She also doesn't have a llama that's just buffing a shit ton. Like, E-Lua is like semi her llama, but like not so incredibly good that he's like the problem of llama with Nefer, right? Like, yeah, she might be a Geo support. The problem with her being a lunar crystallized Geo support, whether it's just buffing or off-field damage dealing, Zibai just becomes by far the best DPS in the game by a significant margin. Like, and if she doesn't, then Linnea is dookie. Like, either they're horrifyingly imbalanced, like either they either, like, if Linnea is that, then Zibai is a very broken character functionally. But like I don't know, man. Like it's very obvious some characters were balanced. Like before Columbina was announced, they balanced Flynn's and Nefer around Columbina coming out. If they're releasing a lunar crystallized unit, I don't think they're going to do it. My take is they're not going to do it. Or if they do it, their kit's gonna work in some weird ass way that restricts Zibai's teams that like is a minor increase. But I don't know, right? I like she sheets with her best team competitive to Flynn's and Anefa with like E-Lua's. I think that's with E-Lua C6, Columbina C0, and I forgot the last lot again. Goro C6. Like if a lunar crystallized support replaces either E-Lua or Goro C6, like she literally just becomes better and is really simple to play at a baseline. And like none of those combos were like factoring in this like new front loaded DPS aspect at all anyway. Like so I don't know, man. Like it's not a bad thing for strong characters to exist, but like it's not good if they power creep the DPS ceiling. The one benefit of like how Columbina, Anefa, or whatever, all the DPSs that are 140k DPSs, at least it didn't really technically increase the ceiling that much. It just made the ceiling easier to get to. Like that is like the Nogtai's units release are power creep, to be clear. Like the fact that we can do Muika premium 140k DPS, but with less skill. Like I can't, if you tell me to go and use a Muika C0 like with and get 140k DPS with like, you know, spreadsheet assumptions kind of thing, I probably fail because I think it's a much harder combo to do than stuff with a Flynn's, Nefer, Zibai. But at least it again doesn't increase the DPS ceiling. If it does, I don't know. PLB, thanks for subscribing for 4 months in a row. Appreciate it. Yeah, buff lunar crystallized reaction damage if you're in Lace and Gleam. Yeah, that would be very funny. Yeah, like they could be a unit that does something interesting and doesn't buff Zibai. So my take is whether or not you continue pulling for E-Lua, I don't know, because it depends on the other geos in your account. You don't necessarily need E-Lua. Especially if you have a C2 Shalonen. But if you don't have a C2 Shalonen, I don't know, you have Zhongli, you have Goro. Like, yeah, you can do Goro and E-Lua together, but you don't have to do Goro and E-Lua together. You can do Goro, no E-Lua, or with E-Lua C2, and then it's just annoying for the artifact sets and whatever kind of thing, blah, 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 blah. So, I don't know, right? It's just annoying for artifacts, so I probably would not risk going for C2 E-Lua if you already have a C3 Zibai. I don't think it'll matter enough. I don't think it will, but that is a troll of the game. Anyways. I have Zhongli, Goro C6, Aino C6, Inefa, and no Shalonen. I think with Zhongli, you're chilling. I think you just do, like, with a C3 Zibai, I assume C3 is our skill levels, which should be decent. Like, with C3 Zibai, Zhongli, Goro C6, and I assume Columbina. Actually, I don't know. Maybe you use Aino C6 over Zhongli. Well, if you have Harbinger of Dawn, you use Zhongli. If you have Harbinger of Dawn, use Zhongli. If you don't have Harbinger of Dawn, like you're using either her signature weapon or another 5-star stat stick that is compelling on her, then yeah, use Aino C6. I assume Aino C6, Goro C6, Columbina would be better than Zhongli. But maybe the red shard is good enough. I don't know. And the crystallizes he triggers. So yeah, that's my take. Harbinger of Dawn with Bina. Yeah, so if you do Pamber Bina, well, no, if you're using Zhongli, you don't need Pamber Bina technically. So yeah, if you're using Harbinger of Dawn, just decide whether or not you need Zhongli in certain contexts. I know C6 is a nice option to have for sure, because you can do I know C6 plus Columbina. I know C6 also reduces Columbina's ER needs. You could feasibly do an Albade build in Columbina that bursts every rotation with I know, like funneling particles and whatever. Anyway, sorry. Okay, so rotation here for Hydro uptime. We want to wait. I know can't trigger Lunar Crystallize. Because the Hydro can't trigger Lunar Crystallize. God damn it. Okay. Well, hopefully we get our burst back with Fab there. Okay, so well, we can open with E to get Shalonen going. And we don't have Ser. No, we have Serenade. Sorry, yeah. We'll open with E. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if we're gonna break the shield here. I'm gonna guess not. By the way, I could be wrong. Oh my god.
Bring it.
Pull in.
Be cleansed. The sky's clear. The glaze moon.
Okay, I think we can clear the shield.
Ding dong, weather bomb.
Maybe I underestimated the Shalone a little bit.
Advantage.
Without further ado.
Oh, maybe not. I don't know. Oh man, the I know energy situation. This is so awkward. You see what I mean? Like we lose this boss is hard balanced. Sorry, but pop up on my display that I gotta turn off. All right. This boss is so freaking balanced around frick you for only having one source of lunar talent damage. And it's not really like these teams, like Zibai's non-Columbina teams, actually perform pretty well. It's just this boss's mechanics, in my opinion. I'm curious. I want to try this to see if it makes sense. I don't think it made sense, but here, end there, and then do this.
Bring it.
Rally. Pull in.
Without further ado. Smite to death.
What? Oh, this is screw up timing. All right. I still didn't freaking get there. Even if we got the E out, I don't think that would have gotten there. Oh my god. But yeah, so like I tested C6. I know I didn't test with Shalonen C2 on Creator Server, but I tested with C6. I know Shalonen Goro C6. I know Goro E-Lua Zibai. So like the banner thing against this boss, and I couldn't do it on Creator Server. And I had a better build on Zibai than this, by the way. So like a significantly better build. But I didn't do this combo, and I didn't try that long, to be clear, so I maybe... Oh my gosh, having to wait for that real bad. I think it maybe would theoretically be doable here. I don't know why I did that. I think it would maybe be doable here if... Oh man, I bungled a little bit there. With a C4, I know, funnily enough. Is it just this boss is cooked again? No, it's just this boss. Like, this team can perform fine. Like, like again, Zibai, I think, performs appropriately at lower investment levels. Like, as far as if you play her and her best team, I believe in replace Columbina with Ino. She loses like 20% total team DPS, which is enough to clear this, right? But the boss's timings for shields and like it's enough. Like you can do it. But that's assuming like C6 E-Lua, to be clear, right? I couldn't do it with the C2 E-Lua on Creator Server with her banner teammates. But It's not to say it's impossible, and I wasn't doing the new combo that lets you front load some damage. So, wait until Radiant Moongecko, you'll give you a middle finger if you don't have Lunar Crystallize. Yeah, maybe. I hope it's just a middle finger if you don't have Columbina, rather than a middle finger if you don't have Lunar Crystallize at all, though. Yeah, you just need more energy on her. Did you say the glaze moon shines? I didn't press Goro skill. That was dumb. Yeah, I don't really see a way to do this without having Ino's burst come up immediately. At least maybe it's doable, but like, like it's close. It's probably just an energy diff. Ooh, and what is this email? Clear Path Payments. Lopez et al. Versus Apple Inc. A payment of $24. Holy. This must have been a massive... What is this class? This must have been some kind of class action. Does anyone know what this is? This must have been a massive class action. Because class actions normally be like, oh, you get $2. Especially from a company like Apple with how many million customers. Like, what class action was this that they're paying for? Anyways, I'll snooze that. I'll take free $20. Why not? I don't know what for. I'm gonna snooze that email to later today. Anyways, has Lunar Crystal a shield like Fatui but larger? Is it a white shield? Ugh. I have to break the target with Lunar Crystallize. Hopefully Bina can cope with Geos. Yeah. Yeah, we'll see. Anyways. Also, if it has permanent Geo Aura and just Hydro alone triggers Lunar Crystallize, maybe it'll be not that bad. We'll see. We'll see. So, hidden fees for app developers are artificially blocking people out of the Apple App Store. Oh. Good. 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 Yeah, I assume it's a 2026 one. Fuck you, Apple. Apple's so goddamn cringe with App Store policy. Alright, anyways. Okay, so... what? Oh, yeah, I wanted to test... Do we have Thundering Fury on this account? We gotta test the Thundering Fury shenanigans. I feel like with how tricky it is to... So, the idea Mies had was Candice... Inefa with this new combo on the horse. Nay. But with how tricky it was, I found to do... Oh, okay, we could test it, I guess, technically, theoretically. Yep, we can test it. We can test it. Alright. I don't know. Test it and have a good build? I mean, that's a funny artifact for... test it and have a good build? Maybe not, but... Yeah, no. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Alright then. I mean, that's a good piece. So yeah. Will I be pulling her? I don't know. Now I'm kind of wishing. So originally I was considering doing a silly stream that, like, during Zibai testing, I was going to be like, for every time my cats jump on my desk, I'll do a 10 pull. They actually haven't jumped on my desk. I think they've only jumped on my desk twice this whole stream, funnily enough. Which was probably the pulls I was going to do anyways for E-Lua. But I kind of want E-Lua C1, and that's my current plan. The problem of getting her is I don't have the resources to get her. And especially I don't have the resources to... Like, I have the resources to get her, sorry. I don't have the resources to level her. And especially, like, trying to level her and Columbina. But she is fun. I don't know. Like, her combos are actually fun. Much more than I expected. And, I don't know. I don't know. I have interesting components to make our teams interesting. including doing stupid no hydro Zibai things. And I would be interested to see if my prediction for the future comes true, in that there will be relevant context for no hydro Zibai in the next year. So I don't know. We'll still wish for E-Lua, because even though I'm not going to immediately put resources into E-Lua, I want him as an option. I want my Dookie character. I wanna prove why he's Dookie. So, anyways, like, what's funny is, like, with an unleveled E-Lua, I'll basically be able to be like, here's what an unleveled E-Lua, like, with level 1 burst, with, like, the tiny, because, so E-Lua's burst for non-lunar crystallized damage is 33.6% of his EM. I believe that goes up to, like, 60-some%, so it's, like, about half the value versus, like, crowned. So I'd be like, alright, here's Noelle damage without E-Lua's buff. Here's Noelle's damage with E-Lua's buff. So you saw that, like, 500 damage increase? It'll probably be more like 1,000. See that 1,000 damage increase that we got from buff to no buff? Well, if E-Lua was crowned, we would have gotten 2,000. He's so fun. I'm glad you're having that with him, Sylveon. It can be fun gotten from Dookie characters when you do something like min-maxing your investment. So if I'm making a dedicated E-Lua video, I'll probably, like, rant about how I dislike what they did to him, because he could have been one of the most fun characters in the game. And then I can also just show, like, something like Sylveon's account, be like, well, if you still are dedicated, you can still do silly fun things with him. You get big numbers from him if you want. It's not like it's hard to get big numbers from him from DPSing him himself, and that's cool. But man. Zibai, Nefer, and Flynn's all about the same strength, yeah. I would argue as far as, like, a self-contained unit goes, Zibai's probably the strongest, but she's still balanced in a way relative to the enemies that, like, it doesn't fundamentally change that, you know, you still want other Nodcry 5-stars with her, I would say. Columbina being definitely the most desirable for her. In fact, I think just... I don't know. Like, Columbina or maybe C4 Ino isn't that bad, but we're not able to properly test Ino here without having more energy recharge on her, and I don't think we actually really had that many more options to give her more ER. Like, I mean, there's pieces that are not leveled, to be clear, on this account, but yeah, like, I can't test a proper Ino build on her here, realistically. So, yeah. Anyways, let's see real quick before we go on my account, because, yeah, we got 20 minutes. And then we can maybe log into someone else's account, like Sylveon's or whatever. Clunky with the setup, with him is non-cry set uptime, and I just needed to delay ulti on him until after proc lunar crystallized. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. So, wait, is there Candace C6 here?
I promise to keep
That is
you
definitely
safe.
needed for this. It is. Yay. Yay. Okay. And then... Wait, we needed Lua. No, we don't need a Lua. We have an Eva. Okay, never mind. I guess we can just use Shilonen. Why not? Sure. Right? I think this is fine. Let me double check my notes. Yeah, no. There's no reason that we should need Lua, right? Right? Okay. Candace. Yar. And... There we go. Okay, and... Wait, we should also give her a crit rate. Okay, bam, there we go. Perfect Candace piece. There we go. She'll get her burst back. Candace do here other than fusion. She applies Hydro. That's why we need C6. The point of using Candace is to reduce cooldown with a couple infused normal attacks. The idea is to do her fast combo. Like, so get a, like, electrocharge trigger for the idea is to use fire. This is like not worth it because the artifact set is too broken. Like new artifact sets with new DPSs are too damn broken. It's not worth it. Okay, I know it's not worth it. I don't care. The question is not is it the best team? Is just what does it actually let you do? Can we do 15-second rotations is the question. Because in theory, we could do 15-second rotations. So we're not testing damage here because we don't have a real build for it. We are just testing whether or not we could do super fast rotations. This looks so much better than it is because, yeah, anyways, wrong artifacts. I mean, she'll still do some damage, to be clear. Okay, I mean, if anything, this shows that, like, you know, you can have a build that will still get good damage, to be clear, without the Nogcry artifact set. It is not that hard, especially with Harbinger of Dawn existing. That is a free crit stat stick weapon. So it's like the crit value from the new artifact set isn't as important, but you also lose the EM. You also lose the functionally even more EM for the whole team from the lunar damage bonus, Gleaming Moon, whatever the frick effect. Candace should be on Serenade here, probably. And Nepha's, I think, technically on Serenade. Oh, no. Well, oh, I swapped things around, yeah. Sorry. Sorry for destroying your builds, Vic. How you configured it before was fine, other than I think Shalon should be on structures, so... Anyways, yep, whatever. We're not testing damage here, it's fine. So... We'll just go into the damage dummy again, I think, and try to test this. But what we want to see is, like, we want to do, like 1 or 2 normal attacks. I don't know, maybe we have to do 3. We'll see. We need 3 instances of cooldown reduction to be procced. So the ideal is, like, do 1 normal attack, then do E, do her, you know, N4, 3E, Q, E combo. Well, Q if we have it available. And then hopefully when skill state ends, we have time to do a couple more normal attacks with infusion. Oh man, this is gonna be so tight though. Like, you also have to, like, Candace infusion is only 12 seconds. It's gonna be so tricky to do this. If this is possible, it's super, super tight. Ugh. I don't know. We'll see. We're not bursting on Anefa to try to do this as well. It's so dumb. It's so dumb to try to do this. But, like, how can we not try? Alright. Thankfully the damage dummy exists, so this is going to be less insanity inducing. 59.4 crit rate with Bina without E-Lua, enough to reach 100%. Yeah, without E-Lua, that's 90%. With E-Lua, that would be 95. With pre-C6, it would be 100 with C6 E-Lua. Okay. In between yay and nay. I mean, yeah. How would I rate Zibai in between yay and nay? More yay than nay, for sure. The combos helped her a lot go from, like, someone that felt boring to play to someone that doesn't feel boring to play to me. That's cool. But I removed Shalon when I didn't need to. Oops. I should probably order the team properly.
Please select target for cleanup sequence.
Stay close.
I guess I could use infinite energy. I didn't need to equip Candace at all, did I? Oh well. So we have to, like, do Shalonen after Inefa, which is fine, I guess. Yeah, okay. Now C0 Shalonen works here too, which is good, and hopefully... yeah, you could use Harbinger on. You have a shielder at minimum, so... Okay. Start. Theoretically, by the way, I could easily get Zibai and Varka without having to spend all the monies. Infinite energy. Without having to spend all the monies. If I just win 2 50-50s. Bad gambling mentality. Anyways. Combo potential, see if she can work with Navia. That's actually interesting as an option, yeah. I wonder if you can, like, Navia before switching to her, do her fast combo, switch back to Navia, E again. Yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting option.
Defensive mode engaged.
Whoops. Yes, that's fine. No, sorry, I'm gonna wait for the cooldown. Battle Pass update already has Spine and Wolf leaning towards Catalyst of the Polearm. If you don't have them, the Catalyst is just like good on some niche scenarios. It's like good to have. I'm talking about the HP Catalyst. Solar Pearl's bad. Not useless to be clear, but not very good. Widget exists. Catalysts have too many strong options that like even Sacrificial Jade almost never finds use. So, you know. Anyways, okay. Shoot. Oh wait, her skill is on cooldown before. Duh, that makes sense. Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh boy. No, this is like near impossible to do. I think this is like near impossible to do. Oh boy.
Hear my prayer. Flee. Be cleansed. Like the dust.
Yeah, I'm not getting the. I don't think we have enough sustained hydro. I don't think it has enough hydro to do the combo. I'm pretty sure. Let me watch the aura more.
We shall prevail.
Oh. Aw.
Like the dust.
And like our skill state ended there, but like we barely got that out. Like in theory, I think it is possible to do the combo there, clearly. With double hydro fix the issue, yeah. But then we're losing. If we lose double geo, like if we lose double geo, it's pretty bad. Also, I'm pretty sure if it's double hydro, she doesn't trigger the reaction. No burst Farina. I mean, you could just use Columbina too, as far as adding extra hydro goes. I don't think the hydro is the inherent issue. I think the like at best we have like I think at best if it's like played perfectly, you have like 2 seconds of Candace infusion left. But probably not that. And Thundering Fury can only trigger every 0.8 seconds anyways, and you would need 3 procs of Electro Charge to happen in like less than 2 seconds with a 0.8 second cooldown, which is more than 2 seconds. That's 2.4 seconds. And like so theoretically you need at minimum 2.4 seconds of time with Candace infusion. With the 12-second uptime on Candace infusion, that means you need to finish it. You need to finish Zibai combos in like 9 seconds. And I don't think that's possible. Yeah, not early access, we're just on EU. I don't think it's possible to do that. 0.8, 1.6. Oh yeah, sorry, you're right. So okay, sorry. You need 1.6 seconds in theory. But anyways, the other problem that I wasn't getting to, yep, is you have ICD on your normal attacks. Right? Like that combo there only applies hydro twice. 1, 2, 3. Like 4 hit, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right. And if we do... How long does it take to do... 1, 2, walk. That combo. Let's see if I can time that. If you do N3, can you do N2N3W? Can you do 2N3W in 2 seconds? Like, because if you do 1N3, you theoretically get 2 hydros applied, and then, like, it doesn't have to be 2N3W, but you probably have to do... And you probably have to do N3W to cancel, and then N1 at minimum, I think. So you have hydro applied on the first N1, then not on N2, then on the second N3 hit. Oh, you need to do N3W N2. So how long does N3W N2 take? Does it take how much more than 2 seconds? It has to be more than 2 seconds. Okay.
Flame, hear my breath. Be cleansed.
That's not what I wanted to do. God damn it. Sorry. Gotta wait. Alright, let's try to time... Try to watch the clock, okay. So...
Grant us your blessing.
Fuck. Wait, I don't need to do Hydra. I can just count the... Why was I doing her burst? Okay. Let's just try to track when it goes on 40. 540. Okay. So you can theoretically get 3 hydro applied in 2 seconds. But, like, my god, is it on the line. Like, you need to do the perfect fast combo. Which, again, as I've said, seems to be much trickier with a Neva. And it also seems to be much trickier with less hydro application. And then you need to do N32, N2. And then, even then, I'm not sure it would actually work because... Here, we can test this with, let's, here, do this. What we do is this, we do this. And we go into skill, then we swap off, swap back. It is working. Yeah, you do, okay, you do trigger TF. Bro, this combo is so hard to do though. like the combo theoretically is like we do Inefa, so the rotation would be Inefa E. I don't even think we have time for Inefa burst. Maybe we do, but Inefa E into Shallonen, into Candice EQ, into doing E for normal attacks. E, and then E again, and then N1, and then E, and then Q, and then E, and then N3, walk N2, and theoretically that enables 15-second rotations. And like if a single thing goes wrong, you're now doing like 16, 17, 18-second rotations. And at which point, why are you doing this, right? Like, there's no reason to do this unless you technically execute it perfectly. It's so stupid. This is the most stupid possible. Like, don't do this. It's so dumb, but also it is theoretically doable. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's sus, but let's see. Okay, let's see if we can even get the timing of the procs on Thundering Fury to see if it makes sense. Like, do we see 3 Thundering Fury procs happen in 2 seconds? Like, I think that has to happen, right? So we can test that without having to test the full combo. So we're just watching her cooldown here, basically. Doing this, go into skill state, go off of her, go back to her. No, we're only getting 2 procs, right? So I'm doing N3. I'm trying to watch how many instances I see the cooldown get reduced by. In doing N3W, I think I did 2 instances of N3W N2 there. And both times I only saw the cooldown reduced twice. which is 16-second rotation. I mean, maybe 16-second rotations is actually worth it. Maybe. Big ol' fat maybe. Okay, let's try the combo. Okay.
Bring it. Hear my prayer. Without further ado. Smite the dust.
Bro, I didn't get the... I mean, I think there's a problem with not having Hydro, though. Like, I actually don't know if it's doable because of the Hydro application still. It really seems like we don't get that hit.
Defensive mode engaged.
We just don't get the second skill with the Lunar Crystallized proc. See, we don't get it there. I think it's because we run out of Hydro. I think. I mean, if we have to do double Hydra, that just kind of cooks things. I don't know. But yeah, we could just put Columbina in, I guess. I don't know. Let's try with Columbina. See if the combo can actually be executed with Columbina. I get 140k on C0 R0 full premium. You got E-Lua C6 Fallen Mamba? Did you really? Holy. Or are you using a different character instead of E-Lua C6? No, it's talking about never. Oh, okay, my bad. Oh, sorry, no, what am I doing? We just need to switch Columbina for Shalonen. Okay, well, this is not the kind of testing I was actually expected to focus on. Hopefully you'll just be able to take my word for it. At this point, I think most people probably haven't watched 4 hours of this. But hopefully you can take my word for it that, like, her low investment teams do perform fine. We'll try to go on to another account maybe,
I
but
will follow where you lead.
this is the struggle whenever I log into someone else's account, the struggle I always land on is like, oh, we don't have the supportive artifacts to like properly test something. Like, I know, like, accounts need a lot of supportive artifact options to meaningfully show proper differences between things. I just can't properly show Ino versus Columbina here, I don't think. And whatever. Yeah, it's been 4 hours. I got a little distracted. Yeah, and I know it's terrible for the dog busts, period. But I don't know. You can watch other people's coverage of her, to be clear, and you should. Hopefully people gain something from me combo testing, and we'll continue playing around with her here. But anyways, let's see if we can execute this before we log into my account. I didn't necessarily need to burst, but it's fine. Oops, I did a normal attack that I probably shouldn't have done. Okay, I didn't even have my... I had no infusion there. Yep, that took way too long. Alright. E. I should have queued first. God damn it, man. Like, I almost had the combo there before. I really feel like it's so freaking hard to get, like... I feel like it's very difficult to even get the 2 seconds that you theoretically need that theoretically makes it doable. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna say Tia. I'm just gonna draw a line that obviously. I mean, it's obvious it doesn't make sense. It's way too niche with a specific team that, in theory, could pull it off. For what exact gain? I mean, like, I don't know what account would be in it. Like, I don't know if you don't have C6 Goro, but you do have Columbina, and don't have any other Geo off-field options. But you probably have E-Lua, so like if you have Like, why are you doing this if you got one copy of E-Lua and Columbina? Why are you doing this if you even have Aino? And like, I don't know. I can't imagine in my head the player that would actually just do this other than for the fun of trying to do it, right? It's just a funny thing to try to get to work, but like it's so hard to get it to work. Alright. Does Yunjin count as an off-field option? Yeah. Like I think pretty much every account I can imagine like because of the fact that her banner gives her relevant characters. It just I think it's like that's just what you do. Ugh. So anyway, let me at least fix Zibai's build quick. And Vic, if you're still watching, thank you for letting me on your account. I didn't exactly test exactly the things I expected I was going to test, but that's fine. I do recommend you get to a defense timepiece sooner rather than later, but it's not the end all be all. Obviously, you saw we can clear Fearless without a problem right now. Although I don't know if your goal was to clear Dire. I wouldn't be surprised if you could get close to clearing Dire. I'm not sure exactly though. The Dire Dog is a bit of a yeah. I think you'd have to have like a really good build on Columbina. If you do like Columbina, Goro, C6, Shalonen, in theory, with a good build on Columbina and Albeid. Wait. Well, then you... I don't know. Who do you put on Serenade there? Do you just deal with Serenade downtime? I don't know. I don't know. It is weird. Anywho's. Let's, put her back on that. I think it was that. Okay. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, if you craft a Def timepiece, I think that is probably the play. So... They have elixirs? Nope.
The Adeptus arts
Relatable.
are most miraculous.
Yeah, thanks again, Vic. We'll see if we want to log into another account. I don't know. It's weird for me. Like I know I haven't properly like shown things, but like this is the problem I have with Creator Server. I tried to like negotiate with them, by the way, to be like, hey, can I do a stream with Creator Server, even if it's like I think it would be really cool if I could do like release day during maintenance, right? You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you. It'd be really cool if I could do like release day during maintenance. Could I log on to the Creator Server and do a live stream from Creator Server to like showcase some stuff with characters coming out? But they don't want you to do that. They don't like it. Not they don't like it. I would be in. They would be like, no, you signed an agreement saying no, don't do this. But, anyways. C3 Lua in 40 polls. I might have to go for Zibai now. Okay. Well. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I am a lot more tentative. My overall conclusion is that I like her more than I even thought I was going to. So. Yup. Anyway, and like technically I definitely have enough to go to pity for sure. I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, I have enough that I'd easily be able to guarantee if I wanted. I have a little bit more than 10 pity, I think. I did a 10 pull on the moon because I thought it was funny. We have a guarantee. Our first 4-star is guaranteed to be a banner 4-star, which means it's definitely guaranteed to be a E-Lua. Definitely not just a internally Gamba 33% chance. Definitely will get E-Lua. Also, you know what? My excuse of wishing on this banner, we can pretend I never did the wishing on Yelan banner thing. That is what got me C6. Or not C6, sorry. It's what got me C6, I know, but it also got me level 100 Lanyan, because that was the gimmick of the video, and it performed terribly. I didn't lose money, thankfully. I broke even, but that was the dumb video to make in hindsight. I thought it'd be more popular because I thought it was a dumb enough gambling idea that people would like watching it, but they didn't. Anyways, I have Ino C6 already, but any Ino copies, I can just pretend like I didn't have Ino C6 already, and I'd be like, no, I got Ino C6 by wishing on multiple painters, guys. I definitely didn't wish for level 100 materials for a stupid video concept. Anyways, so yeah, I don't know. Am I? You know what? I am fine with getting her early. So let's go at least. I'm not like that much of a wishing ritual person, but let's at least go to the vibe mountain. But this means I'm definitely not getting any 5 stars, which is again in many ways ideal. I have, if I'm planning on crowning Columbina still, I functionally have less than 1 million more right now. And I don't think I have any of anything that she needs, other than artifacts, which is, I mean, that's something, I guess. Bamboo Forest is in the game? No. But I think just overlooking E-Lua is acceptable. Alright. Just have a squat. We'll see what happens. We want E-Lua. I would like, well, as many copies as possible. That's what I would like. And that's all there is to it. Okay. Well, it's not a Sethos incident, because Sethos was like just immediately 5 stars all over the place, which is probably a good thing. Hey guys, I didn't have C6 I know yet. That's good. That's progress towards C6 I know. Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Well, that's good progress. Yay for wishing for 4 stars. Oh boy. Bro, surely I don't have to go to pity to get like I really want to at least see one. Like if I want to actually, thank you.
Hey there, I'm E-Lua, leader of
Okay.
the Lightkeepers Investigation Squad.
Okay.
Lost your way,
Easy.
huh? Don't worry, that happens.
I like Zibai a lot.
These paths aren't exactly traveler-friendly, even on the best of days. Just follow my lead. I'll light the way ahead.
Yeah, we'll follow your way indeed. And we're gonna follow your way into more than one copy of you. Because what I was saying was C1 E-Lua is energy refunding. And I feel like that's kind of needed. Like, not needed technically, but I know for a fact that I'd be annoyed not having it. So, if I ever do try to use the dude. Okay, that's fine. I think the game, see, I said I liked the character, and now that's when I don't get early 5 stars. No, it's fine. I didn't have C6 I know yet. I definitely didn't have C6 I know yet. Ah, frick. Okay, what are we at? Wait, we've done 30 pulls. I had 12 pity. We are at 42. Oh, God. How much do I want to push this? This is 52. Okay. See, now we're at the point, like, losing my pity bad. If I want Vorka. That's a frickin' book. Bro, I've gotten 1 4-star in every pull. This is 62, bro. Okay. Dog. That's a dog. And only 1 4-star again. Bro, I've done 50 pulls and I've only gotten 5 4-stars. Do early 4-stars exist? This is 72, right? This is right under the ass of... Should I... Bro, you should really stop before this point, okay? Okay. Hello, dog. Hello, dog. Hello, dog. Bro, did I really... Right, I didn't hallucinate that, right? I just did 60 pulls and I got not a single early 4-star. Bro. Bro. I mean, I got 1, but for what it's worth, the average you can expect is like 1 in every 30-ish for an individual 4-star. Which, like, is kind of what happened with... That's what happened with Goro and I know. We did 60 pulls and got 2 of each. And we got slightly unlucky with E-Lua. Pity now. I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't know. She was fun, but, like... But resources. And, like, losing the 50-50 would be fine. But... resources. 2 singles for 4-star pity? That's true. 74 is technically the start of soft pity, though. We can't even get a 9 pity, which is a soft pity 4-star. Okay. 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 Man, like, if I do this, it's basically deciding to spend money for Vorka. And then also, let alone the damn resources for Vorka. Like, I'm gonna have to spend... And then the freaking goblet didn't roll well earlier, right? Like, if the goblet rolled well, I'd be like, oh, whatever. I got my artifacts that I wanted from the Albade set on Columbina. I don't need to. I don't need to. What if I lose 50-50? Then that's fine. Then I can just save it. Probably for Vorka. Right? So... I want Vorka? Yeah, he's a shit garbage character, and that makes him great. That's my opinion on him right now. I kind of hate his kit, and I think I will dislike him. But I think I will enjoy trying to make him work with different shenanigans. Like, as far as Thundering Fury shenanigans go with Varka, they'll work far better than they work with Zibai. I didn't even freaking get to see one of this dude, man. I mean, I got him, which is good, but... Okay. I got the dude, but I don't really feel inclined to level him ever without C1, but... Oops. Yeah, Varka looks fun. I don't give a shit that Varka's Dookie. He's my Dookie boy. I might end up hating him again long term because of the fact that, like, I think his shenanigan teams should not be as bad as they are going to be, right? Like, I think he will straight up be significantly worse than Dia in his shenanigan teams. To be clear, with like I'm talking like, yes, I have level 100 Dia, but even a lower constellation Dia, I'm pretty sure he's going to perform worse than I have done things with Dia with C3 Dia, right? C2 and 110 bull. That doesn't convince me. I mean, unless they're talking C2 E-Lua, that slightly more convinces me, but I don't know. I'd be fine with getting Zibai, but like resources, like, well, actually, like, real question: what do I even have for freaking Ascension crystals? Right? This is a character that wants to be level 90, and like I have enough to level 90, but not enough to level 90 her and right for Heroes Wits. I would have to farm a bunch of more. I'd have to farm talents, and then I have to farm her boss, obviously, as normal. I know she uses a Liyue talent material, which I probably don't have. Yep, I don't remember which one, but it doesn't really matter. And then Ascension crystals. Yeah, look. I mean, I have more Geo crystals than I have other ones. Well, not much more. No, I technically have more Pyro, I think. Like, I don't have, yeah, Sylveon doesn't even have freaking crystals anymore. I'll have to farm them for Varka anyways, yeah. That's my point, I have to farm for Varka. I'm doubling the amount of shit I had to farm for. If the game wasn't grindy as hell and didn't require 5 quadrillion resources even when you buy the battle pass to, like that's, like, Mihoyo doesn't realize I would actually be fine with giving them money here. Frankly, because I'm a content creator, I'd be fine with giving them money and having fun with Zibai in my account if it wasn't such an absurd resource grind. And like, I oftentimes like have felt in the past that I feel punished for spending money because of the fact that my resource situation is more constrained by spending money. This happens with weapons, and this happens with acquiring too many characters. You're literally more resource constrained by spending money on more total, like, acquired things, not for cons. You don't get as punished for resources by going for cons, to be clear. So like it's not even a money spending thing. Like, I have an opportunity here. Hey, this stream is technically sponsored by LD Shop. You can check the link in the description or do command LD Shop if you want. If you are spending money, if you find it worthwhile. I don't think you should use the existence of discount services to be the reason you purchase. But if you were going to spend anyways, for whatever reason, you know, you can check out my link. I'll get a little bit of kickback. But my point is it's not even a money decision for me. Like on a monetary level, it's my job. I can justify it. But on an in-game resource level, it causes severe problems. And it also means not having the resources to level. Like let's say I want to level someone else this patch that is, and prepare for Varka. Like I could level Ningguang, a Geo unit that is not as good as Zibai, obviously. But I'm not going to have the resources for that, even more so if I get Zibai. And that's kind of the problem. So, E-Lua C6 and Polearms only has a guarantee and is at pity, and E-Lua is primarily only useful in theater on Polearms only, and in theater I can borrow him. So E-Lua is the first character I'm skipping on Polearms only, which is sad. I think it's very sad. And I will try to get him eventually, but I don't really want to have to spend money on Polearms only in the future, and wasting a guarantee is really dumb. So, yeah. That was my decision. It's a sad decision. But Hoyo's current design. Why I cannot strongbox Zibai set? You can't strongbox the newest sets. It usually takes a year-ish before artifact sets go in the strongbox. Although if it's an artifact set that releases towards the end of the year, like before a major version release, oops. For example, the Skirk and Varesa plunge artifact set. This is probably going to get added to strongbox at the same time during like version 7.0 as the Nod Cry sets are. Well, sorry, not that one. That's a talent domain. As this one is. And then whether or not this one actually is in strongbox is a crapshoot, because it seems to be if an artifact set has been out for less than a year, they don't want to add it to strongbox. That's the general pattern I've noticed. But so like whether or not the newest artifact set is in strongbox in 6 months from now, who knows? But it's very normal for the newest artifact sets not to be in strongbox. They never have been. So the first skippable polearm for you, yeah. Every other polearm unit has had context where it's like, okay, I could see them doing something on the account. But, and again, he would do something on the account if, well, no, sorry. He wouldn't do anything on the account if he had the lunar crystallized difference, but. Guaranteed capture rating, so like, should I use that on Zibai? I mean, if you don't think you're going to like Varka, like, keep in mind, you'll be able to see coverage of Varka before Zibai banner ends, for what it's worth. Like, content creators will have videos out on him before her banner is done. If you want to see, and if you don't want to, like, partake just in, like, the Zjef spreadsheet theory crafting sphere. If you want to actually see stuff in action. So, you know. But, and to be clear, Varka is a worse, he's a substantially worse character than Zibai, and especially if you don't have Durin, his team options are worse. If you don't have Durin, like, I don't, if you want Varka to be a character that empowers your account and improves your ability to clear endgame, I would not pull him. Not for the vast majority of accounts, whereas Zibai actually can, and has, it seems to be, I don't have creator server access to Varka right now, so I haven't played it myself. So I can only talk about the things I've seen other people talk about, and I won't be able to talk about creator server stuff until the embargo date anyways, right? But my prediction is that Varka's better teams will be slightly better than Zibai's low investment teams. I think full C6 of her banner 4-star team, C6 Ino, C6 E-Lua, C6 Goro, is pretty similar to Varka's premium team. So, and that means any shenanigans I want to do with Varka are going to be really bad relative to what other DPSs can do. Like, he is a surprisingly bad DPS for the current state of the game. And all I can guess is, well, one, maybe he's free, but two, that I have no idea. We'll find out when they do the live stream. Maybe he's standard banner. That's the same as free, in my opinion. Or maybe they just are really, really scared of versatile DPSs. I don't think it makes sense that they're scared of that with how they balanced him. But I don't know. Genshin devs hate fun sometimes. That's my vibe. So his weapon skin being an overworld seems like a clear indication he's free. Maybe? I mean, Durin gives you get a skin for Durin doing Durin story quest. Does that count as available? And whatever? I don't know. So Varka is bad? Yeah, he's pretty dookie. His versatility is fake? Yeah, exactly. He doesn't actually have real versatility. For sure. Like they already baked in his kit working in a way that his non-premium team is gonna always perform worse, even if he had better numbers. Like it would perform so much worse that you like. Varka is not even that compelling of an elect. Even if Varka's like premium team is better and his Dookie teams become better, and like turning Varka into an Electro DPS is decent, he's still not gonna be as good as like Flynn's or even Clorind or whatever, right? And that would be the way to balance it. But instead, they're like, no, we want to make sure Varka's Electro DPS is bad. And we want to make sure that Varka, as his best team, is not very flexible and just fine. Like, in his best team, he is fine. He is arguably the first balanced main DPS they've released in a while. But like don't get me wrong, he does enough damage that he won't be that hard to clear content at a generic level. But anyways, I mean, skin for doing, yeah, like I don't disagree that it's a different thing with his weapon skin and whatever. But I don't know, the main logic I've been illuminated to that is a pretty set pattern for gachas in general, but in particular Hoyoverse, is when Hoyo has given free 5 stars, they tend to do them as a thing to try to attract people to play in that patch. And there's usually other content to try to keep people playing the game in that patch. There's not content releasing next patch that makes sense for them to give away a free 5-star as like, oh, we want to try to get people to play Genshin this patch. Right? So I don't know. I think it's more likely Varka's standard banner than he is free. I'd rather he be free completely, personally. But we'll see. If they buff him again, his buff was fake. They didn't fundamentally change anything, in my opinion. So, is 6.4 the dead patch? I mean, there's nothing other than, like, a little story content, I believe. I could be wrong, right? You talk about leaks. We're talking about Varka. We're talking about the things I have seen other people talk about Varka. I don't provide you leak content myself. I simply talk about the things I have seen. So, he's limited. Cons make it quite a bit better. Yeah. So, anyways. Like, he's probably limited. Prepare for it. He's probably limited and they want him to be garbage because, I don't know. Garbage relative to Zibai. Yeah, the contrast of going back-to-back banners from Zibai into Varka is a bit rough, I will say. Again, like the comparison to emphasize is like what I expect to have happen is Varka's premium team will, like, in practice be slightly better than Zibai's non-premium, like, low investment banner team with full 4 stars. Right? To be clear, that's like with constellations and the 4 stars, blah, 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 blah. And it's not a one-to-one equivalent comparison fully, but they're in the same ballpark. Like, Varka Premium is in the same ballpark as lower investment Zibai on a generic level. Again, this is not like the nuance of what kinds of different enemy mechanics are they better at covering. I think Zibai will be better at covering different enemy mechanics because she has a more flexible kit for different team comps than Varka does. But on a generic level, the performance from Varka's teams will be not great to the point of it's confusing. And Varka is very much balanced where like a lot of people are assuming Nicole might uplift him, and that might be true. Nicole might uplift his damage a lot. The problem is Nicole will also probably uplift other DPSs just as much, if not more, than she uplifts him. So Varka is 1,000,000% in the territory of only get him if you really like him. And then try to make the most out of what you have to make him work well. And like, he's not so bad that he's going to feel like he does nothing, right? Most people just like spamming normal attacks and having flashy animations and seeing a big number appear on the screen. And he'll be able to do that. But, you know, we'll see. Only thing that can make him free is Genshin going on Steam. Oh yeah, there was that. That's true. Maybe that does explain it. Maybe Genshin going on Steam and trying to like get new players to try Genshin because it's on a platform that like, because a lot of people aren't really willing to try a game like Genshin because they have to like download a separate launcher and whatever. So that's true. That very well might be the case. I guess that is potentially a reason they're trying to like get people to try, and then they can pay for Genshin to show up in the front page of Steam. I assume people can do that, and then like be like free Vorka, and then it also like helps with the stereotype that like a lot of PC players might have, PC gamers might have, that like, oh, Genshin is waifu game, but meanwhile like, the advertisement staring at them in the face is the big boy. Right, Genshin's coming to Steam. There was in the beta files, it was data mined that there was like code references for like Steam API things, if I recall. So you know what, that is partial logic. So I don't know. He sure as hell seems balanced, like he's a standard banner or free character. So we'll see. But yeah, it's pretty much soft confirmed. Like, why would there be code for Steam API stuff in Genshin? And yeah, oh yeah, Steam login in the Hoyoverse website. Yeah, I didn't even think, I forgot about that. So that's not even leak content. That's just there. So, like, you can log in through Steam now. Apparently, like it's coming to Steam. Now, whether or not it'll like launch the launcher, like a lot of Steam games launch their own launcher after you launch them on Steam. I hope Genshin doesn't do that on Steam. That'd be annoying as shit to me. So, anyways. Steam make you download all 120 gigabytes of Genshin? I mean, I would hope that if it's on Steam, Steam hosts the download. That would be nice, but... Oh, you mean, is it... Well, yeah, it's going to be the same file size. Why would the file size be different, yo? It's the same game. It's just who's going to host it. But normally the Genshin launcher downloads the main files for... I mean, not everything, because technically the game itself downloads some files, but most of the game's files are downloaded through the launcher. Theoretically, Steam should be able to download the whole game through Steam itself, which would be nice. They probably will, so they can kind of self-promote their own games. Yeah, if it forces you to launch the Hoyoverse launcher anyways, then all that them being on Steam is just kind of like, it just doesn't matter at all. Actually, in my opinion, nothing is different, other than they can get more attention on it because it's on Steam. That's all. Like, it would just be marketing in that case. Dream kit for Nicole. I have no idea. I honestly have no freaking clue. Superconduct. I'm not kidding. Sorry, I had to cough. How is the pyro unit superconduct related? I don't know. Make it work. It's not my job, it's Hoyoverse's job. Make superconduct a real thing. Make me have reason to... Pyro doesn't make sense at all for superconduct. Want her to be 5-star Bennett? I don't. If you want her to be 5-star Bennett, you're asking for just... Let's make everything about the game worse. Anyways, like, oh, now Bennett, one of the most broken characters in the game. They've already done a good thing in diversifying characters away from needing Bennett, which is not a bad thing. Like, they've already functionally power creep Bennett by releasing really, really strong off-field supports like Llama, like the fact that Flynn's is an attack scaling damage dealer, and attack does a lot for him, and yet still his best team does not include Bennett and does not include Eon-san, should tell you something. And he keeps up Eon-san buff fully, by the way. So you can't be like, oh, it's because there's not movement. No, he keeps up Eon-san buff fully. Right. Like, they've already managed to successfully move away from Bennett. And, like, on that level, it means it's not theoretically that problematic to release 5-star Bennett. But, like, really? Is it really going to be, oh, you want to get a, and now you have to pull a 5-star to have, I just, ugh. C6 speedrunners replace Sucrose on his team with Eon-san. That doesn't surprise me that much, but because he gets Red Shred for free, and an effect happens with really strong C6 DPSing that just buffing the DPS as much as possible tends to be better than doing anything else. So, and Bennett buff is probably, or Eon-san buff is probably more of a buff than Sucrose buff on her own is, right? Because a big part of what makes Sucrose strong in a Flynn's team is not just how much she's buffing Flynn's, it's how much she's buffing the whole team, right? So, no, that makes sense. Anyways, yeah, I assume she's a buffer, and I assume she is probably actually intended to replace, like, I think the most likely reality is she is intended to be a Hexen Circle Bennett. What I think the likely end result of that is that she just ends up being team restrictive and has a lame kit, and I'll be sad. So, already kind of need to sweat your ass off clearing endgame combat with free-to-play power creep team? Yeah, which is why I don't want them to power creep even more. I don't think it's a good thing that they're even going to power creep Bennett. Right? So, at the very, like it's a good thing that they probably make her restricted, that she probably wouldn't be better than Bennett in for Moika's best team. But then she's inevitably just going to, I don't know, right? I don't know. The Hoyoverse has stopped doing, like, really creative kits. What I want from her is something completely unexpected and really creative. That's what I want. I want her not to be Hexen Circle tied. I want her not to be 5-star Bennett. I want her to do something creative that is unique, that makes interesting teams around herself. That's what I want from Nicole. So, level 100, yeah, weapons, fuck that. Bro, NK's broken again. God damn it. Why does this break when I don't click on the page for 20 minutes? And it just doesn't refresh. I have to open a new tab. Why? EBK. Oh my god. Can I type? Phone call. Alright. Albeid Colombina. Does she get free credit from Constellations? I don't remember. No, just crit damage from C6. Okay. Well, your crit rate is extraordinary. Your crit rate is very, very, very low. Like, remember, this adds like freaking 60? Yeah. You're at 270 crit damage with a 66% crit rate. HP timepiece is great, but in your case, you should just use crit rate circlet. So, yeah. How are the cats? They're good. Oh, I think someone did a cat cam earlier that I ignored. My bad. I forgot. I saw it and then I was yapping. that's yep. Oh fuck! God damn it! I forget. She's literally a witch, though. I don't care. I don't care about the lore. I don't care about... Look, lore has not ever been a consistent thing that meaningfully influences kids. It's cool to have lore synergy. I don't like if, oh, she's Hexerai, therefore she must only be Hexerai team? Is that the logic we're going with? Like, she can be good for Hexerai characters without, like, being, no, fuck you, I only am paired with Hexerai characters. Anyways. I just want them to do something inventive. Like, they can do creative things. They did creative things this year. Lunar Crystallize is pretty cool and interesting. They just balanced it in a way and then chose to make E-Lua in a way that could have made it much more fun, and it's kind of just meh. It's, like, cool, but mostly eh. Like, there's a reason I haven't made a Lunar Crystallized dedicated video yet. It's because, like, I don't think it really needs that much more coverage other than what I said in my Columbina pre-release video, other than, like, it's cool and it makes me like thinking about playing Geo units again. But it doesn't make them impressive. And they could have had E-Lua be someone that took it from being a fun low investment option to something that could actually scale decently okay with investment by having a specific 4-star built around this new reaction. Like, that could be his niche. If E-Lua's niche was buffing Lunar Crystallize the reaction. Not E-Lua's niche was buffing Zibai the character. Anyways. So, yeah. Like, they can do fun things, and I would like them to do something fun with Nicole, but I don't know. I struggle to think, knowing what they generally design things like, I struggle to think of something that's actually realistic for what they would actually make in the game. That would be something I would want for a Pyro character at this point in time. At least he's not Dahlia. Dahlia is a more interesting character than E-Lua. I'm more interested in getting C6 Dahlia. What Dabina doing? She's figuring her stuff out. I haven't finished the Selena Chronicles quest, so technically this is pre-Archon quest Columbina. That's not true, because our kit is technically post-Archon quest. Will she ever free herself? I don't understand how I got stuck here. Oh, I see. Oh, shoot, I angled the camera. Oh, it's the pot. I didn't even know there's a pot there, that's why. Do other characters get stuck on this the same way? No, they just walk through it. It's funny. Something about her custom walk. The Columbina. Oh. Now we're fine. Oh, there we go. So it's like... Oh, no, okay, other characters can get stuck on it too. Not as easily, though. Something about her special walk animation makes her more easy to get stuck there. Nicole's Pyro Swirl support? Yeah, you know, like... You know, I'm down with something creative like that. Pyro Swirl support, and she makes Pyro Swirls, like, be able to crit, and they have, like, real scaling and whatever. Like it actually... makes it worthwhile. Like, you could crit DPS Sucrose building around Pyro Swirls critting, and Pyro Swirls can be, you know, swirled onto enemies with other elements to potentially do something. That would be a cool kit. Yes, I agree, and that could make sense with Barca if they do that. I don't know, something funny about how easy it is to do this. Anyways. Monyon exists? No. Like, also other animos exist. You know other animos can swirl, right? Varka isn't the only animo character that can do pyro damage. Literally every other animo character in the game can do pyro damage. It's just a matter of them making her kit work in a way that actually incentivizes doing that, and for it being good. Sorry. Like, case in point, E-Lua's kit. They could have made him buff the lunar crystallized actual reaction damage instead of just, like, they intentionally put in this restriction to make him not buff the reaction damage, right? But that was a choice they made. So and they could do the same thing for Pyro Swirl. They could balance it around only benefiting Varka. If her kit is like incentivized to require Pyro Swirl, they could balance it to require Varka, or they could balance it to actually do more than that. So Glitch makes Colin be a little like the creepy angel we all expected her to be. Yeah. Anyway, should we go test anything more with Zibai? I don't know. What else do people want to see? I'm actually kind of satisfied with my testing. I was tempted by her, but after we just yapped there, right, the temptation fell away. The temptation did fall away. Sorry, lady. I'm saving for Mr. Duke Duke. As much as I think Varka is not going to be good, and I might actually just... I think there's a strong chance I dislike him over time. And if I end up getting creator server access for Varka, I won't say that it's the reason directly, but if I end up hating Varka on creator server, then maybe I will end up pulling Zibai. Or at least going to pity. So... if I stream next week and suddenly I have Zibai, that might be why. Varka or Scaramouche does more damage? Varka. I'm pretty sure Varka in like a... well, that's probably wrong. Probably. Is it? I don't know. Would Varka in like Varka, Bennett, Farazan... no Duran, like Varka, Bennett, Farazan, Zhongli, like what you would do with Wander, like old Wander, premium, whatever the frick. Wander new premium is probably a Benefa technically, and if with Vivi, yes, sorry. Is in Varka and old Wander premium, is he better than Wander? Probably. But he's probably pretty similar, is my bet. He might not be better. I don't know. Because he loses pretty significant value. But anyways. Albedo is Zibai's weapon. Should be pretty good, I assume. But Zibai's weapon... like, it's only gonna be pretty good because it gives like it does like anything other than the lunar passive, right? Because it gives some defense percent, I think. Yeah. Yeah, so it's low base attack, high crit damage, gives him def percent. That's what it does for him. Like it's the same as Uraku. No, is it worse? What is Uraku again? Does Uraku give... no, Uraku gives skill damage bonus. So no, Uraku's a lot better for Albedo. Like I wouldn't pull it specifically for Albedo, but I don't know. If you like wanted Nuvilette's weapon, you're like, I don't have any 5-star weapon for my Albedo. Can I use it on him? It'll be okay. It'll be a good option. It is wrong to say it's only usable on Zibai. I reject the freaking rhetoric that people are like people need to realize the difference between, like, tell me, what is the difference as a generic stat stick between Azure Light and Mist Splitter? It's the same crit value at a baseline and gives crit rate, and then after you use a skill you get 24% attack on a 674 base attack weapon. The rest of the passive basically says if your name is Skirk, get more crit and get more attack. Yes. But just because it has that doesn't mean that the rest of the weapon doesn't give good stats. Right? And it depends on the exact context, but generally speaking, as far as the generic stat stick value goes between Mist Splitter and Azure Light, and it depends on like the artifact sets giving free crit and whatever shite on your specific account, to be clear. But on a baseline value, they're really, really similar. Like, Mist Splitter has a bunch of conditions to fulfilling its passive too that aren't necessarily always up, but even if they are always up, 674 base attack plus 22.1 crit rate plus 24% attack alone, nothing else, just the baseline that basically everyone does get, every sword user does get with Azure Light, is good enough to make it basically just as good as this generic static as Mistsplitter is on pretty much anyone you would even consider using Mistsplitter on, right? Azure Light isn't great? Yes, it is. It's not that hard to... name the specific character where you think it's a problem that it's 22.1 crit rate. If it's 44.1 crit rate, sure, I agree with you. What character are you talking about? Zibai? You're not using it on Zibai anyways, because she's a def scaler. What sword character that is an attack scaling DPS has an artifact set that it's a meaningful problem on? And also, you just change the kinds of priority substats. MH Skirk, yeah. Unironically, the only unit the crit rate is potentially a problem on is Skirk. What sword character has come out since Skirk uses it? It's not the full passive. Stop focusing on only the full passive. You don't need the full passive of something for something to be useful. Just like you don't need a character's full kit to be useful. Like, here, let's have the character example. The best character example possible. What does Chevreuse do here? I'm not telling you. What does you tell me, chat? Durin can use it? Yeah, it's really good on Durin. No one since Skirk would consider using it. I mean, they've released one sword DPS since Skirk. It's not been that long since Skirk. Anyways, anyone who watches me obviously knows what this does. But... so, like the question you need to ask yourself when you're considering playing a character or using a weapon when you don't get the full extent of their full kit is not, oh, I don't have the full 100% utility. Trash. Don't ever consider it. It is, what do you still have? In the case of Chevreuse, literally everything. There's a lot of things that make Chevreuse good that aren't just Red Shred. The Red Shred is good. Red Shred is nice. But we have a lot of sources of Red Shred, especially nowadays in this game. But also in the context of Overvape, like, you get so many freaking buffs in an Overvape team format that, the number one thing I can tell you is, like, the damage I get from my Dia when I play Dia, Chevreuse, Eonson, Yai, which is a team that gives her a very good amount of buffs as well. When I play that specific team against Tulpa, where I get free Vaporizes, I get the same, like, damage numbers on Dia in that team. Like, this is compared to Freena, to be clear, instead of Ino. In that team with my Dia, I got the same damage on Tulpa with Inefa, Farina, Chevreuse, C6, Dia, as I did with just the normal Overvape team that gets when I don't have an enemy that has permanent Hydro Aura and freely gives the additional Red Shred. Like, you get so many buffs that it the buff conjunction, all the buffs for Dia outcompete the Red Shred alone. And everything else in Chevreuse's kit does not require a full Pyro Hydro team. Her attack buff just requires an overload being triggered. You have to do an overcharge ball shot so that an overload being triggered gives you the team-wide 40% attack buff. Her C6 fully works without any team requirement. You just get Pyro and Electro damage bonus after her skills going on for healing for a little bit. So Jeff got C6 E-Lua, really? I assume did he get C0 Zibai, or did he purposely pull extra for C? Like, I'm guessing he got unlucky and then just happened. If you get unlucky with getting C0 Zibai, like double pity, with a 50-50 loss, and then get a little lucky with the 4-star, it's very possible. Yeah, just not that common. So, anyways, up to C5 and did end up getting Zibai. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, that's the worst to be in. Anyways, so you still get the attack buff, you still get the damage bonus, and you still get the healing. Healing is nice. Everyone, the whole discussion about, oh, need healing for Zibai, whatever. Not saying you play Chevreuse with Zibai very often, but, a lot of people discuss, people constantly, for some reason, disparage when, like, a team doesn't have that much defensive utility, but then they also simultaneously undervalue the power of healing on its own, and having that still work without the full Hydro Pyro team. So healing still works. It also means she can still use an artifact set that not many characters can use, and that's nice to have. Flat buffs are cool. I don't want to get into this artifact set. I really like this artifact set on Shivers. And then her burst can still do good damage. She still does good pyro application. She still poops a ton of pyro. She's great at shredding shields. And she still does, by the way, her weird energy refunding thing, if you need that, because this is just based on triggering overloads on the on-fielder specifically. It's a weird constellation, but that still works. What else still works? Oh, she generates 4 pyro particles, and is a good Fav user because she has a bunch of multi-hits, especially if you burst on her. She's compelling to put in a Blast 2, by the way. If you burst an E on her, you're basically guaranteed to trigger a Fav, even with a low refined Fav. It can be a little annoying to build her with a low refined Fav, but like, it's rare to not, it's not that hard to optimize around Fav. With the Shivers, at least one that bursts consistently. This one is, I don't use a burst on her. So I want a little bit more crit rate because of that. But anyways, with C2, you get the follow-up bomb hits, so you get like 3 hits of damage that all have a chance to crit and make it a lot more likely to trigger Fav. She's a really good Fav holder. If you do E, Fav trigger, funnel that into another character, that's really, really strong. Energy is damage. Energy is damage. That's all the things that Shivers does. And it's the same shit with weapons. They're just simpler than Shivers. Anyways. So, sorry, it's a pet peeve of mine to be like, oh, that weapon useless on character. Like, they've been releasing better generic statistics as time has gone on, but with a conditional passive that makes them much more than a generic statistic for the character they're meant for, essentially. That's what they've been doing with weapons lately. So, anyways, I need to cough. I have my water bottle nearby. That's not ideal. Okay, sorry. Should we log on to Sylveon's account? Sylveon, are you still here? Jello spent 500 pulls to get C6 E-Lua on a giveaway. Oh my god. Yeah, go ahead. Do you want to DM me your login info again? So I'll check the emote. He's lo-fi and Kira all the time. Yeah. Weapons are still good generic cats. I said cat because I saw cat. Wow. Weapons are still good generic statistics if you don't enable their full passive. Characters can still be good characters if you don't fully enable some part of their kit. Escoffier, part of what makes her strong, and a pretty good versatile character, is she's nice to have, and it can be a good off-fielder and a nice healer, even without fulfilling her full cryo red shred passive. So, and hydro, but C4 Zibai and 2 losses. My god. My god, I wish they would fix 4-star acquisition in this game. Like, I want to emphasize again, all this really does is make me want to wish less at this point in the game. I maintain that. Like, like their 4-star system does not make me want to spend money. It does not make me want to level more characters. It just makes me want to continue playing the characters I already like playing, even if they can't be used in the newest endgame content. I'd rather just continue playing them and not engage with the cringe gacha if it means having to spend 500 pulls to get C6 E-Lua. Right? Like, I don't know. I've said this time and time again that I maintain that if they implemented a structure to where there's some known quantity, where it's like at least the bare minimum system they should implement is like every 50 pulls, some kind of weird ass selector thing for 4 stars on limited banners, where like this would be terrible. I wish it would be more generous than this, to be clear. But like every 50 pulls at minimum, you're guaranteed to getting an E-Lua. I can't go more than 50 pulls without getting him, because like right now I think I've gone like 40 some pulls without him, for example. And yeah, 4-star wishing is fixed in Zenless because yeah, one, there's only 2 characters, which makes the odds so much less likely that terrible things happen for 4 stars compared to 33% chance. A 50-50 for rate up 4-star versus a 33% chance is so much better. And then you also can buy any copy of any 4-star every month in the monthly shop, and you get more wishes in total in Zenless, which with the same base rate of 4 stars means more easy acquiring of 4 stars as well, technically. So you just cooked if you get Zibai and 1 lucky 10 bull with 0 E-Lua? No. She's not that reliant on E-Lua. Do you want to wish more for E-Lua as a team option for her, depending on your account? Maybe. But if you have other geo options, if you have Columbina, especially, and you have Zhongli, Shilonen, Goro C6, if you have, who else? Honestly, if you have Chiori, Albedo, like if you don't have a 5-star geo option off fielder, you maybe want E-Lua a little bit more, or Goro C6 is probably my vibe. So, anyways, by the way, to not compliment Zenless's wishing system too much. Zenless's wishing is ass. I think they're actively implementing things that are kind of bad. Not bad. They're not bad per se, but bad on a level of like not what I think is cool for gacha games to do. They're removing player control from being able to plan properly, and I hate that. Anyways, but you can't. The ideal gacha systems, in my opinion, are the ones that if you know how the system works, you can plan your resources properly, because that allows you to make the gacha not a gacha, and that's why 4 stars suck in Genshin. Is because you can't plan around 4 stars. They're just fucked. And then you can't. You also can't plan around like reruns for most characters. You can plan around it, like for newer characters, like you can know that Flynn is going to rerun soon. You can know that Llama's going to rerun soon, but like after their first rerun, who the fuck knows when they rerun realistically, right? It could be after Flynn's first rerun. It could be another year before he reruns, right? You can't really properly plan around that. So Zibai, C2 Xylo, and maybe Flex. If you have C2 Xylo, that gives you a lot more options. You should even more strongly consider doing triple geo, I would say. But yeah, you could do Zibai, C2 Xylo, and Goro C6, whatever. C2 Xylo doesn't do as much, in my opinion, if you don't do triple geo. But I love the removal of the 50-50 on new ZZZ runs. That's the problem. They're not consistent with it. You can't plan around it. I'm sorry, I do not want to have another 3-hour rant about that. It wasn't 3 hours. It was basically an hour, though. You can go watch my previous Twitch stream if you want to see that rant from last Friday. I'm not going to again. I refuse. I'm sorry. The next banners for Zenless do not have a guarantee, in case you didn't realize. So like, it's just fuck you, get lucky that the character you want happens to rerun on the rerun banner that they arbitrarily choose to give the free guarantee on. It's ass. It's only beneficial if you get lucky that it's a character you wanted. And yeah, so anyways, like you can't actually plan around it. And if you can't plan around it, I don't think the guaranteed rerun banner matters at all, is my opinion. I think it's just a thing to bait people into pulling when they happen to run it. And it's probably only going to exist like during the major patches. I got Astra in 18, so I'm chill. Yeah, exactly. You got lucky. You either get lucky when pulling, or you get lucky that it's a character you wanted to pull on a rerun that happened to be in the guarantee banner. Anyways. And if the banner is designed in any way where like you have to get lucky that it happens to have the characters you want, or have to get lucky when pulling on it for it to be beneficial, that's not a good banner structure in my opinion. Gacha games are only tolerable over time if you can plan around things properly for long-term play. For like new early game short-term, I don't care. I don't think it matters at all. Just embrace the freaking Gamba if you're a short-term player. Did you pull E-Lua and pull arms only? No. What am I doing? I should be logging in to my account. Anyways. Wow. Enough complaining. Sorry. Been distracted this stream. Okay. Oh yeah, I forgot I can log into one account I had set aside. I'll just go into Sylvian's account. Oh, I'm still recording. Whoops. Did you activate her constellations yet? No, wait, no. Sorry, you said she was C0. Because you said you got Nuvalet constellations, right, Sylvian? Yeah. So the main constellations we have to worry about is just like Shalonan constellations. That's fine. I failed the slide puzzle. Whoops. All right. C0 Zibai got one of each 5-star. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Oh, Loun, I didn't see your DM before, sorry. I did say to people to DM me if they wanted me to do viewer summons. I guess should we do that? Loun, are you still here? It's now been like an hour since the banner was live. I forgot that I said I would do viewer summons if people wanted me to. Hi. She's ascended now? Alright, cool. Alright, there we go. Got the code. So we are logged in. Level 81. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. I mean, it's preferable if she's level 90 to be clear. She's death scaler, but I don't know. We can add what? It's probably a 10% damage upgrade ish. We can add 10% to her damage numbers. It's not that hard. I still have your login, so just whenever you're ready. Oh, okay. Do I? I didn't save your login. I don't save people's logins on my thing, so you can only save a few accounts. 2. Okay, it's still in the message history. I found it. All right. What are you wishing for, Loun? Okay, we'll log into Sylvian's account shortly. Loun wants us to do viewer summons. Why not? Why not do more Gamba today? Okay. What are we wishing for? Do I have to do the code here? Nope, don't have to do the code here. Alright. Probably enough to use the quest materials, but ran out of books and more. Gene strat for 30 minutes. Do I have skill issues? The gene strat is very hard. And also, yeah, if it's high ping, I think it's even harder, most likely. I think it's very timing sensitive. Alright. On Zibai banner. Alright. We're in the Lantera area. Makes sense. With Mizuki. Yo.
Sweet dreams.
If you go deep like 70 without a few E-Luas, then probably pull out. Okay, Zibai banner aiming for I know and oh, we're wishing for four. Ah, frick. We're wishing for 4 stars. Okay. So what? Okay. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. And you have a guarantee. Alright, let's make sure we keep track properly. Wait, no, you don't have a guarantee. I missed the Columbina, sorry. I didn't miss the early Columbia. Okay. Never mind, that's helpful. Okay. We're at 9 pity. 9 pity, okay. If you go deep like 70 without at least a few, let's pull out. Okay. So let me know how many we're aiming for, but 19? Make sure we keep track. And we're going to get all the Inos. What is our Ino currently at? I guess we should have checked. Well, it's one more than it was before. And we're going to get an E-Lua early in the same pull to make up for my terrible 4-star luck. No. Alright. Check what Ino currently is. I'm assuming no E-Lua. It would be a little bit weird if you had her. Had him, her, whatever. So yeah, there you go. C1, nice. I'm just gonna guess it's as many as possible. Alright. 29. Okay. Wrong boy. A boy we like, but wrong boy. Well, I mean that's C2. That's nice. That's extra hydro. All right. Well, you're getting lucky with the with Inos, which is probably better if you're not planning it again. E-Lua is mostly just made for Zibai, so realistically, you shouldn't be pulling for him unless you're getting Zibai. But if you really like him, I understand. All right, let me know when we want to stop. If we want to stop then. We have E-Lua. Another Ino. Okay, well, sure. We're at 40. No, 39. Wait, frick. Is that 40? Oh my god, I already lost track. See, this is why. Okay, in the future, I am not going to. I am not going to wish on people's accounts if they need me to stop before pity. 39. Okay, thank you. It's too easy to lose track by accident. All right. If you get C4, I know, then leave. Okay, cool. All right. It'd be funny if we get 4 Inos and no E-Luas. Hello? Alright.
I'm E-Lua, leader of the Lightkeepers Investigation
All right.
Squad. Lost your way?
Do you want to continue trying to get C4?
Don't worry. That happens a lot.
It is, in my opinion, her nicest constellation for at least endgame utility.
Just follow my lead.
We got the boy
I'll
at
light the
least.
way
That's
ahead.
nice. That's nice. And now a free Ino? No, last pull. Yep, okay. Yes, please? Alright. I'm really risking it here at this point. I did advise them not to. But it's fine. Because we get I know. Well, you got C1. You got the energy con, I guess. Okay, this is 59, I believe, right? I 49, 50. Yeah, this should be that should have been 59. The next pull is 69, I think. I asked Saluna. I mean, I've had very good luck with 4-stars in the past. Did you see my C6 Lanyon summons? It took like 30 pulls to get C6 Lanyon. It was incredible. To be clear, the average for Lanyon, like if you factor in my really, really terrible luck, was still below average. Because it literally took me 200 pulls to get 2 copies of her originally. So factor in that, plus the 30, plus the fact that 1 copy was free at a baseline, and that's pretty ass luck for a 4-star. But if you narrow your context to specific instances, it sometimes goes fine. And then sometimes I get 17 5-stars when going for 1 copy of Sethos. Anyways, and maybe that's what Loun wanted. I'm only unlucky. I'm only lucky and unlucky in the weirdest ways possible on my main account. True. Everything else is statistical averages. I didn't get you C6 Farazan, yeah. Alright, so are we doing one more 10 pull? I believe this is the last 10 pull before pity. So this would be basically to 70. If I can get C2 E-Lua, then I might as well get Zibai. Just keep going. It's not like I'm getting Varka. That's true. Yeah, for me, Varka is obviously more of a factor. Oh, well, okay. I'm pretty sure that was early. Like, you know, the kind of early that's not very early. Unless we missed track, but I was trusting the person that I think was... Okay, yeah, 69 lucky number. Yeah, we'll see if it's... Yeah, is she in the last poll? Is she poll number 69? Do we acquire a horse? Hello.
My name is Zibai. I was once known to mortals as the White Horse Adeptus. But now that I have descended to the mortal plane, you may simply call me Zibai.
Zibai. That's an Ino weapon. Okay, well... Well, you got Zibai, and you did not get C2 E-Lua. Are we continuing now for E-Lua? And I don't wait. I mean, how badly do you actually need C2 E-Lua? Let's check your teammates. It would be kind of nice. Yeah, okay, C2 E-Lua would be kind of nice here. Also, we've gotten no dogs, by the way. Wait, do you have a single dog? You do have a dog, okay. Yeah, we've gotten no dogs. C6 Goro would have been nice to get for her. So no C6 Goro means C2 E-Lua probably would be pretty nice for her. That's kind of an awkward situation. Alright. Hop on Nuvi banner? Alright. Do we have Nuv currently? I don't see a Nuv relect. Nope. Okay. Just to make sure you do want Nuvulet. Because, like... I mean, it used to be that I would almost always say, you know, get new characters over old characters. But, like, Nuvulet is another DPS, like, he's not worth having if you don't want to play him. And, like, if you actually want to play Zibai, then a Zibai dupe is better, frankly. I actually have a gift already. What is this? I don't want to click on it unless... Oh man, what a troll. Getting C1. Oh boy, 4 stars. This is a painful banner. Or chariot? Oh, I forgot about that. Yeah. The chariot that you can use in certain locations. What does a C1 do? It's... I mean, in simple spreadsheet terms, it's like straight up just a significant DPS increase. Kind of how like Nuvulet C1 is, but Nuvulet C1 has like team building impact. This gives her... Here, let me remove Twitch chat. This gives her immediately 100 points of her stuff. So if you were seeing her gameplay earlier, right? When we get to 70 points is when we can use her skill. So this giving her 100 points immediately means you immediately just do E and then E again to open up. And this probably changes her combos a little bit from what we were doing before with like doing 2 N4 strings. I don't know what her ideal combo is with with C1, but at a baseline, this basically should just be a quite strong, like 20. I would not be surprised if it's 25% plus damage increase, particularly if there is even if there's even a better combo to take advantage of this. Like in theory, I can't help but wonder, because in the same thing we were doing where we were doing like EE with the timing of lunar crystallizes, it might be possible to do like EE, N4, N4, EEE. Like maybe something like that is possible. Like, yeah, I don't know. So like, it will be a substantial damage upgrade for her at the very least, though. And it will make up for the fact that you don't have, if you don't get E-Lua C2, it will make up for the fact that you don't have Goro C6. It will make up for the fact that you don't have any of the other compelling Geo, second Geo options for her. Other than E-Lua and Goro, to be clear. But again, Goro is only worth using with C6, basically. Like, I shouldn't say only worth, like, he still does buff a little bit with his skill, right? So, Goro is a dog. He is a dog. He's a dog. So. Fuck it, I got Siege Queen. I don't need... Oh, yeah. I forgot you were... Yeah. I forgot. You are the DPS Siege Queen player. If I recall, I was actually talking to you about Siege Queen being a pretty okay option with C2 E-Lua. Because of theoretically you could make E-Lua do a little bit more damage with Siege Queen's off-field buff. Wait, no, she buffs skill damage, sorry. I don't remember what I thought I was talking to you about something that Siege Queen was an okay option. Actually, you know what's funny? With her fast combos being possible, it should be very doable to do like a burst every rotation with Siege Queen, right? You do Columbina, Zibai, Siege Queen, and then probably E-Lua, or Goro C6 if you happen to get it, but probably E-Lua, and then you can burst every rotation on Siege Queen. It should be double Hydro, should be doable, reduces Columbina's ER needs, It will technically increase Columbina's damage a little bit, with her skill damage as well, and then you can burst every rotation by doing the fast fast strat. It's still probably gonna be a little bit of a slow rotation, to be clear, but nice. I actually like it. I don't know what the ideal combo is with C1 though, but yeah, frick Nuber that. I agree. All right, or we just escape without having to get a 5-star. Clearly, that would be probably the ideal, to be clear. And then you don't have to worry about learning a C1 combo, which who knows what that is. I'm sure someone does right now. Oh, there we go. We got the boy. Let's freaking go. And we get C4. I know. No. Okay. Well, there you go. Sick. Well, hey, I have 4-star luck somewhere today, at least. That's nice. So, alright. Are we done? I just want to make sure we're done. I don't know if... I know you didn't get C4, I know, which kind of sucks. Kind of sucks not to have C4, I will say. But, I don't know. Where do you... Well, I guess you do have I know. You do have Never and Zibai now. C4 I know would be nice for... Because, like, you'll put Columbina with one of them, and you put I know with the other, most likely. Therefore, C4 I know kind of... Oh, frick. I'm not trying to make you pull. I want to be clear. You'll have functional teams regardless. It's just a nice to have. It's kind of a really nice to have, but it's just a nice to have. But this has gone surprisingly well, all things considered. I really like the colors of music, these normal text. Nice aesthetic, like pink and green bluey. But alright. I really want C4. Keep going. Ralph. That's what they said in DM. That's exactly what Lounge sounds like. Alright. This is a Ralph pull. Okay, good. And we just get I know. It doesn't troll us by now just converting it all to Goros. Yeah! Let's freaking go. Alright. Easy. Somehow we only got I knows and freaking E-Luas. What? That's a really good 4-star luck. Holy. Alright, skip. Holy. Alright, you're welcome. I do have 4-star luck sometimes, just not my main account today. Yay. Yay. Alright, let's go. No, you summon Goro with your dog barking. Oh, I did? Maybe, yeah. Wait, did you get a Goro? I thought we got no Goros. Or are you just talking about my main account? Yeah, no, we didn't get any Goros. Yeah, okay. Completely dodged. To be clear, Goros are good for Zibai. Like, getting C6 Goro for your Zibai now at this point would be good. I don't think it's that worth continuing to wish, though. I think you should save your resources, because you now have Zibai, you have I know C4, you have Columbina, blah 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 blah. You have compelling options, I think. With C2 E-Lua now, you can put E-Lua on Silken Moon Serenade. You can do Siege Queen with her. You'll be good. I think you'll be good. So, anyways, 90 pulls, like actually full pity got Chi-Chi. Oof. Oof. Oh boy. I think most of my chat's been unlucky today. Oh boy. Anyways, glad we could get lucky there. Do I just shove a Nefa? Oh yeah, I guess if you have a Nefa, I didn't even notice. If you have a Nefa, we're gonna go log into Sylveon's account and do some stuff there before we end the stream. So yeah, thank you for letting me log in again, Lone. If you have a Nefa, yeah, probably. I think the answer is probably. Just don't make sure I delete the space. There we go. Okay. Considered C6 Zibai is very good for her damage. True. True. So clearly if I go onto my main account now, guys, I will lose the 50-50. No, I'm joking. I am not wishing. I am settled. I have settled that I don't want to deal with the resource problem. The more I think about it, the more it's like a bad idea. Oh my god, the pop-ups. What happened? I logged into North America, a version of Sylveon's account. My bad. Well, I triggered Stellar Reunion for you, Sylveon. You're welcome. You're welcome. What the hell is this now? Wait, what? This is new. Okay. I forgot they changed this again. Interesting. Reunion XP gained. So play the game and you get you get an extra temple. So wait, they made Stellar Reunion even better? Interesting. Collins again on the level 1 dungeon. Do a random temple here. No, unless Sylveon wants me to, I'm not going to, and Sylveon doesn't have any wishes, so no. Whoop. So why are there so many pop-ups? That would explain it. Alright. Normal attack version, exactly. Accidentally leveled on to the normal attack server. Oh, I also definitely forgot to check if I had a temple on... No, I don't think I do. I don't think my casual account has anything. Maybe I'll do a temple on the casual account at some point, but... I am interested in having Zibai in the casual account. I think she's pretty good for that account, but... Not good enough for me to be motivated to pull. Alright, look at that Homa. Look at that Homa boy. Well, not that attack does much for him, but I do think this is probably his drip weapon with his red accents. Yeah, I can't imagine much other any other weapon matches him. So why not use it? What other weapon is even compelling on him? Like, theoretically Staff of Scarlet Sands, but if you end up using the Nodcry DPS set on him, then no. Not that you have to play him on a lunar team, right? I guess Vortex looks pretty nice too. So, or a shovel. And the shovel looks pretty good actually. It's not good on him, but you know. Anyways, Favlands, yeah, that's true. Yeah, oh yeah, that matches quite well. All those silver gray tones. Anyways, okay, well, okay. So real quick, what is your? This is the. Let's go see. Let's go see what damage we get from DPS E-Lua here. Surely we can at least nuke down a boss, right? Hopefully Shalona doesn't kill this, because I know Sylveon has C6 Shalona, so would cause issues. Codex, that's not scroll. You're not using scroll to buff the E-Lua more? Sad. Exile's Goro makes sense here for making sure you can min-max energy on E-Lua. Because basically if you're doing DPS E-Lua, you're just trying to get a nuke damage on his burst mostly. So I think I have to wait for lunar damage to happen before the artifact set, right? Triggers. Yeah, or triggering lunar reactions. Yeah, okay. So we do this. It's more Shalona and DPS with nuke E-Lua. Sounds good. Whoops, don't kill it.
Charge! Everyone on me!
I forgot what his base crit rate was. I think he has it. Okay. 100k, bam, 170k, wham. And then we like switch to Shalona and start smacking on Shalona. Yeah, nice. I get it. I like the dynamic. And with this investment level, it should work pretty well. What does it actually perform at? Let's see. And then we'll test things. But let's be real. Nuke. I think Nuke E-Lua is more fun than Zibai. Not good, but more fun. Oh, you do have Jolie. Nice. Man, I wish the presets worked here.
Yeah.
Wait, you level 100 E-Lua over Shalona? Nice. Didn't realize. Where's the boy? There he is.
I won't let you down.
Bina.
Will we be gone long?
Who was the last slot? I already forgot. Goro. Dog. How did I forget the dog?
Prepare to move out.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Okay. No, we won't turn off energy. Or turn on energy. 170 ER Columbina. Oh, on her SIG. It might be fine. And we'll see. Well, we have exiles. It'll probably be fine. Yeah.
Surge. A
Alright.
moonlit night for all. Bring it.
How many damage instances does this do? When does this run out? At some point. Okay. Is it 6? Okay. Sorry, I wasn't sure. Okay, I think it's 6 instances of normal attacks, and then we swap to it. No, we do like Columbina. You do Columbina, Goro, a little bit of Shalon in normal attacks, then E-Lua. No, you know, I'm just gonna do it the way I did it in the first setup. Okay.
When a new moon rises.
Rally! Fall in! Light compels you.
Oops. It crit. Nice.
You got this.
Hear the echoes of
Damn.
the valley. Bring it.
I might have cut the rotation too early. I don't know. Oops.
Advance! Press the advantage! Be gone, Shadow of Darkness! Go
Didn't
ahead,
crit.
maiden.
Sad. I thought I had lunar damage happen. Oh, I didn't crit twice. I think I might have just got unlucky too.
Letting brave names echo. When
Okay.
moons converge.
Charge! Rally! You got this.
Oh my god, I didn't crit again. Oh my god. Okay. I don't know why I'm dashing. I just thought there might be different combos to do.
Hear the echoes
Alright,
of the
well.
valley.
Good enough. It performs pretty well, I'd say. Considering, you know, it's a DPSing as support. I mean, with C6, to be clear. But DPSing as support, and hey, E-Lua does almost the same damage contribution as Columbina. I'd say this is Columbina with a SIG weapon. That's pretty impressive. Oh, you can't see the number, sorry. There you go. Like, it's not bad. It's not bad. Bina, Goro, Shalonen, 2 NA, alt 4 NA. Then E-Lua, another Shalonen 3 NA of cooldown. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. It was just, yeah, hard to intuit what exactly the balance of when to use Shalonen made sense. So, yeah, anyways, nice. I like it. And it can clear endgame at this investment level. What did you check what the DPS gets when you're actually playing it better? Oh, I got around the same DPS anyways. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. There's probably something like good 10% you can eke out more maybe, but I'm not sure what the optimal combo would be. Okay, so I guess we're in Melee Astra. What should we do? We want to test in Melee Astra? No, I should test it. I should test it in Stygian. We'll test against the dog. So firstly, oh hello. Firstly, I would like to minimize the amount of artifact changes I have to do. Oh, I forgot to put the Twitch chat back. Whoops. So, Miss Zibai. Uraku. It's fine. We can see if we want to try to change things to balance things out. Wait. Yeah, Night Sky. Sorry, I was double checking. That's a not that good of a circlet, but do we have a crit damage circlet we could use? I mean, that's okay. Interesting, I guess. Just wondering. I kind of want to do Harbinger of Dawn. We did Uraku before. I want to mug about with Harbinger. You don't have a leveled Harbinger. Oh. You don't have a leveled Harbinger. No. No. Okay. Well. It was an R2 Uraku. Okay. Well, R2 Uraku performs slightly better than Harbinger on a spreadsheet level. We don't need to test it. I just wanted to actually force myself to play better with her. Oh well. Oh well. Is what it is. Whale problems? Yeah, I guess. Do. Also, I didn't notice this was her goblet. Oh boy. I mean, you know what? The fact that this is our goblet means I guess it's fine that we have a Raku. Let's be real. This build is not the most incredible. The circlet's kind of bad. This is this is something special. Yep. All right. There you go. E-Lua has the good pieces. I mean, do we need to take the good pieces? Should we take the good pieces? Maybe we should take the good pieces. Wow, alright, that's a piece. And the main piece that would be ideal to change is just the goblet. So, that's an interesting one. Well, we'll just leave her on this. Okay. You're on Serenade, right? Yeah, you're on Obsidian. That's something we should probably change if we're going to test something, but we can just test without you. Oh, it was already preset, of course, as we know, as it should be, because it's a signature artifact set. Technically, we should build in full depth percent, in theory, for the non-cry lunar bonus stuffs, but we don't even have the ability to easily, so why bother? Alright. Fab is fine. Alright. So... we're not using Sylveon's in FO, by the way, for... reason. I don't think any results we have with this in FO would be comparable to anything meaningful. If you hit fast equip, it'll auto do Shalon scroll build. Alright, sounds good. We're just going to try without Shalon first. So I want to try... You have Goro on... Oh, sorry. I'm tired. You have Goro on whatever, right? So let's try Goro... Columbina. And this is Columbina with Sig, but whatever. Poopy build and not level 90 Zibai, so like whatever. I think there's enough things that are not ideal to be fine. We can try with E-Lua, of course, but oh man, I'd have to change E-Lua's build. Let's just try with Zhongli first. I want to see what this does. And we can also put Ino in place of what's her bucket? Let's just do that, please. No? Okay.
Advance.
Let's do that. Obviously, probably gonna do a better start there. Okay, something bungled there. Oh well.
Divine light, shield them.
Press the advantage. Pull it.
Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me.
A new moon
That's gonna screw my ability to actually... Yep, okay. God damn it, man. Okay. We cannot wait for the one burst. Let's not do that. Did just get C6 Ino? Nice, nice. Good to know.
Gather.
I shouldn't have done that yet, but whatever.
Be cleansed. Smite the dust. The sky's clear. The glaze moon shines.
The glaze moon shines. I probably should burst on Goro later than that, but whatever. I'm forgetting to do the combo, whatever. Wait, I should have. Oh man, some stupid mistakes I'm doing.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Advance! Everyone on me!
Okay, do this.
Solidify!
Yeah, there we go. Trigger instructors.
Smite the dust. The sky's
Alright.
clear, the glazed moon shines. A moonlit night for all. Flame.
Oops, what am I doing?
Charge!
Okay, I'm doing very bad rotation-wise here. Let's try to do it a little bit better. I think Zhongli kind of feels like he slows down rotations with his hold E. A little bit, maybe. Zhongli is probably the better one to put on instructors, realistically. Where's my pillar gone, by the way? Whatever. Oops, that's my bad.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way. Smite.
Pull in!
What was the talent levels on the Zibai, by the way?
Be cleansed. Smite the dust.
God damn it. One, 8, 2. Oh, okay. So burst is basically not even worth using right now.
Charge!
I see.
Stabilize!
A moonlit night
Sure.
for all. Without further ado. Smite the dust. Smite the dust. The sky's clear.
forget
the
to burst.
glazed moon shines.
Pull in! Press the advantage!
Oh my gosh.
I will have order.
I don't know why I did that. Don't worry about it.
Solidify! Yeah.
Can I switch? I can't switch my character. Ah! Did Zhongli just prevent me from switching? Oh my god.
Charge!
Surge.
I do not feel like your Columbian has enough year, by the way.
Gather!
Be cleansed.
Not for this team, at least.
Smite the dust.
Okay, a little
Lofty
slow.
wisdom will show us the way.
Rally! Pull in!
New moons converge. Smite the dust. The sky's clear.
Well.
The glazed moon shines. A new moon rises.
Charge! Stabilize!
Without further ado.
Fucking double pillars.
Smite the dust.
Oh, why did I do that? It was dumb.
Press the advantage! Advance!
Surge.
Alright.
New moons converge. Smite the dust. Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Charge!
Okay, I think we can't really do this. I mean, maybe it might be doable with this investment, but I think I had to put a better build on her, which, you know, is probably sensible considering not level 90, not level 8 talents, the burst talent isn't leveled, which kind of matters. Like, you know, I should probably give her the better build. I'm pretty sure not being level 90 and not level, we don't need to nerf her that much. The goblet problem, that was hard to fix. Is it better to, it's probably better to use this piece. And then we can switch to an off-piece goblet. I don't necessarily know that this EM piece is much better. This piece is obviously ridiculous. And then I'll just stick with that circlet, and then def percent. That's meh. That's meh. That's good. Okay, that, I guess. a tiny bit over cap, but it's fine. Sure, we can roll it like that, I guess. Sure, let's try this piece. All right, there we go. That's better. That's better. See what happens with a better build. Neutral at VA is okay, but how does the Chupa sound? There's no way the Chupa is still there. There's no way Chupa is maintained. I'd be so surprised if that was the case.
Fall in. Solidify.
Light the dust. Divine light, shield them.
Everyone on me.
A new moon rises. Flame. Without further ado.
Ooh, that was good.
Light the dust.
It's bad combos, but it's fine.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Advance.
How long is Goro's buff? Is it bad that I'm using him in the start of the rotation? I'm not sure. What'd I do that for? Dumb.
Rally.
A new moon
Alright.
rises. Flame.
Gather.
I try to do the combo. No, time is off.
Light the dust.
Fall in.
Oh, I didn't do that.
Confirmed.
Do. That before it converts. Yep.
Light the dust.
Press the advantage.
Okay.
Charge.
Surge. A new moon rises.
Stabilize.
Be cleansed.
Damn. Okay. It's probably very doable. Goro is running up mid Zibai. Okay. So I'd want to probably at least do this. Ideally, I'd probably just put what Albade on Columbina, Serenade on Zhongli, and then Goro on Instructors instead. But yeah, see if we can do it. Yeah, this is definitely what I mean. Where like,
Advance.
obviously, I would not on this account with the current investment in Zibai clear with I know instead, right? I'm gonna just mostly forgo the burst, by the way, because
A moonlit night for all.
I think at level 2 it's not super worth using.
Fall in. Gather.
Without further ado. Light the dust. Light the dust. A new
Okay, let's see if we
moon
can get some
rises.
damage in before it's done.
Advance.
Come on, get one skill.
Light the dust.
Nice, got one skill in at least. Nice, not bad.
Light the dust. Flame. A
Alright.
moonlit night for all.
Super
Press
borderline.
the advantage. Charge. Stabilize.
Light the dust.
Okay.
Divine
Yes.
light, shield them.
I
Surge.
think what, one of those hits does 20 damage? Oh my god, please. Really, Columbina? Not what we need right now. Wait, our damage is terrible. What the hell? What the hell happened to our damage? 20 seconds left with a half HP. That's way worse than we were doing before.
Fall in.
Without further ado. Light the dust. Light the dust.
Maybe we do need to use our burst.
The glazed moon shines.
Maybe it's doing something. I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Everyone on me! Charge! Gather!
No, I should have waited for that one.
Smite the dust. A new moon rises.
Fall in! Crumble!
No.
Without further ado. Smite the dust. Lofty wisdom
Hey.
will show us the way. A moonlit night for all.
Yeah, I think we just need a little bit more talent levels. So level 81, I think matters more. I thought it would here. I'm gonna go Raku. I know some people might be overvaluing a Raku here. Like, yes, I know it's R2. That just adds a tiny bit of defense. And I think the better gameplay optimization here could get there, but this kind of just feels like a talent difference. Yeah, this boss is annoyingly difficult. Anyways, what happens if we put in our boy to compare? So you don't have an Albeid set. I should put instructors on you. My whole account is basically a talent difference. Okay, again, like, technically bursting every rotation, the ideal would be full death build, but whatever. Just give him some ER. That's a nice instructor's piece, Jesus. Alright, 197 should be enough to burst every other rotation. It'll trigger 5. Okay. And then our boy. You think the fast equip system will work here? Silken Moon. And let's see, recommended stats. You know, main affix ER. No. I would hope we can do EM main stat with triple Geo. What? Really? We don't have full EM on... What? You don't have... Really? Oh, it's on Kazuha. Okay. That's why. That's why. Alright, sure, okay. Equip. No. Equip everything. Yes. It sure as hell didn't seem to prioritize ER as a substat though, that's for sure. Oops. Yeah, yoink that from Sucrose, I guess. That is ER. That doesn't have ER. If we need the ER, we'll put it on, but I hope we don't need to. That's EM-ER. That's pretty good. Yeah. Hopefully that'll be good. 714 EM build. He is ground, so this is, you know, pretty much as good as E-Lua could be. The level 100 doesn't really do anything here, to be clear. So... but obviously C6 does. And we technically are overcapped as well on crit with this. How do we do anything about that? I mean, I could very, very minor improvement by like putting this on, and then... Also, again, there's another Zibai without a death timepiece, which is funny. But, oh well. I don't really feel like there's much I can do about the overcapped crit. Like, I would want a crit damage circlet, but... Oh, I guess we have that. I missed that for some reason. Okay, go to a Death Goblet with more crit rate then. Well, I guess back to this. This is the highest crit rate. So that will be still a little low now, because we would prefer 60% crit rate, but it's better than being overcap by like 10%. Meow. Hello, sir. Can I help you? Why am I mewing? He's like, you're streaming too long. The viewers are bored of Zibai already. You didn't even poll for her. They know that means you hate her. That's what he's saying, chat. Oh yeah, vet update. Vet does not think it's asthma. Didn't mention any particular concerns. It's FIV or anything. Ah, ow. Claws, ow. But gave me, she thinks it might be like a bacterial infection as a side effect of like a viral infection that he got in the past or something. And so gave me some antibiotics to try, and then also some anti-inflammatories to, in case he has inflammation in his nostrils. That's whatever. Are you eating your boogers? Stop it. Stop it. Okay, I'm gonna go get a... Yeah, I don't have any paper towels or anything nearby. BRB, I'm gonna want to wipe that up because that's where my arm's gonna go. So BRB. Crit crap, 55 with C6 E-Lua. We have no, it should be 55. Wait, sorry, what? No, it should be 60 now, right? 10, no, his C6 doesn't add 10. It changes it to 10, I believe. You get an additional 5% crit rate. I'm pretty sure it's not 15% crit rate. It doesn't add on top. It changes his existing passive. Alright, I'm back. Let me wipe down the chair so I don't have to put my arm in kitten boogers. Oh, and he just jumped immediately on my lap again. He's like, no, how dare you wipe away my boogers? I wanted to eat those. No, you're not allowed. Anyways, okay. Let's see. What was I doing? Oh yeah, I was looking for like higher crit damage pieces, wasn't I? Which I think you just don't have. Or sorry, no, I was looking for higher crit rate pieces now. Yeah. My bad. Which is easier said than done. Okay. Yeah, you know what? Do we just RNG it? Let's just RNG it, whatever. She's pretty. Yeah, I quite like how she looks. This has not been kind. Yeah, it's fine. You didn't have bad options. Oh, kitten is on my... okay, well... Inconvenient timing there, sir.
Go get him, maiden.
I probably should have put a different weapon on you. I cannot see properly. You know what? Oh wait, I'll just use my OBS preview to play. Cat is kind of very in the way right now. Dragon's Bane is level 20. Care if I ascend it, Sylveon? I know you have like no Mora, but just like level 40. I think level 40 will give us like, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't care. Fav, I guess that's true. Maybe we should just Fav. Maybe we should just Fav. We like energy. That is the simpler option. It'll help with Columbina too a little bit.
Advance! All the light shines bright.
Nice.
Behold the dawn.
Smite the dust. Divine light.
Nice.
Shield them. A new moon rises.
Can I switch?
Rally!
Alright.
Charge! Be gone, shadow of darkness. You got it.
Without further ado.
Oops, I did it wrong. My bad.
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines. A moonlit night for all.
Pull in! Press the advantage! Behold the dawn!
Bam. Bam. I did it wrong again. Well, I kind of didn't do it wrong. I thought I did it wrong, but... Oh, I just wasted an E. Whoops.
New moon rises.
Advance! Be gone, shadow of darkness! Go get him, Aiden!
Be cleansed.
No.
Dark
Oh,
clouds
oh, I'm dead.
obscure.
Also, I just remembered... Oh yeah, we have no healing in this team. I gotta play a little bit better. I just put Goro, or I just put freaking E-Lua on Serenade when we already have Columbina on Serenade. We should have... Yeah, this is... Oh yeah, this is definitely a Pamper team. So we can do that. And then particularly we have Harbinger done. But yeah, we should have done, if we have Columbine on Serenade, we should do two piece, right? Like, why are we not getting free EM? I'm gonna be lazy and just say it's fine. We also don't have instructors on Goro, which would be ideal. Like, probably Serenade you, instructors Goro, Outblade you is technically ideal. If not, then Serenade you, instructors you. Wait, no, I do have instructors Goro, right? Sorry, no, I did do instructors Goro. Yeah, okay. I was just rotating wrong. So do instructors Goro, but just duplicate Serenade. So should have you on Outblade or you on two piece to get the most out of you. Especially since you're on Fav right now, I should probably just do two piece. But
Wave.
You got this! Charge! Behold the dawn!
Smite the dust.
I want to do
Divine
that.
light. Shield them. A moonlit
Actually, it looks like you can burst after the...
glory.
Interesting.
Light compels you! Everyone on me! Advance!
Without further ado.
Nice.
Smite the dust. The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines. Three moons
Didn't crit, sad.
converge.
Be gone, shadow of darkness! Go get him, Aiden! Rally! Pull in!
Be cleansed. Smite the dust. Lofty wisdom will show us the way. A moonlit
You're
night
good.
for
Doing a
all.
teleport while I start rotation. That's ideal. Okay, switch.
Light compels you! You got this! Advance! Press the advantage!
Smite the dust. The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines. A new
Okay, you're
moon
gonna transition to final phase.
Behold the dawn! Go get him, Aiden! Pull in! Rally!
Smite the dust. Divine light, shield them.
Uh-oh.
Three moons converge.
Light
Get him.
compels you.
Yeah, Lua got the kill. Not gonna lie. I mean, okay, we didn't have proper builds going and whatever. Apparently, you do have a other set for Columbina. It's on a Nefa. That's fair. That we could use. So like with proper builds, this team should perform more than well enough, including without C6 E-Lua, I think. And again, this is a level 81 Zibai, right? Like, her being level 90, well, it's probably not a 10% damage increase, but I mean, it's definitely a 10% damage increase if we factor you know, we're bursting every rotation. We kind of want more than level 1 burst. Like this is double crowned, and she was level 90 with the base defense increase. She will do a lot more damage. So, and then yeah, at minimum should have done 2-piece on E-Lua, which would add a good chunk of damage, and that will help more actually with a lower investment, with this functionally lower investment Zibai. So yeah, I don't know. It performs about how I would expect. But obviously also it's probably a fairly good showing that okay, again we're gonna do double Silken Moon Serenade here. So this is I know C6. So we can do banner team showcase real quick, and I think this is probably the last thing I meaningfully need to showcase other than because we did everything else before, the combos and whatever. It's good enough, I think. But I will. Let's check what we got for 2-piece EM. Actually, wait. Let's try the. Let's give the fast equip another chance. So, quick config. No. All right, we want EM. And then set. I wish we could just tell it 2-piece EM. But oh well. Okay, so and Wanderer's Troop. Wait, you can only select 2? Oh my god, bruh. This frickin' ass selector. It's not even worth using. Never mind. New set worth to put on as a buy team? Yeah, on Columbina. Like, the theoretical ideal for C6 Goro, E-Lua, Columbina is Columbina on Aubade on the new set, and Instructors on Goro and Serenade on E-Lua, I believe, if your E-Lua is C2. And then you burst every other rotation on both Goro and Columbina. So, yes. That is not what we were doing there. So there was damage on the table for sure. On top of the Zibai investment again. Okay, so you. And you, and what other, there's another 2-piece EM set I'm forgetting. This? Oh no, there's more than that. There's, I mean, well, you only have 4 pieces there. Probably not relevant, but Gilded Dreams, where are you? There you are. Okay, 60 EM, some ER. Try that. Okay. That's got EM, ER. Thank you, Barbara. And then Barbara also has an EM typepiece. Alright. Probably that then. That has ER though. Let's see. EM, ER, Dendro. Okay. Barbara, no EM. Oh, we do have that. Okay. Either way, we're gonna have to steal some pieces from characters, so I apologize for messing up all your builds, Sylveon. Okay. Let's see. So we can, oh wait, we can put Sucrose back at this house. Yeah, let's do that. Let's use this. And then we can try to do an off-piece timepiece, I suppose. Actually, no, let's try to do an off-piece goblet. We'll just leave this so that it'll screw up less builds, I think. If I do it that way. So that means I have to do this. And as long as it's not enough ER, we should be fine. I think we'll be fine. Yeah, 916 EM there. Okay, so at least it's a little bit more proper. So Serenade, I know. Instructor, or sorry, 2-piece E-Lua. So this would be like, you would definitely do 2-piece E-Lua probably if you have a non-C2 E-Lua anyways, right? And then Instructor is on Goro. And we'll see. And they are all C6 though. But again, not full investment Zibai, so probably functionally equivalent to non-C6 E-Lua at least, maybe even worse, I don't know.
You got this.
Oh, okay.
Charge!
Okay, I can optimize that a little bit, my bad. Okay, we should be able to get the shield break.
Everyone on me! Pull in! Be gone, Shadow of Darkness!
Without further ado, smite the dust.
Barely. Good lord.
Smite the dust.
I should just
Show us the way.
that's what I'm doing. Do this.
Behold the dawn. Charge!
Okay, yeah, really, the fact that we had Goro burst there means that really the slow rotation. It's fine, probably. Okay.
Be gone, shadow of darkness. Go get him. Press the advantage. Pull in.
Oops, not hitting.
The sky's clear. The glazed moon shines.
It is interesting how we have the. I maybe should just use Ino. So let's redo this. We're gonna try using E-Lua first, and Ino after, because I think we are having some issues with Hydra uptime. Goro skill burst because his buff uptime is really short. Yeah, that's what we're trying to do, are we not? I did a rotation there where I didn't do Goro first because I didn't have E-Lua burst yet, which kind of matters. Yeah, we're gonna start with E-Lua, then go Ino Goro is ideal.
While the light shines bright, advance.
Okay. Oh, I need to funnel to. Oops. Whoops. Yeah, we'll do Goro into E-Lua. Bam. Fab, please. No? Okay. Oh, thanks, Fab. I know, so bad against the dog. Yeah, she's pretty rough against it.
Charge!
Bro, Fab. Oh my god. Okay, it's fine. I want to get an ideal start. Give this the best shot I can. See how close I can get. Oh my god. I know we have like no crit on this instructor's build, but like, come on.
Pull in.
Oh my god, are you serious? Okay, apparently lowering his ER did fucking matter. Alright. Fix it, I guess. So we'll do this. We'll do this. And we'll do this. There we go. That should be better. Yeah, you still have 30% crit rate. What? It is R5. I'm just getting trolled. Yeah, okay. The game is just trolling me. Alright. And I know I really would like more ER than this, by the way, but oh well, I think it's just mostly a Fab difference not being leveled up. Give that at least. Yeah, let's take that. Alright. Zibai, we'll look at her in a second if you can wait. I wanna try this. I'm gonna start with Zibai E. What? Oh yeah, wait. Can I? How long is it? I'd have to. No, I can't. You don't get any energy particles from that until you actually get her special skill, so it's pointless. I think. Takes too long. Okay.
You got this.
Okay, thank you, game. Finally.
Behold the dawn.
Alright. Okay, we did a little fast. Which is funny.
Everyone on me.
Fab did not Fab.
Without further ado.
Nice.
Light the dust. The sky's clear. The glaze moon.
Please, Fab. Oh my god. Alright.
Charge.
Light the dust. Light the dust.
Alright, I think my conclusion is this would be doable. Ow. This would be doable here if we had fully leveled and like crowned Zibai. I don't know why I didn't do the proper combo, but whatever. It's not a big deal.
Lofty wisdom will show us the way.
Doable, I think, to be clear, I don't think it's easy, even with like this matches my experience on creator server, with the only difference being on creator server. Like this feels a little bit better, I think, than my creator server testing went, but it's because C6 E-Lua, right? And also the build I have is, I think, actually it's not technically better on like an average damage level, but as long as we land our crits, it is better than what I tested with creator server. So like I think you can clear without Columbina is the vibe I got there, but I don't think I can right now, at least without her being leveled more. So yeah, no, this isn't my account. But why level 100 E-Lua? The same reason to level 100 basically any characters, because you like them. So yeah, the level 100 resource. I mean, either you have most people will have either an excess of it, because they spend so much money that they just have a lot of dupe standard 5 stars that they've gotten, that they can just level 100 whoever the hell they feel like if they want to, or you don't have an excess of it and it's a rare enough resource that you should just level 100, level 95 your favorites, because it's pretty generically just a damage improvement for whatever your favorite character is, if you want to see big damage numbers from them. And in the case of testing E-Lua with Zibai here, it doesn't really change at all what E-Lua does for Zibai. So anyways, I don't know, is there something else we should check? Oh, we should check non-hydro no hydro Zibai as like a proof of concept. Do you have Yun Jin level on this account? You do. Leveled okay, I wouldn't say exactly leveled enough per se, but maybe functional, I guess. What do I want to check? Hold on, Shalona banner to level 100 yeah, there you go. And if you're insane, you're like Sylveon. An outline craftable. Oh yeah, do we have it? Nope. I mean, we have it, but not leveled. So, And it's kind of hard to find the right account that has the investment I want to test Zibai no hydro. I don't think this Yunjin is invested enough for me to bother testing them, but we can try Shalonin. Or do I want to try Shalonin? I don't know. I was gonna say with C2 Shalonin. If it's not 5 stars, it ain't leveled 70% of the time on my account. That's fair. You do know this is because what? What are you talking about?
Target acquired.
Sorry, the little thing flying away is funny. I don't know. I don't know if I'm gonna be able, I don't know. I'll check my DMs if anyone DM me with Yunjin or whatever, but because what I wanted to test was Goro, C6, E-Lua, Yunjin. Like, I can test it in theory on like a how much damage can she get that is, you know, something, I guess. I don't know why I bothered putting that one with one def roll, but whatever. Try that. Man, well, we gotta put Serenade on someone. Fuck. You probably even put Serenade on E-Lua, and then you do. And I didn't even get C1 E-Lua, let alone, even though I got Zibai in my main account. Like, I could test this with my Yunjin in my main account, but I don't have frickin' C2 E-Lua, so, like, cool. God damn it. I love Genshin Impact building characters currently. Equip. And then Goblet needs to change to Serenade. Okay. Wait, where's the EM go? Why did it? Oh my god. Okay. Thank you, Equipper, for equipping a bunch of unleveled shit. That's what we wanted, yeah. And that's the best piece we have, right? Well, I'll get you like that, I guess. Yeah, sure. Okay. Serenade, pull EM. Bam. He will crit with Fab. Never. But that's fine. And... oh, you are a character of all time. To build. Gosh, Yunjin is... I don't recommend building Yunjin because she's a pain in the ass to build. For the very niche scenarios. That's why it's not easy to find an account with someone that has her. And is getting Zibai. And has Durin. Should we just like throw whatever smorgasbord of def percent pieces on her? Like, that is fine, that is fine. That is fine, I guess. We already have triple def. And then just... I don't know. Just another Serenade piece? Bam. Good enough, I guess. It's less defense than I had before, but oh well. Zibai and Chiro, who should I get? Uraku? Who should get Uraku? Who should get Harbinger of Dawn? Depends on your team. If you have either the confidence in your own gameplay or ability to heal. Alright, tiny bit of defense. If you have confidence in your own gameplay or the ability to heal, then you're good. I think to put Raku on the off-fielder like Chiori. And then if you don't, though, like if you have no healing, no shielding, or if you don't have confidence that you can like, because like Columbina healing alone, I think can be enough for Harbinger of Dawn, but you still got to play well, like against this boss we're playing against in Stygian, of course. But anyways, so it depends. Yes, and she is off-field most of the time. Yeah, Chiori's off-field most of the time, so generally speaking her. But Chiori can also take full advantage of Raku's stats. And Harbinger of Dawn is barely worse on a damage level than Raku is for Zibai. So, like, it may be damage optimal to technically put Chiori on Uraku and Harbinger of Dawn on Zibai. It's just a matter of... But if you have no healing, no shielding... and you're fighting an enemy that's hard to avoid damage on, then, like, obviously Raku on Zibai, right? So I think it just depends. Alright, Husk Sands, Husk Feather. Oh. I guess we could've. Okay. That's some ER at least. Sure. Okay. Well, I don't know that's enough ER, but we'll buff at least somewhat. Okay. Yeah, her burst is not even leveled that much, so I don't know if it matters that much. I just kind of want to test the theory of this and see if it works on a gameplay flow level. So this is full mono Geo, which I don't think is ideal. I think it is better to like throw in Durin here in place of Yunjin, so that's fine. We can check that too. I don't think either variant of these teams is going to clear the shield, to be clear. How much EM does E-Lua need? Nothing in particular. Oh, I need to go do that unit review. Quick, sorry. Zibai, quick look. Level 70, nice, yeah. 65, 303, nice. That's a pretty darn good build. Yep. Not a ton of def substats, but what you lack in def, you make up for in crit. So I don't think that's that problematic. Also, that is a crit damage circlet with 19.4 crit rate. Get it out of my face. I refuse. I'm sorry. That is a crime. That is rarer than a 50 CVPs, yo. Yeah. Oh yeah. I was looking at like total defense substats. By the way, I know she was level 70. But my bad if I said her defense was low. I more meant just there's only one defense substat. Anyways, yeah, that is a very, very good build. Wait, what? Any hydro? No, she still gets 3 of her skills without hydro. It's just longer rotations, and it doesn't make sense to usually play her without hydro unless you're. Like, the only reason it makes sense to play without hydro is if you're probably fighting an enemy that's very anti-hydro, right? So, which, you know what? Actually, screw it. We don't need to test this in. We don't need to test this in Stygian. Obviously, it's not clearing Stygian, right? So let's test this with
Clear skies,
and without Durin. But this is with a non-fully invested, well, not invested Zibai, but also not fully invested. What's her bucket? Also, without Durin, Goro on instructors is doing nothing, so we should put him back on exiles. I don't feel like doing that right now.
I'll light the path ahead.
Whatever. So you shouldn't do full mono geo, but I want to test it for funsies.
Which opera shall we prefer?
Alright, and nobody has energy. Sick. God dang it. Alright, I guess let's just go to the classic. Arnoline, subscriber Prime. Thank you, Arlene. We're doing, yeah. Speaking of Arnoline, she's the one that, or I actually don't know your gender. Sorry. You were the one that had the idea of no Hydro Zibai, because yeah, her kit, you just get additional like points for her skill, so you can still get 3 out of 4 skills without Hydro. You have to bet it earlier in the stream. It does work. So if it was my first pieces I got, really, first month of playing it, finally found a home. Nice, that's good. Yeah, that circlet's kind of a crime though. Like, Jesus Christ. Anyways, meanwhile, me, who I can't get more than the 12% crit rate circlet on my main account. All right, 3 seems good enough. Yeah, like she's not like Flynn's where like if you remove Hydra from Flynn's, he's not a functional character, right? Essentially. Let's see, we'll start with E-Lua. Again, this team isn't going to be very good, I don't think, but it might be surprisingly functional. It would be nice if we crit more. I just realized I still have the low crit rate build, don't I? Anyways, it would be dead there if we had full, not full, whatever. If we had full investment on Zibai, and also, you know, let's put her on, back on. What did I have her on before? This. We are still technically using E-Lua. Also, again, we are using a freaking EM timepiece, which actually that's actually quite bad for this team context too. I didn't even think about. For doing less lunar crystallized damage, we want even more to not have an EM timepiece. But oh well. Apparently everyone's running EM timepieces on Zibai because they somehow can't get defense percent timepieces. Shalonen Sands and Cope Goblet. Let's see. That's fair. Cope Goblet. That's so much CV we lose, though. Oh, well, I guess that lets us do a crit damage circlet, though. Speaking of crimes, what the frick? I guess, yeah, that should be better. Probably. One problem, by the way, is having to wait for... Oh, I did that wrong. Whatever.
Strike is one, and step.
Wait, actually, wait. We can start with burst to mitigate this issue, can't we? Right? No. What? Hello? Oh. No, nearby party members includes herself. It's supposed to work. Like, lunar reactions counts as the talent damage. They literally have it all over the place where did we just learn something new? Did I learn yet another reason to hate on this fucking artifact set? So is this is cooked not because of Columbia. This is cooked because not because of her kit, but because of this artifact set doesn't work as the way it's fucking supposed to. It says trigger reaction. The verbiage on their stuff is that like all over the place they're like, oh, the characters do lunar reaction damage. It counts as reaction damage. Like in all of their marketing and all of the in-game description, it's like fucking reaction damage. It's reaction damage. It's reaction damage. We're dealing lunar reaction damage and ignores defense, just like transformative reactions do. And all of their presentation in the game and externally, they present it as reaction damage. It should fucking trigger the set, in my opinion. Like, we're doing lunar crystallized damage, it should trigger the damn set. So, okay. Well, I'm sorry, Arnoline. Guess what? Mihoyo borked it all again for us. So the idea doesn't work because this cringe-ass artifact set is even more cringe than I imagined. Because, no, we have to trigger the reaction. And it doesn't count the reaction that is from the own damage from the character. Even though they describe it as reaction damage. I know it's like fake reaction damage, I get it, right? I understand, I'm not dumb. It's fake reaction damage, but they present it as reaction damage. Right? So it should work on Goro? No, it won't work at all on this team. We need Hydro. Because we need the reaction, it's the real reaction to trigger, not the talent damage. That's why. So no Hydro Zibai should work, but now it's dead. This further makes me not want to get her, by the way. Rip. Rip. How's it work with an FSC2? Oh, that's actually a good question. I assume it shouldn't work. If it does work, I will be freaking annoyed. That quite disappoints me. That means we can't really adapt her to anti-Hydro content. So, I'm gonna have to put a pinned comment in the video because I yapped about that earlier. Pinned comment in video. Artifact set doesn't work for no Hydro Zibai. So that sucks because it kills future potential team versatility. Yes, I'm not getting her because of that. It's not just that, to be clear. That's not just the reason I'm not getting her, but that was something I was interested in doing on my main account, and that is the nail in the coffin for I was already inclined very heavily not towards getting her for resources. And wanting to save my pity for Varka and Husk Zibai. Yeah, I'll add a note. You can do something weird like Husk Zibai, though. But I wouldn't farm the set just for it. So, there you go. I'll have to put that in pinned comments. If C2 and Nefa, so C2 and Nefa, just in case anyone's unaware, why Sylvian pointed that out, is when you burst on her, it triggers a instance of AoE electro damage. This damage is considered lunar charge damage. So this better not trigger the damn set. Wait, this only happens after a brief delay or when this opponent is defeated. Wait, do I have to go? Okay. So trigger, wait, that's such a weird trigger effect. After a brief delay or when, how long is the delay? Yeah, also I do feel like, I think my other takeaway is I think you really want Columbina for Zibai, and that kind of sucks. It's the Nogcry DPS problem. But anyway, so my feelings about Zibai are overall the same, other than the combo that people found for her is cool. And that makes her a lot more like actively enjoyable to play. She's less boring to play when trying to do the good combo than I expected, right? You have time to swap 2-ish seconds? Okay. So I have to do an FL last then, that's fine. Okay, I'll get your energy.
Be gone, shadow of darkness. Advance! Everyone on me!
Defensive mode engaged. Annihilation mode.
Okay, that was it. No, it doesn't. Okay, good. At least it's consistent in its stupidity. I don't know. And that annoys me. I mean, that's just... it annoys me just because it's all it is just further proof of, like, how fake and how marketing bullshit lunar reactions are, to be clear. It's just talent damage that has a different font. It's just talent damage that has a different font, and then the damage calculation on the game's end works in a goofy, unintuitive way and makes it really hard to compare these units to each other, or to older units, like on a baseline, like what are their multipliers level, and then also it just makes it so that they like don't scale with damage bonus. Like they coded this in a way to count as reaction damage, so that damage bonus doesn't affect these characters, so that you didn't have a reason to use scroll to use. Instead, you have to use a lot of new artifact sets and the new characters, right? It reduces the relevancy of pairing old supports with the new characters by making it so they don't scale with damage bonus. And on one level, for diversifying the number of like compelling teams that don't all rely on the same supports, that's fine, I guess. But like on the level, but I think their actual goal is just to further incentivize people to pull new characters, right? Like, dying with an F. Yeah. So, like, I don't know. That annoys me, right? They did this like, oh, let's make talent damage that counts as reaction damage, but oh, it doesn't count as triggering a reaction. It's reaction damage. It counts as lunar damage, but it is not reaction damage. And like for what it's worth, to make even like as far as like what I mean with the verbiage, you know how like all party members' lunar reaction damage is increased by 10% for each gleaming moon effect. So that means, you know, if I have like Serenade and whatever, I get 20% lunar damage bonus. I do have that, and that increases my damage. Like when I am doing lunar damage, we do have lunar damage bonus. Again, it like that's what my problem is. Like they call it fucking reaction damage, and a reaction is something that gets triggered. But but talent damage is not a trigger, is why it's only the actual real reaction is the trigger. And that's why it doesn't work. So I learned something new today, a new reason to hate this artifact set. So yeah, you would have to do no Hydro Zibai, you have to do Husk. And a high investment Husk build can perform probably just as well as I theorized before, to be clear. Like it's still technically real, but not real enough to a degree for me to like recommend farming Husk. So if you happen to have Husk pieces, it's a fun thing to try, maybe. So, don't have good def percent artifacts as attack percent? No, you should, no. Attack percent is literally a dead stat, and prioritize main stats over substats. If you have an EM timepiece, it's maybe not, or Goblet that for some reason is better than your def percent pieces, then maybe you can consider using it, but it's not necessarily better. This can just be an oversight. I mean, it could be an oversight, and maybe, but I don't know. I don't think it is. I think it's intentional. Either way, it doesn't matter. It like fundamentally, it's just this. I just don't like the gimmick. I don't like it on a presentational level. I think it's misleading to call it reactions. It's not reactions. It's just a fancy color. And then they don't scale on damage bonus, and it makes the multipliers confusing. That's what it actually is. for the talent damage from characters. It's not a reaction. Anyways. How much EM should I aim for? None in particular. Most of your buffs for EM, so like you don't have any defense percent buffs. So you, like there's no, if there was a team wide buff team defense by 30%, you would use that artifact set instead of what we do use. But we don't have that. So you use and also any lunar damage bonus stats, those are functionally the same as EM, by the way. It's just because EM converts to damage bonus, like reaction damage bonus. So EM is literally just the same as lunar damage bonus, or lunar damage bonus is the same as EM. Same, vice versa. It's the same stat in the damage formula. So all the buffs that you can get for Zibai teams are pretty much all lunar damage bonus, and then you have like Goro and E-Lua, which are also giving crit, or their flat buffs, which the E-Lua's flat buff scales with crit, right? So anyways, you don't want to prioritize building any specific stat of EM. You just want to make sure you have like the buffing sets. So again, the example would be like if you're playing Goro, E-Lua, Columbina, which I think it would be one of the most common teams that people will play. You probably put Goro on instructors, so you end the rotation with him because that's 120 EM for the team. So it's also buffing Columbina a little bit, and then it's also buffing the buff that you get from E-Lua. And then you put E-Lua on Silken Moon Serenade if you have a C2. If you don't have a C2, then you put Silken Moon Serenade on Columbina and put E-Lua on 2-piece. And if you do have C2 E-Lua, you put him on Serenade, and then you put Columbina on 4-piece Albade, and you do a burst every other rotation build on Columbina and on Goro. Right. But it's all external EM buffs. Columbina's damage bonus buff from her burst, that's an EM buff. Artifact sets give EM and substats, or sorry, in the 2-piece, but you can get substats too, obviously. The 10% lunar damage bonus is also EM. You get EM directly from other sources. There's no sources of defense buffs, external defense buffs, other than Goro skill. So no artifact set, whatever. So don't build any extra. She scales more on defense than she scales with EM because of the availability of EM buffs, and the fact that she does some non-lunar reaction damage too. That's the overall basic conclusion. It's a nice substat to have though. Like it does increase her damage. It's just you shouldn't over prioritize it and you whatnot. So, yep. Yes, whatever random you get from substats, exactly. But far, far more of your EM should be coming from your team buffing than anything else. But yeah. So yeah, anyways, there's nothing to test, I guess, anymore, because I was going to test some no Hydro Zibai, but her combos are cool. So yeah, overall conclusion, I like her more than expected because she's less boring to play than I thought with doing her cool combo. Her N4 E. Well, sorry, N4 E N1 E Q E. And when that executes fast, it feels quite satisfying. And it going wrong is a matter of subtle timing of various things. I do think Eneffit and the team screws with the timing of that a little bit, it seems. But you can still work around that. I don't know. It makes her more engaging to play. That's cool. That's all I can say. And it makes me like her more. If I had gotten her early on banner, I would have been pretty happy. But I don't really want to go to pity for her because resources, and I'm not particularly happy about how making no Hydro Zibai would take an overly high amount of effort farming specifically 4-piece Husk to get her to a good damage potential. But 4-piece Husk would be pretty good, to be clear. Like, with enough investment into 4-piece Husk, it would compete or even potentially out DPS the other artifact set. It gets a temptation still, to be clear. But yeah, Varka's on the horizon, but I don't know. Again, if I get the opportunity to play Varka on creator server, I don't know if I will, for sure. And I end up hating him there. Like, if I try all my shenanigans there, I'm just like, wow, this character doesn't feel enjoyable to play to me at all. And his shenanigan teams are so poopy performing that I just feel like I would never actually play them. Then maybe I will skip Varka. Especially if they announce him as like a standard banner character, because then I could like go to 50-50 on Zibai at least, and then save my pity. So there's a chance I still get her, right? I should actually show my artifacts on my main account. Need to try her with a new combo. Thank you for letting me on your account, Sylvan. Because I badly headed how she felt otherwise, yeah. I thought she felt kind of poo-poo before that too, but she's much, much more satisfying to execute with it. Clear login. Oh, I still need to log into polearms only. You know what? Here. Hold please. I'm not even gonna show the screen. I'm just gonna log in and condense my resin quick. He doesn't have Columbina? Who's he? Me? I have Columbina. That's not the problem. For what it's worth, by the way, on my account specifically, I cleared dire difficulty with my Nefer team without, well, I said I wasn't going to show the screen, but whatever. I cleared dire difficulty on my account without having to use Columbina, and then the dire dog, to be clear, the really tanky boy. And I think that's worth mentioning simply on the level of... Okay, we have this daily again. Great. Wait, sorry, I get discombobulated here. I got to go over here. Because of the fact that I have a Nefer team that performs really well without Columbina, it means like I could actually have access to a really powerful team in the form of Zibai, Columbina, and having my Nefer team still perform well, but it's a side effect of me like having C2 Nilu available, and also like C2 Nilu Nahida Lama is pretty good, and also I have Ino C6 and whatever, so you know. Is that a bunch of Arabic? I cannot read that. Someone want to translate it for me? I don't know. Let me know if it's something horrible that I need to remove. But it's probably not. Yeah, Zemikar, if you want to translate it yourself, you can. But probably you could clear Nevercrab and Zibai dog in your account. Yeah. Well, Nevercrab at Dire I think would be a little hard, but it might be doable. It's not Arabic, my bad. I am not familiar with what language it is. What should I do with leveled artifacts that I don't use? So being smart with artifacts you don't use, I think, is actually something a lot of people... That's a good question. A lot of people don't want to talk about it.
Relax. It takes
I talk about it indirectly a lot in how... Like, I ranted earlier about an artifact that I crafted for Columbina on my main account that rolled very poorly. And how I dislike rerollers for existing. In part because on average they very rarely do actually anything beneficial, and they end up making me be like, okay, I should keep this artifact in case I reroll it. But that means if I'm keeping an artifact to be rerolled that I'm not going to use, and doesn't actually have a meaningful use to me, it can't be XP for another artifact, right? A big part of Genshin's artifact system, in my opinion, is like for balancing like your ability to continue leveling new artifacts, is balanced around feeding some amount of old artifacts into new ones, right? And if you do that over time, it lets you level a lot more artifacts total, and the more artifacts you can level, the higher chance you get an artifact that just is good and useful, right? So evaluating what you can throw away can be kind of complicated though, because you gotta evaluate it based on what you currently have. And there are like supportive artifact sets in the game are hard to throw away in particular, because support artifact sets, depending on the character putting in, you can need a massive different relevant substats that might mean it's not worth throwing away a lot of different combinations of substats on artifacts. My overall rule of thumb I could give you is do not throw away anything with ER, a bunch of ER rolls. Okay, I'm gonna... yeah, I don't know what you were saying, yo. I don't know why you're in my chat. Just... they're typing something different every time, too. Like, I can tell it's different writing. What do you... I can't read this. I'm gonna show it. I'm gonna copy one of the messages. What the... why is it... Tibetan. Tibetan was what Google auto detected. That is a really pretty language, pretty writing system. Here, I'm gonna zoom into it. It's horrible, I feel like, for computers. Here, I'll show it. Look at that. Look how pretty that is. But yeah. Well, nice to meet you. Your language is visually extraordinarily beautiful.
No matter what it takes.
It was really hard to see the details in my chat window. But yeah, that makes sense. That's definitely... if I saw it with this detail, I would not have said it's Arabic. It's just when it was shrunk down, I thought it might have been Arabic. No, I mean, I didn't until I translated things. Anyways. Well, now I'm gonna copy your other messages. Oops. This is a wonderful... what a visual... I'm gonna have to look up. Am I a foreigner? I mean, I'm definitely... I live in America. I'm not foreign to America, but... we're in Southeast Asia. Nice. Alright. I'm not sure why you joined my stream, but welcome. But yeah, anyways. Alright. Minecraft enchanting table. Runic chatter. What does the Tibet language sound like? Oh, I guess I could hit the button. Hello? Listen. Why does it not work? I guess. Oh, I guess Google doesn't support it. That's why they don't support it. All right. Anyways, play my dailies. So yeah, as far as like throwing away old artifacts goes, I like. There's no clear answer other than you gotta evaluate based on what you currently have, and like, it's a lot easier to throw away like good. You can throw away potentially. I've thrown away what people would consider really good artifacts before, because like it's on a set that, and there's the complicated aspect of like off pieces, right? But sometimes if you have a better off piece for a kind of artifact that you know is very rarely used, like say you have a defense percent timepiece as an offset, def percent timepiece with a bunch of crit. Def percent timepieces that you'd ever use as an offset are very rare. It's very rare they release def scaling characters. They released one today, and that's cool. But, you know, you don't need to have 17 double crit def percent timepieces that are off pieces, right? Because def percent DPS releases, you're going to farm the 4 set on them and at most put 1 off piece on them. And you can put 1 off piece. We don't know if you might not even put a timepiece on it. It depends on what, right? But you definitely don't need 5 different 10% double crit pieces that are 30 CV if you have another off piece, and that's like def percent main stat for Zibai, that is 45 CV, right? Like after you get that off piece that's a really good def percent, you can much more safely throw away the other ones that are the same pieces but like lower amounts of crit. No, I'm not saying throw away every single def percent timepiece, but like if it's just the difference of the same artifact, but one is just more crit, you can relatively safely throw it away, kind of thing. If it's an artifact that is unlikely to be used on any future scenario. You're taking a risk regardless, to be clear, but on some level you have to weigh those risks to be able to gain value from those artifacts that you aren't using to feed into new artifacts. When you're new, the main thing you should be doing is just farming artifacts to build up an inventory in general and not worry about that, because pretty much any combination of any artifacts can be really good early on for a long time. We are technically all foreigners to each other. Exactly, yeah. So yeah, it's also the same writing used in Bhutan. Good to know. Yeah. So, anyways, say Elven Chinese. Yeah. Oops. I was gonna go on my main account to show like potential Zibai build. I think I put it on Geo Traveler. I think. Go back and see all the artifacts I've thrown away over the last 5 years. I'm sure I would see dozens of really good ones. Yeah, for sure. There's some that I'm sure I would look at and be like, yep. In hindsight, wish I had that back. But I bet most of them would be like, yeah, I'm fine. I relatively regularly go through my account, and relatively, I mean like every few months. I'll like go through my account and sift through artifacts and be like, okay, that's an artifact that I haven't gotten use of. I did this actually recently in trying to find pieces for leveling up stuff for Columbina. I threw away a like EM timepiece that had 3 crit damage rolls, so it was like 19.4 crit damage and 2 attack percent rolls on Marashase Hunters. And like that was a piece I kept for a long time because Marashase Hunters is an interesting artifact set, and then you could use that as a DPS on anyone when you pair them with Farina, right? Because Farina drains your HP. But like that's not relevant of enough of a context in the current state of Genshin for me to need to keep that piece. And I have better off-piece EM timepieces, and I recognize that I basically never ended up using that timepiece. So I was like, this is better as fodder to level up a new artifact than it is for just sitting there just in the off chance I need it once per 2 years, right? And that's the kind of the thing. But it's something it's hard to specifically know if you don't have good knowledge on like what kinds of character kits exist in the game, right? Having a lot of character kit knowledge to know how often certain stats are relevant is important. But yeah, ER is the best stat in the game. Crit is good, including don't undervalue artifacts that just roll a bunch into one crit stat in general. Those are some of the most valuable off pieces to have, because off pieces can oftentimes just let you balance your build completely differently. Because let's say you get an onset piece. Here, let's say you get an onset piece that rolls entirely into crit damage. Well, a side effect of when you get a piece like this, it's really, really, really good. And by the way, like a version of this that has 10% less crit damage is still really good. This is really, 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 really good. A version of this with 10%, with 30% crit damage is much more common than 40, and is still really good. But the side effect of that is it probably biases you towards needing more crit rate substats in your other pieces. And that's actually a minor problem my Nefa build would have if it weren't for the fact that my weapon I'm using on her, it gives a crap ton of crit rate and she ascends with crit rate. But you could easily imagine if she didn't ascend with crit rate, she'd only have like, 70% crit rate right now, and I'd really want more crit rate. And so like absolutely keep weird artifacts that roll heavily into one crit substat. Keep weird artifacts that roll heavily into stuff like ER. Keep artifacts that roll heavily into EM, because just stacking EM is relevant on a lot of characters. And yeah. And then 2-piece EM, 2-piece ER, 2-piece attack percent, 2-piece... Is that it? Those are that's kind of the most relevant. 2-piece EM, 2-piece attack percent, 2-piece ER. To some degree, 2-piece HP are relevant 2-piece combos to keep for various factors too. That'd be my overall summary, I think. Other than that, it comes down to like whether or not an artifact is relevant to keep is relative to the existing artifacts you have. So, anyways, Zibai potential build. Well, some of them are on Traveler. So you have this piece, this piece, this piece. Yeah, and I think I would use this if I'm playing her. So this is like, you know, just, okay. Yeah, ER, I mean, by the way, one side effect of that combo, I think, you know, bursting of a rotation is quite nice. So I think ER is actually a better stat in Columbina than some spreadsheeters let on, which I didn't realize my Zibai build would have a shit ton of ER. What the hell? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 8 ER. What the hell? I have 145 ER. Alright, that's a little uncommon. But anyways, Zibai ascends with crit damage, so my build would be the perfect amount of crit rate. So I'd be at 100% crit rate with Harbinger passive up. 22 plus 42 plus 30, right? And then 239.1 plus 38.4 Ascension, 277.5. Like, this would be a pretty damn good Zibai build, I would say. Lacking in EM substats, I suppose. Like, it's not perfect, but it doesn't really have many bad rolls, other than probably more. That's a bad roll. But more ER than I need is really the only problem it has. So, yeah, it's overcut with E-Lua. Okay, I just won't use E-Lua. Oh well. Like, I'd probably play, if I get Zibai, it'll be Columbina, Goro or Chiori, or maybe some shenanigans with Navia, or make something work with Duran. Also Shalon in C2. Like, I have Shalon in C2, right? Like, Like, would I like to have E-Lua C2 as an option? Sure. But yes, it is still overcapped with E-Lua. That is something that could be possibly solved with like a circlet that just has def percent substats kind of thing. But, oh well. Actually, as far as that goes, I definitely actually, as an example of like, oops, I guess I threw away artifacts I shouldn't have thrown away. If I get Zibai. I definitely had circlets that I didn't level up, that I kept temporarily because I had like nothing for crit damage circlets at all in this set. And having main stats over nothing is, like, as long as if I don't have any crit damage circlet at all, any substats is good to have, right? If you need it, you need it. But I definitely had like multiple crit damage circlets that I didn't level up because I eventually just crafted this. And once I crafted this, I was like, why would I keep my crit damage circlets that are unleveled that have no crit substats and no ER? Well, guess what? Both of those had defense percent. Which means technically, since with E-Lua, I'd be overcapped, that it kind of would have been ideal to just have those circlets and have like 2 defense percent rolls over this piece, right? So, anyways. But yeah, so I don't know. By the way, it's kind of, I should have had a better Zibai build than I actually do have, which might seem weird to say, but I had, I think, 3 onset def percent double crit goblets. 2 were double crit with ER, and 1 was double crit without ER. None were 4-line, they were all 3-line. 2 were high roll start, 1 was low roll start, and 1 had EM substat too. They all rolled like entirely bad stats. I'm not kidding. Like, every single one of them, 3 out of 4 rolls rolled into dead stat. I was like, are you kidding me? I wasn't gonna re-roll it. So when I had good off pieces. So, yep. But anyways, I don't know. Like, I kind of would like to have a DPS a main DPS that has a compelling reason on my account to make use of def percent main stat pieces. Like, it feels nice to be able to utilize stuff like this. Artifact has been in my account for so damn long, yo. Like, would be nice. Would be nice. But at the moment, I'm more interested in Mr. Dookie. So, yeah. I guess I should level that. And that. Okay. Alright, Hoyoverse, I'll give you a chance. I'll throw the poll on pity. Either of these artifacts roll fully into crit, okay? And also not into crit rate, because like, so not even that, like, they can roll a little bit into crit rate, to be clear. They can roll a little bit into crit rate, but not a lot of it. Because that would cause a problem. But I have 2 double crit 4-line pieces that are def percent with EMs. This is why you keep these. Maybe someday you need them. Well, to be clear, I would be pulling a character to justify it, but that'd be stupid. But it's dumb to do it like this. But you know what? Fine. If one of these is like a god piece, fuck it. I will try it. I'll gambit on her banner. Frig it. Do we start with the better one first or the worst one? Please, Mr. Hoyoverse, yeah. Let's start with... Let's start with the... This one's so much better looking. I like how they're both 5.3 HP. This is like the same exact piece, yo. Start with the worst one. Do I have... Oops. Don't... I think I have enough fodder that I can do it like this. Okay, well, goodbye to that one. I mean, double high rolls and HP. We, the only dead stat guys. I don't know. Okay, that kind of feels like a sign of not pulling Zibai. I'm not gonna lie. But there's one more chance. Also, by the way, as an example, like you can see, I keep shit like this. Haven't used it, but crit rate ER 4-liner, def percent main stat. Never know. Fab piece, whatever. All right then. Well, one more chance. Especially because it's crit rate, I kind of think no, but I don't know. Whatever. We'll go to level 12. Oilverse just said no to me. Also, mineral. Go F yourself, actually, with the mineral, but fine. If it's double high roll into crit damage, it could recover. No, fuck that. Alright. Oilverse said no. I have another 4-liner, I didn't realize. Also, if I'm overcapped with E-Lua a little bit, it kind of makes sense to roll that one too. But fine, I'll do this one. Fine, I'll do this one. I'll give you literally 3 chances, Hoyoverse. Oh, fuck. Also, those were low rolls. No, those weren't low rolls. I lied. I'm dumb. Shit. One bad roll. Okay. It's not a god piece. It's not a god piece. No, it's kind of just meh. It's fine. What the fuck do I do with this shit-ass piece? Alright. I almost just got forced into pulling. If that had one more crit roll, I probably would have, by the way. If that was 40 CV, I probably would have been like, okay. Weird ass Navia piece? Yeah, Navia the defense killer. I mean, what that is actually a weird ass Chiori piece. Wait, do I reroll? No, I don't have rerollers. Look, I rolled 3 4-liner pieces, yo. One of them almost did it. I got no more. Anyways, yeah. Alright. What if you check Geo Goblets? I mean, aren't Geo Goblets quite a lot worse on her? Geo Goblets are not real, but on her, you should use EM. I'm pretty sure EM Goblet is better than Geo Goblet on her. You don't. Like, why would you do that? But oh no, my Geo Goblets are bad. They're one of the categories of bad goblets in my account. I mean, I have actually high stat value Geo Goblets for attack scaling Geos. So, yep. Anyways, by the way, I wish to. That could have been whatever. Sorry. If that piece was my Columbina Goblet, I would have been very happy. Even with the dead attack percent rolls, would have been perfectly fine. Whatever. But yeah, I don't know what to do with it. I don't think I keep this. This is a weird combination of stats. In theory, there are use cases where it's weirdly really high roll values. I don't know what I should look at Chiori. It is an interesting goblin for Chiori. It's one less crit rate roll. I lose ER, but it's not an onset goblet, which is a pretty big difference maker. Oops. So I put that on her. Yeah, she is dual scaling, so she takes advantage of the crit stats. I don't have a crit damage circlet. That's the problem. Okay. Go back to farming freaking golden troop. Yeah, Chori build is kind of cope. That's good, but her feather's kind of cope. I mean, I could put a better feather on her. So I want to farm more for Chiori to use this goblet on her, and I just throw away her existing goblet, because, like, this is okay. Right? I'm down with that, maybe. But it's going to be a pain to redo her build. But, I mean, temporarily, if I needed to use her, I could just force her on crit rate circlet here. And then just give her a stat stick weapon. Well, like that, or like this weapon, right? So, craft a death goblet. I crafted a goblet earlier today, and the game said fuck you, so... Anyways, I should probably run the numbers on this piece of poop. Bro, like, could it have at least rolled crit rate? I just... fucking game. Anyways, whatever. Whatever. Sure, we'll spend our resin. Watch it give us a double crit HP goblet. After I spent the things. Streaming for 7.5 hours, by the way. I need to end the stream. I'm tired. Really need sleep. Yeah, me too, honestly. I should have ended the stream so I can work on a video that I need to get out, but... This is what I do. I stream too long. Just need to craft a second one. Yeah, easy. Just... Oh, I forgot there's more enemies. Just give me 4 more elixirs. Simple. Yeah, in theory, like, forcing 4-piece outbid is worthwhile on Columbina on my account. I mean, I'll take it. Sure. There are unironically times where I might feel the desire to put that on Durin. I'll take it. I'm actually not unhappy about having that as an interesting option for him. Honestly, maybe that's a solution to my weird C2 Durin woes. Of, like, not having an ideal build. I also got this, I just remembered. Well, first of all, crit or ER? Okay. Okay, maybe, well, the more ER I have in a goblet, the less ER I need from a... Okay, weird. Do one more, but... Okay, never mind, goodbye. Crit me. The time for death rolls was when I was leveling a Columbina piece. Game, you weren't listening properly. I'd still keep that because 18 ER is super high. No. I don't need it. I have better options. Believe it or not, I do know that. You want proof? If I need a goblet for Durin... Well, to be clear, actually for an attack goblet, I think maybe I should have kept it. But, no, I do have an attack goblet. Like, yeah, see, I do have this. And then for a pyro goblet, I got this. Wait, no, not that. Where is it? Bro, where is it? Did I throw it away? I could have sworn I didn't throw it away. Oh, it's because I have... There we go. Wait, what? No. I'm having a stroke. I could have sworn I had like a weird goblet I leveled up that was... It's not this one. Not the one I have equipped. I could have sworn it was a Wanderer's Troop goblet. Where the frick was it? I thought I had like 25 ER. I don't remember throwing it away. Oh, there it is. Oh, it is an attack goblet. Okay, never mind. Yeah, I have this. So like, this is the version of that goblet. The only difference that actually rolled entirely ER crit, but it's an off piece. And I think it being an off piece is fine in my case. So I don't need it. That's my overall vibe. I'm not saying it couldn't have some value to keep, to be clear, but you know. Anyways, well, that was something. What do? I really wanted to freaking have you on Serenade. Or on Serenade, off of Serenade for this team. Do I try leveling this piece? Is that where I'm coping at this point? I try putting you on this piece and then switch to an off-piece goblet temporarily. Right, use this. Use this. Use this. I just want to know if I can like move her over and be happy enough with it temporarily to move on from the domain temporarily, and also just throw this artifact away and be like, yeah, I have a good enough build. Alright, so let's imagine the hypothetical here. 53 crit rate, 204 crit damage. The ER is a dead stat for the team context I want, but it's fine. Maybe still useful in Stygian, technically. I like how this is not... EM's not a highlighted stat for her. That's so stupid. Whatever. To be clear, it's not a good stat for Lunar Bloom Columbina. It is a good stat for this team context. Whatever. It's fine. So I have 53.4 plus 15. That is not enough crit rate. But I can yoink my my Farina piece. Farina does not need the extra crit that badly. And now I'm technically at a usable amount. Is this my cope right now? Plus 15 is, yeah, 71. It's so ass. It's so ass. God. Check out my E2. He's probably never seeing a Stygian. Sure. I've been streaming too long. The fact that I feel like I've been doing too many character reviews. Anyways, Ito. There's a 100% correct Ito. Can't remember what Ito's ER needs are, but it's probably fine. This seems like a freaking strong Ito, though. Yep. Very nice. I would die if I had to use that crit rate. 100%. I'm assuming you mean my Columbina's crit rate. Yeah, very nice Ito. Much respect for the Ito dedication. So, question is though, if I equip this, like what I want is I want to be able to use this. This is why I crafted the freaking goblet in the first place. But I think my crit balance is cooked if I use that. So the onset goblet is still better, I think. Fuck. God damn it. I hate that the onset goblet is still better. I wanted to throw it away. I don't think I can throw it away until I get a new piece. It's fine. Wait, I should level up this poopy piece. Because maybe this rolls more into crit damage, right? Like, one ER crit rate roll is not the end all be all, right? I guess I should level that, yeah. What weapon is she on? Her Sig. Freaking 90 defense. Okay, thank you. That answers that question. Alright then. Today is not my day for artifacts, clearly. But yeah, anyways, 59.6 plus 15 is... It's still not great, but usable, considering this piece of poop. And whatever. I don't know. Is it worth it to re-roll this? I don't know. Like, low rolls don't completely poop a piece. Because, like, re-rolling this and it re-rolling 3 times and high rolls, and that's sweet. Yay. Especially if it rolls crit rate. And then, right, if we imagine the world where this rolls, we'll say 13% crit rate, like my Farina piece. And that's just quite a lot better then, right? Because then, here, switch this back. Then what I do is I, have this with 13 crit, right? That's just 3 crit rolls with decent rolls, yo, right? 3 out of 5. Easy. And then I put this ridiculous piece on, so, remove like 10 crit damage here, whatever. Subtract 10 crit damage, and then add 10 crit rate. And bam. Look at that. I mean, that's not that much better than what it was before, but, well, no, it is immediately better. It'd be 65 plus 15. It'd be 80. It'd be 80% crit rate. It's literally 15 CV higher. With 2 crit rate rolls. Also, I gain an additional EM roll. Although, it also loses a little bit of flat HP, but I think I just chill with... Yeah, I think I just chill with this piece for now. HP double crit. HP. Should I roll in it? Should I continue my bad luck streak and getting rid of artifacts? Here, another 4-line piece. Let's roll it like poopy. It's not very poopy. God damn it, I don't have enough to... Fuck. Double me. Okay, I'm impatient, so I'm just gonna... God damn it. Fuck. Okay. Clean out your bad luck? Yeah. You know what's stupid is, like, that could be the most minor of minor upgrades over this piece. Right? It's like it could get slightly higher crit damage with slightly more flat HP. Does it matter? You know what? I'm just gonna make the executive decision. I don't think it's worth leveling this piece anymore. I know that feels weird, but like it's at best a very, very, very minor upgrade over this piece. And you want to know my logic? I think that doesn't matter because look at my HP total. It's 42,444, and that's satisfying. So I'm gonna leave it like that. I don't know, let's go test this build quick though. This should be significantly better. Like I think this will be like a 10% team DPS upgrade, even with how poopy this goblet rolled, and how much it upsets me. So minerals and minerals, yeah. None of the Bond of Light DPS are HP scaling, yeah. I feel like they would have done that. Oh, but their siege rate, no. Oops. Okay, this is what we're ending the stream with. We are going into Miliastra. And also, if there's anyone you want me to raid, let me know on Twitch. Otherwise, we are just ending the stream, because I think most of my people are lurking at this point. Also, just in case it resets, no more things.
The campaign begins.
No more redeems. Unit review redeems. I'm tired.
I will
Sorry.
follow where you lead.
Please.
Please select target for cleanup sequence.
Where's the wonderful sucrose? Okay.
I want to help.
Arlecchino with Homa is HP scaling? True.
cleanup sequence initiated.
Should have done an E on an
Prepare
effort
for
before.
dust
But
up.
I think it's nice to set up.
Animal
with it.
hypostasis emulation. Now you shall perish.
Oh wait, whoa, I forgot to. I do need to put Serenade. Because I removed Serenade from Columbine, and it means Raiden should be on Serenade. So Raiden's damage technically goes down with Columbine on Serenade. Oh well. It doesn't go down that much. Still use Skyward Spine. We'll see. I either use this or I use this. Yeah, probably use that. And then... Actually, I wonder if full attack percent is better. It might be. Let's see. I suspect I need more crit rate, so that. And what does that look like with off-piece there? That's very low crit rate. Okay, so we switch to this. I should probably do a crit rate circlet. I mean, I don't know. It might just be better to do attack circlet, though. So screw it. I'll try the attack circlet. And then we can find a flower off-piece with crit rate. Bam. There you go. 62, 130, 260 ER. That should be fine. A little bit more ER would actually maybe nice. I don't know what actually. You know what? Let's take a look at what crit rate circlet looks like first. Because I mean, I should probably put a different feather on, I guess, but I don't really have that good of feathers, so I don't know. 83, 123, and then we can swap to something like this. 81, 132, 275. That's better. She'll do decent damage. She's got like a lot less crit than she had before, but it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Stream is long enough to spam through Archon Quest and alt. Oh boy. What is the Glaze Lilies? Aren't Glaze Lilies pretty easy, or is it just there's not that many of them? I assume that's Zibai's materials.
Defensive mode engaged.
A new moon rises.
Annihilation mode.
Okay.
Absorption test.
Shine down. Inazuma shines eternal.
A moon
I forgot to
night
Sucrose.
for all. Flame.
Insulation chamber deployed. Preparing for dust up.
We got max stacks. Yep.
Animal test 60.
Now you shall perish.
Stand clear. Three moons converge.
Defensive mode engaged. Annihilation.
Not doing a good job managing stacks on an Ifa.
Animal test 60.
Torn to oblivion.
Right now, this is not that much better, which is somewhat surprising to me.
Insulation chamber deployed. Ultimatum protocol. Inazuma shines
Maybe
eternal.
Raiden's damage mattered more than I thought. I'll do another rotation. No, Raiden's overall contribution... Oh, this made Columbina do more damage than a Nefa. That's interesting. Like, Raiden's contribution was like 22% before. Now it's 19%, so yeah, it's not crazily different. But this is about what the team DPS I got before. I think I just played it a little poorly. Okay, because I think keeping better uptime on a Nefa matters and whatnot. Or it could just be a lower amount of crit rate on Columbina difference, to be clear. So, anyways, let me Do it one more time.
A moonlit night for all.
Defensive
This.
mode engaged. Annihilation mode.
Torn to oblivion. There is no absorption test.
Squirrel.
A new moon rises.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Ultimatum protocol.
Stand clear.
It's so hard to tell.
Inazuma
The
shines
freaking
eternal.
buff is active.
Absorption test.
Installation chamber.
Surge. New moons convert.
Annihilation mode.
Shine down. Torn to oblivion.
Okay. And now the Nefa is taken 40. I think the Nefa taking 45% here is a side effect of. Well, I don't know. Raiden's damage contribution is the same, and usually Raiden should be the one taking ownership of the reaction damage itself. So, anyways, I'm gonna have to test him more. Yeah, that's my overall vibe. Feel like it should be better though.
A new moon rises.
Cleanup sequence in.
Stand clear. There is no escape.
Ultimatum protocol.
Absorption test.
Did I actually get yeah, I did. Okay.
Now you
It's
shall
really
perish.
annoying to pay attention if you have max staff and staff or not.
Stand clear.
Installation chamber deployed. Annihilation mode.
A moonlit night for all. Torn to oblivion. Illusion shattered. Absorption test.
Ultimatum protocol.
Surge. Moons converge. Animal test 60.
Yeah, I think I'm just doing a really bad job managing NF uptime. Or NF staff of Scarlet Sands uptime. I'm just getting worse at playing it. Okay. Whatever. This is a deceptively annoying team to play with Staff of Scarlet Sands, but I actually enjoy it more because of that. Anyways. I guess that means Albade wasn't fucking worth it. I'll have to test some more. I'll probably test it in, like, actually against the Stygian boss, too. So, yeah. Alright. And I can just blame the goblet if it's not better anyways. Actually, wait, real quick, let's check. Character... Raiden, I do want to check on the attack timepiece. And then if I just use this... Put this on set... See what we have. That. I don't know. It's not that much more attack, but yeah, no, Columbina is a little bit faster at running. Or sprinting, whatever. Oops. Just checking things. Okay. 80% of DPS. Yeah, that is literally the point of the team. We're using Raiden to drive as much damage as possible on them, enabling them both to burst every rotation. How do I have only fucking one stack? Bruh. How did that happen? Okay.
Illusion shattered. Surge. 3 moons converge.
Annihilation mode.
I think I maintained my stack from previous attempt. Whatever.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Preparing for dust up.
A moonlit night for all. Shine down. Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape. Stand clear.
Defensive mode engaged.
Bad.
Annihilation
Lost stack up time. Oh, I didn't burst early on Columbina. Don't worry about it.
Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
I think our burst was still active anyways.
Insulation chamber.
Animal test 60.
Ultimatum protocol.
Converge. Absorption test. There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Preparing for dust up.
Stand clear. Surge. Rises.
Oh, I should just stop the attempt. Alright. It seems to be I'm pretty consistently just eating this amount of damage, but like... This is a sanity check, just in case I'm playing poopy. Let's go back to the Night Sky build on Raiden. And Serenade on Columbina. Maybe this whole freaking chasing, maybe I'll make a video be like, it wasn't worth chasing Outbait on Columbina. Like, the damage numbers I'm seeing from Columbina are meaningfully higher, as expected. That matches, like, what I couched. Which was that I'd hit, like, over 200k on a Lunar Charge hit. And there's multiple artifacts that I'd like to improve on this build, but... let's see. That. And that. Actually, wait. I wonder if I roll this. I haven't actually tried this. Cause I have my freaking Serenade. I don't have a good crit circlet on Serenade. Nor a good onset timepiece in Serenade. But I hadn't considered trying to use an off-piece timepiece in Serenade with this. Let's see my stats will like that. And that. And I believe this. Like, maybe I'd roll like that. Like, this is a lot less HP and less EM. And obviously I don't have a little off-field lunar bonus. Like, it should be meaningfully worse for her damage, but, you know, it's a functional amount of crit rate. And crit damage. Maybe the crit makes up for it. Maybe this is the kind of build I need, right, to make Hellblade worth it. I don't know. And theoretically that could happen, but just haven't gotten the pieces for it. Winter class and he's still streaming? Indeed. Indeed. Okay. And then Raiden needs to go back on the DP shit. Oops, why am I... What is... There we go, okay. That. 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 And that. And I do have a really good Night Sky set for Raiden, to be clear. Like, this is 94% crit rate. It's kind of about as good as you could hope it'd be. So, you know. I mean, maybe a little low in ER, I guess, but it's been functional. Alright. Oops, I unstarred my thing, yep. Surprised surprised how much I like Columbina Traversal. Yeah, she's enjoyable just to dash around with. Okay.
Shine. Moonlit night for all. Animal test 60.
Annihilation mode.
Absorption test.
I didn't need to do that second skill yet, but whatever.
Torn to oblivion. Animal test 60. Blue moons converge.
Ultimatum
I
protocol.
think we have max stacks. Yep.
Inazuma shines eternal. Stand clear. Wait, a new moon rises.
Annihilation mode.
Okay.
Torn to oblivion. Illusion shut.
Installation check.
Absorption test.
Ultimatum protocol.
A moonlit night for all. Inazuma shines eternal.
Okay. I guess I am getting about 10% more damage like I kind of expected. It's like, yeah. See, the distribution is now like, yeah, Columbina's doing quite a bit less damage. Raiden's doing a little bit more. And Neff is taking a higher total percentage because of that. So, yeah, I don't know. I think I just... The thing I remembered in my head is when the team as it's configured right now, well, with Columbina actually on a... When Columbina was on a worse build, I recall getting like about 120k before, but I think I'm just playing poorly. And, yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I thought I was getting 120k before, but I don't know. I'm just playing terribly. Maybe they also made some change in the DPS calculator that fucked with... Well, I don't know why that would happen. Because everything seemed accurate before, but it matched kind of expectations, so I don't know. Yeah, I don't think there's been any major change that would have affected anything. No, yeah, there hasn't been any change since the last tested, so I don't know. I was probably just playing differently. That probably means I'll do more testing, but it probably means the new build is better, just not by the particularly impressive degree at a baseline, because it seems to be my play might matter more than the build. And it's a little sad I can't make use of this artifact quite yet on the new set. But I will continue trying it. That. And that. And that. There we go. Okay. Man, the goblin. Oh, the goblin made me sad. Okay. Where is, Arden? There she is. Alright, back to Serenade for you. Sorry, lady. What about, try this instead. Maybe I probably don't need the ER. And then go back to this again. And I do want to try... Oops. This again. And then, yeah, just equip that. 75, 115, 245. Sure. We'll roll it like that. Alright. Actually, no, wait. I can go test the dire difficulty. God damn it. Sorry. This is a team I've been working on, right? I've been wanting to try to push the limits of this team, so... This was a day I was waiting for. So yeah, my record before was 112 seconds on this with this team, and I was struggling to beat it, amusingly, even after I'd made other artifact improvements. So let's see if I can beat it now. Okay. E. You.
Defensive mode engaged.
Stand clear. Yeah. Yeah. Absorption test. There is no escape. Surge.
I can't remember if I bursted or not here.
Chamber deployed. Annihilation
Okay.
mode.
With my stacks at your max.
Torn to oblivion. Shine down. A new moon rises. Animal test 60.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Ultimatum protocol.
Illusion shattered. Now you shall perish.
229,000. Wow.
Absorption test.
Insulation chamber deployed.
Flame. A moonlit night for all.
Annihilation mode.
Alright.
Stand clear. There is no escape. Inazuma shines eternal.
Fine.
Shine down.
Defensive mode engaged. Preparing for dust up.
Should have burst earlier.
Enhanced animal module 75. There is no escape. Now you shall perish.
Insulation chamber.
Converge.
God damn it. Well, I almost beat the best time, and that feels like it just slowed down by accident. Alright. One more try. And then we end the stream. Any tips for building a Neva? Probably build her on Albid for most contexts nowadays.
Illusion shattered.
The new artifact set. An easiest thing to do is just build her. You can build her with ER. I really like actually having a build that can burst every rotation on her, to be clear. But you can also burst every other rotation with her and be just fine.
A moonlit night for all.
Cleanup sequence initiated. Annihilation mode.
Stand clear. Inazuma shines eternal. There is no escape. Surge. A new moon rises.
Ultimatum protocol.
Animal test 63.
Make sure she was max stats. Had to check.
Shine down. Absorption test.
Defensive mode engaged.
Moons converge.
Preparing for dust up.
Stand clear. Torn to oblivion. Animal test 60. A new moon rises. Flame.
Ultimatum protocol.
Swirl. Mark. There is no escape.
What am I doing?
Stand clear. Inazuma shines eternal.
I wonder if I should have just waited to.
Preparing for dust up. Insulation.
Animal.
Okay, I technically beat the time. I beat my time by 1 second, guys. A whole new build on Columbina that's like 30% damage, better for her damage. Got me 1 second. Ooh, to be clear, I don't know. Struggle with her ER, switch to Fab weapon. I mean, you don't need to switch to Fab necessarily. You can just burst every other rotation. You don't need to burst on an EFA. Can't say it's an improvement. Yeah, it right now, It doesn't seem to have made that meaningful of a difference.
Shine down.
Defensive mode is surge.
Absorption test.
Okay, let's try to get Columbina's energy up sooner. Make sure we're max stacks on this. Okay, we are. Swirl again.
There is no
I would
escape.
also like to be able to... No, I can't get my burst up. I would like to be able to burst on this shield.
Night for all.
cleanup sequence initiated. Annihilation mode.
Okay, well.
Now you shall perish. Huh. Absorption test. Wait, a new moon rises.
Defensive mode engaged.
How did I only have one stack? Or, what? God damn it, what happened?
Inazuma shines eternal. Ha. Shine down.
Installation chamber deployed.
Stand clear. Three moons converge. Enhanced animal module.
Preparing for dust up.
Animal test 60. Illusion shattered. Torn to oblivion.
Okay.
Defensive mode engaged.
A moonlit night for all. Stand clear.
Ultimatum protocol.
There is no escape. Now you shall perish. Absorption test. Three moons converge. Surge.
Annihilation mode.
Stand clear.
Okay. Failed to get a faster clear down. Okay, well. this is this honestly is just telling me I feel like I should have used my elixirs on a Serenade circlet instead. This is probably the most, which is so weird. Like, this is weird in that, like, maybe I'm just playing shit today, but this is the most I've experienced, like, a build change that has a significant damage upgrade. Like, Anefa's doing a lot of the team's damage. She is doing meaningfully more damage now. It's not that much lower crit rate than my Serenade build was. To necessarily be the effect there. Like, we saw in the damage dummy how I was playing, but like I made this shitty ass goblet for Columbina. Thanks, game. No, Raiden is C1, aka basically C0. Like, I kind of feel like it would have just been better to have Serenade going. Also, I forgot I had this. There's a chance this rolls in a way that makes it make sense. I don't really want to... Should I commit to this? I have to, like, commit to... You know what? Fuck it. I'm sick of farming Reverie. Yeah, sure. Oh, fuck it. That rolled like shit garbage. Okay. Damn. Why did I even keep this? I feel like I don't need that. Yeah, okay. Anyways, I don't know. I might have to reevaluate whether or not I care about getting Columbine on Albid, honestly, is what I learned there. This was the one team. To be clear, there's also something I wanted. Actually, I didn't even check this. I can check this. This also biases towards allowing me to do this. So, this looks really terrible, to be clear. But we also can do this. There we go. So now this is 100% crit rate, 154 crit damage. I have an HP circlet, to be clear, right? So without her saying, the crit ratio looks much worse. Like, duh. But I should check it quick. See how it compares. This is the R5 of the Battle Pass weapon, to be clear. I suspect it won't really change anything as far as this feeling I have that Albade is not that much better. Alright, Golden Troop. I can get some Yai artifacts doing this too. No. I mean... Fine. I'll lock it, not leveling it. And like, if I don't end up using Albade on Columbina, I'll keep this, because it's too good of a piece. But I can throw away this. I can throw away this piece. I could consider throwing away this. I wouldn't throw away this. I mean, I get like at least 2 artifacts back of XP wise. Your streams are so chill. Nice. Glad you find them relaxing. How many Pokemon cards do you have out of curiosity? Wait, no. We're gonna just go to the DPS thing. It's simpler. See how this compares. This one will be a little bit weird. Crit damage circlet with this weapon, to be clear, should be meaningfully better, but I don't have one. So, you know, it would just be nice to be like, yeah, I'm done with the Albade domain for now, because my Nefa build is good enough. There's no real improvement I can get on her other than re-rolling my circlet at this point. Like, it actually makes sense to not farm anything for her. And then Columbina can get improvements, and my Duran could get improvements, but like, I'm mostly fine with my state of my Duran build. It's not incredible, but it's fine. Too many, yeah. 5 elite trainer boxes full, collecting since XY are nice.
Illusion shattered. A new moon rises.
Installation chamber.
Animal test 60.
Preparing for dust up.
Torn to oblivion. Shine down.
Cleanup sequence in it.
Surge. New moons converge. Stand clear. Absorption.
Ultimatum protocol.
Inazuma shines eternal. There is no animal test 60. A new moon rises.
Installation
So our ER needs are about what I expected, which is like a little bit. Like, I think I have 20 ER on her, something.
Shine down. Flame. A moonlit night for all.
cleanup sequence initiate.
Stand clear.
Ultimatum protocol.
Torn to oblivion.
This pretty much matches my expectation, by the way.
Illusion shattered.
So there you go. Nefa 41%, Columbina 42%, Raiden 17. Where the Sacrificial Jade is just a little bit worse than her Sig in this team context. And this is like if I didn't have her Sig, this is part of why I was wanting to build this team. Like, this is a rare way you could make Columbina be able to burst every rotation with very little ER. New emotes are great, thanks. And say things to Aggro for making that. I didn't ask him for it. He just randomly DM'd at me. I was like, wow, thank you. Yet another reminder I need to do better with emotes. So yeah, this is a very good weapon if you can swing it, and yeah, you can burst every rotation with only 20 ER. In a solo Hydro Columbina team. Crazy. So yeah. Anyways, I don't know right now if I should just stop farming this set. I would also like to have. I said I wasn't gonna level it, so I kind of want to have this leveled up because it could roll crit rate. That's the main reason I should level this more. It could roll crit rate. But where do I get more energy? Or better energy, more things. This? Do I need this? I don't think I need that. Dendro damage bonus? Don't need that. Damn it. Didn't double. Crit rate ER. I feel like I don't need that anymore of tenacity, but I could. So maybe I should not throw it away. ER, HP, attack on... Yeah, I don't need that anymore. Damn it. How dare you. Wait for Sandrone. Maybe she will like this set. Yeah. Maybe. Alright, test the Zibai. My Bina has not enough ER. You can burst every other rotation, to be honest. Like, you know. It's an option. Did I go buy the... No, I didn't buy anything this week yet. I should have bought the other bottles. Whoops. After seeing your gameplay, I don't really have Columbine. I was planning on pulling Zibai because I don't have a lunar DPS and I have spare lo-fi. After seeing her gameplay, I don't really like her. Really? Even with the... Did you see the special combo? Drew? Sorry, not Drown. Will never Bina be good enough? Do I need to pull Llama too? Never is much worse. Also, Bina in a Lunar Bloom team is also much worse without Llama. Unfortunately, they're both reliant on Llama for Lunar Bloom. I didn't see the special combo. I don't have a link for it because I closed it, but her combo, it's kind of awkward to time, but it makes her a lot more engaging to play to me. I found her very boring without, but it's doing 2 N4s and then doing E, and then doing Q and then E. No, I don't know the C1 combo, unfortunately. So what this does is allow you to front load the damage a little bit more, and also just lets you shorten the rotation, which is valuable. And more adaptability to whatever with timing of when your damage output lines up with like down phases with windows of enemies doing things and whatever, whether they have res down phases or they're just moving in an annoying way, right? Allows you more control, and it's not really punishing to do because if you fail, it just becomes normal Zibai and it's a little bit slower. And then the subtleties of it though is you do have to. I found having a Nefa in the team kind of interfered with the ability to do it more consistently. It wasn't impossible to do with a Nefa for sure, but more awkward. The subtletyness of it is like when you're doing 2 N4s, when exactly you time the first E, right after you do the final N4 is a little subtle. And then when you time the normal attack, so you do... Because what you end up doing is you do 2 N4, so N4, N4, E, E, and then 1 normal attack after that. And if everything goes correctly, that 1 normal attack should immediately basically give you the points you need to do a 3rd skill. So it's EE, 1 normal attack, 3rd skill really quickly, and then Q, and then E again. So it's basically just like 2 sequences of N4, and then you're pooping out your E's and your burst really quickly. They're a lot more fun to play. So, yeah. Zibai like Kanichi with way less skill. I mean, this combo takes some practice for sure, but I would say yeah, still. Okay, on a Navia team. I didn't end up trying it, but I think in theory you could do something fun, but it wouldn't be incredible. So, yeah. But yeah, Columbina ER needs for Zibai is maybe just one of the more compelling reasons to use Albait on Columbina. So maybe I get Zibai to cope with the fact that I have Albait and Columbina now. And it's poopy. Okay, well, lucky 777s. Goodbye. That was a waste of XP, but oh well. Alright. That's not right. Oh, yeah. That's why. Okay, there we go. Back to that. But yes, Raiden is on Silk and Moon in this team, but Raiden, I've just been testing for the last too long. Columbina on Albaid versus on Silk and Moon Serenade, because I just got her on Albaid with a Cope onset Goblet. And like, it is better, but not in a way that I thought was going to be actually noticeable when I'm actually using the team in content. So, where do I look up combos? Honestly, there's no specific place other than just being part of like TC discords or TC communities in general. You'll usually find footage that ends up getting shared around showing combos and stuff, or just in text form too. I'm sure Zijeff will talk about it in his post-release video. I plan on making a video about Zibai, and I'll probably mention it there too. So, you know, and I'll demonstrate it. But yeah. 777 is supposed to be lucky? Yeah, indeed. Well then. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, my vibe is that I think I could have theoretically just improved my Serenade build to use an off-piece timepiece. And so I could have, like, what I could have done, and like, even if that rolled poorly, it would have been overall better, is craft a crit damage circlet, probably with HP and crit rate substat on Serenade, and then with this onset Goblet, with this feather, and then this flower. Like, it'd still have more ER than I would need, to be clear. And then I could use this cracked offset timepiece, and that would have, I think, allowed me a good enough overall build in Serenade, in hindsight, to be happier with that than happier with the state of the Albaid build and the resources that I put into it. So, that's my vibe right now. Because I kind of regret this at minimum. And now yeah, I don't know. Anyways, plus, like, having Raiden on 4-piece Night Sky is kind of fun. I don't know. Like, Raiden, like, especially if you have a C2 Raiden, I don't know. Then, like, C2, I wouldn't be surprised if C2 Raiden was the difference maker, that Serenade Columbina ended up being better in this team. Because it's not like C2 Raiden is incredible, but C2 Raiden with a good DPS-oriented crit build on her, and should do meaningfully more damage contribution. It probably would increase the team's damage enough to the degree that, like, I would expect Serenade to be better, or equivalent to Albaid, maybe. I don't know. Zibai playable with under C2 E-Lua? Yes, but you want, like, some mix of Shalonans. Like, on my account, I'm at Pity, and if I choose to go to Pity, I only got one copy of E-Lua, which kind of sucks. So for me, it would be try to figure out some mix of making Goro, Shalonen work, most likely. Like, my best team option would almost assuredly be Goro, Shalonen, Columbina, because I have C2 Shalonen, so would be better, right? But I also have the option of using Jory if I want, as an alternative, particularly if I want it to be a little bit more relatable. But yeah. So, Raiden was on a hyper build. She was before, but if Columbina's on Albaid, I'm fairly certain that a DPS build doesn't make you still put a DPS stats on her, but a Serenade build I think makes more sense. It's just, I expected it to be more better than it was. It seems largely equivalent, but I gotta do more testing. So, which means I might not even make a video about it. I was gonna make a video being like, yeah, this is a pain in the ass to build 2 characters in the new set, and it was worth it. But now, maybe I should make a video, and it's just gonna be, this is a pain in the ass to build 2 characters in the new set, and it was not worth it on Columbina. How much is the DPS of this team? So what my expectation, so I was able to push 120k when I've tested it before on the damage dummy. And my expectation was Serenade on Columbina. What I got earlier with Albaid on Columbina was like 125,000. And I think at certain moments I was pushing towards 130k, but that was not sustained. It was only like peak. Whereas like I was definitely had instances where I was doing like 115, 120k sustained with 4-piece Serenade. With 4-piece Albade and Serenade on Raiden instead, it does seem to be like, what, a good 5 to 10% better? Which I guess lands within expectations, but then I went into Stygian, and in 2 attempts, I beat my best time with my Serenade build by a whopping 1 second. like, it's safe to say that this is not a build that, like, if I can't clear Knuckle Duckle, for example. Also, I forgot, I leveled up my Columbina skill. I crowned her skill. That 1 second difference could literally be the fact that I crowned her skill versus when I didn't. Because I just did that this week. So, I didn't even think about that factor. Like, the differences I might have been seeing might actually just been more of a talent diff than anything. I totally forgot about that. So that means, yeah, it's probably closer to only a 5% upgrade than a 10% upgrade. Because the skill talent, I think, is a 5. This going from level 9 to 10 of the skill is probably a 5% upgrade. Special combos 2 times N4 E QE. Yes, but you do an N1 after the second E. And if you do it ideally, the N1 should immediately charge your third E. Sometimes there's a delay, and I noticed some nuance. I think there's some nuance to the combo in that, like, if you have your burst up after the second E, and N1 doesn't charge the third E, I think you can use your burst then and then do E. And then, because there was a couple instances when I was testing that, where it seemed like you could swap the position for the Q and still get a pretty similar speed of overall E output. So I wouldn't like force yourself to be too rigid with that, right? But yes, that is the overall combo. And then getting a hang of the timing for the normal attack after the second E, and when the initial E activation happens, is a little funky, but satisfying. Like it is enjoyable to gaze to.
Yep.
So, anyways, I either have a build issue or a skill issue because I'm getting 90k ish. Do you have Columbine on Sig set? With, I don't know, like, so it's Columbine on Sig set with Inefa on a Staff of Scarlet Sands, with a really, really good build on Staff of Scarlet Sands. Like there's essentially no improvement I can make to this build other than re-roll this, and if I get 2 more crit rate rolls, I'll have like 100% crit rate
So don't worry about
instead of only 92. Oh no! And then there's gameplay optimization from there, whatever. But yeah, so anyways, my expectation and hope was when I put her on Albade that I would like be getting 130k with more consistency. And I was kind of hoping that, you know, being that this was a lunar charge team that was doing a lot of lunar, the team's entire focus is maximizing my lunar charge damage. And I was hoping that with like the Knuckle Duckle next to June would allow me to deal with Knuckle Duckle at dire difficulty. But I don't know if it will. I don't know if I can beat Knuckle Duckle at dire difficulty, because Knuckle Duckle at dire next patch seems entirely fucking balanced around Flynn's premium. So I don't know. Like, we'll see. We'll see. To be clear, again, every time a new dire difficulty comes around on my account, I'm just like, I don't know if I can do this. But I'm kind of intending right now to pull for Varka, the not very good character, over pulling Flynn's on rerun, which means I might not be able to clear dire for the first time. And that's kind of cooked in my opinion, but whatever. How much DPS is Flynn's premium? I mean, if I swap in Flynn's premium in this team, I assume I should be doing probably around 150 to 160k. And even then, I'm not sure if I'll actually clear Knuckle Duckle, but I'm not sure what the actual functional DPS required is against it. But yeah, like I think Knuckle Duckle's balance will be that if you have Columbine and Inefa, you'll probably be able to clear it at Fearless. And then if you want to clear dire, they're gonna be like, too bad you didn't pull Blitz. That's what I'm assuming the balance will be. So, which is lame. By the way, is frickin' Zibai good for any of the bosses next patch? No for the cryo. Well, okay, you can slot in. Again, this is the frickin' cryo automaton is I actually kind of like the boss. I'm fine with this restriction outside of Stygian. But in Stygian, the boss behaves the same, except for that it takes more cryo application to keep its like to progress it into its low damage, or like where you can actually deal fucking damage to it. And like it means if you just have like an off-field cryo unit, you can't clear the shield, or not the shield, whatever. The cryo automaton is cringe in Stygian. I hate it. I hate it for how team restrictive it is. It's fuck you if you don't have Skirk, and at fearless difficulty, it's fuck you if you don't have a Escoffier. So is the overall vibe, and not even just that, like just Escoffier and like ideally another cryo DPS kind of thing. Whereas in Abyss, you can just like, or menacing difficulty, you can just play Layla. That's cool. It's cool that like Layla has somewhere that's relevant for it. But anyway, so Zibai is not even that good against any of the bosses next Stygian. Like maybe she can deal with the Mandarega, or I guess she could deal with Duckle, most likely. But you have to either shove Fischl or an F in the team, right? On Fearless, only Layla was enough. Oh, was she? Oh, okay. That's good. I thought she wasn't for some reason. My bad. But either way, yeah, Zibai is good for this one, but it's a little bit weird that we're immediately going into a patch where she's not that compelling for, unless you have a Nefa for her. And like, Fischl might be fine, but you can do Fischl Columbina, just let Lunar Charge damage go for the Duckles, and then schmack with Zibai in the down phase. And if she can front load her damage enough, it's probably fine. Like, she'll probably be fine with a Knuckle Duckle, but awkward, right? So, anyways, we'll see what happens next patch. Part of this farming was in preparation for next patch, and also just because I like this team. But maybe that farming just was straight up not worth it. Oh well. And we'll see how Zibai ages. We'll see how she ages. As it currently stands, I'm inclined to save my resources because I want Mr. Duke. Or if I hate Mr. Duke, I could decide between either Zibai or Flynn's. Actually, that's a question. Who would I be more interested in, Flynn's or Zibai? Oh, was I at Pity? Oh yeah. Oh no, sorry. I did the 4-star pull at Pity. I risked the 74 Pity, didn't I? Yeah. So I'm literally at Pity, right at Pity. With Fab Lance. Yup. Alright. Flynn's looks more... Will you not try to get E-Lua? I got one copy of E-Lua. I wanted more, but I did not get more. So... Yup. We can do this. We might do a stream this week of doing that, but probably not stream tomorrow. I really gotta make a video tomorrow. It's a sponsor video. I gotta not postpone. I think they already might be annoyed that I don't have it ready for them because they're supposed to review it and whatever, but anyways, yeah. So she ended up being more interesting than I thought, but also I still actually maintain she would have been the coolest free character to give out. Like I'd be so happy. Imagine how happy me and other people would be right now if they gave out Zibai for free. And like they caused a problem in that like I think she'd be a safe one to give for free as a limited character, because one, this would bring a lot of people into playing a patch that would make them pull a lot of characters. If people heard she was free and that she wanted Columbina, it probably would have made the small amount of people that didn't pull Columbina pull for Columbina. It would have been such a boon to free-to-play players. Like, Geo is not so strong. Like, she and Geo is not so strong at adapting to content that she would have been broken for clearing endgame. And pretty much any player that is invested in combat already very likely, there's not many people who didn't like put resources and choose to get either Flynn's or Nefer. And if you got Flynn's or Nefer, you can't play both Flynn's or Nefer and Zibai and their best teams at the same time. And like, it means that like you're not gonna necessarily for like anyone who wants to have Flynn's best team, Nefer's best team, then giving them Zibai is not giving them that strong of a unit. You're just giving them a good unit. And like, she'd be so fun to just have if it was free now. I still maintain she would have been really fun and like a super nice thing if they had done as a free thing. But she ain't, and instead she's just a good character, and that's fine. But she's very skippable if you don't like her for whatever reason. If you don't like the horses, you don't like the gameplay. Again, the combo does make her more fun. Whatever. I don't know. She's a cool unit. I think they did a good job balancing her for the current state of Genshin. So long as they don't release an off-field lunar crystallized unit like a Nefa variant, but Geo that makes her the most broken DPS in the game. So, yeah. That's all the vibe is. I don't know. And there's maybe some stuff to mess with that I'll mess with the other account for a video this weekend, hopefully. With her. I hope that account has good supportive artifact options, because that is the thing I ran into on most people's accounts today. Or I only logged into 2 accounts, didn't I? But support artifacts. God, they make a difference. Every time I log into someone's account, it's just like, you don't have good options for these supportive artifacts. Like, there's a reason. Let's see. Yeah. Look, I have more Silken Moon Serenade pieces than Night Skies Unveiling, and I'm willing to bet I have more Silken Moon pieces leveled than Night Skies Unveiling. Yeah, look. 1, 2, 3, 4 circlets compared to 2 circlets. Sorry, 5 circlets if you count the HP type piece that I had that I'm going to get rid of. Let's see. Type pieces. 1, 2, 3 timepieces, 4 or 5 timepieces, and 2 of those are Nefer timepieces. One of them was a Def % timepiece I leveled for the funnies, and 1 is an attack timepiece, and then 1 an HP timepiece. 1, 2, I think timepieces I might have more in the DPS set. 3, 4, 5. No, okay, so timepieces are equal. Oh, goblets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. So more there. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 3, but I think that's just because I got a little bit unlucky with the pieces I needed. But you can see I definitely kept more unleveled pieces. The support set, important. 1, 2, 3 flowers, 4, 5 flowers. Versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So actually pretty similar. But anyways, I definitely keep more unleveled pieces in support sets because like it's very often just like I don't level a support piece like this until I find the situation I need it, where I'm like, oh boy, if only I had a little bit more ER, because like what's my highest ER in a flower? 2 rolls? Yeah, 2 rolls. That's not a Serenade piece. Like I only have 2 rolls, or sorry, no, I have this piece, I guess. Actually, okay, the fact that I have this piece means why the hell do I actually need to keep this piece? But you get the point. I don't know. Anyways. They make Zibai OP too. She's already broken. She already performs in her best team as well as Flint's and Never do. So like, she doesn't need to care to the bussery more. They would make her better than everyone else. Anyways. Save pulls for 2 months, don't want Varka and everything else, yeah. For a lot of people, that is probably the smart play. It's what I should do if I'm planning on pulling the cold tubes. But right now, I'm still gonna shield myself from that if they don't actually, for realsies, improve Miliastra custom combat, then I'm not gonna C6 her. Unless I really like her kit, and then I'll just say, oh, well, then I'll use it as an excuse too, maybe, but probably not. I maintain right now Miliastra custom combat is not real. There's still some cool, fun things that are fun with it. It's enjoyable, but custom combat is nowhere near real to the degree that I need it to be for it being something that will fix some of Genshin's problems to me. Anyways. Bye-bye.